predefined or pre-built logic apps available, I can show you there. But the idea is that like the moment you will click on the review and create here, it will take some time, maybe around 5 seconds to 25 seconds, and then you are able to reach out to your resource. Like it will just deploy everything for you. So here I would quickly go to my resource group and see if I have something already available there, so I can show you the brief about that. Okay. So just a second, let me just pull out anything from there, something like this. So the moment you will be able to create your own logic app, your screen will be look like this. A moment. Just bear with me. It will take maybe 5 to 10 seconds to load out. So meanwhile, it is loading. If anyone have any question, so in the chat window. If not yet, then yeah. Okay, so I can start here. So this is something your screen look like. So you have a top toolbar controls available there, like you can export, clone, you can disable, delete, you can edit your logic apps, you can refresh it to see the latest run or something. So these are the option available. Then you have some overview here. So in the overview, you can see which resource group is you are having, what kind of subscription you have, then few details about your runs, like last 24 hours, how many you have successful and the failed run, the status for that logic app. Then it also contain the definition, which is really important. Like currently it's a blank, so it has 0 triggers and the 0 action. The moment you will add few things here, then it will increase the count accordingly. And then you have a left navigation here on the logic app, which is a basic stuff here. Like if you need to see something of your workflow settings, and if you are looking something for your diagnosis, the logs, you need to enable the alerts for that. So few basic settings you will find it over the left pane. Two more important thing here before we start. So I can go with the logic app designer from here as well, or from the pen icon on the top. Like if you just go and click the edit icon, this window will be popped out to you. So a second, should not take more time. Okay, by the time it is popping up, just let me show you a few things here. So if I just click on the edit, or if something is already available, just give me a second. I think something should be open. So meanwhile, guys, if you have any queries, then please post it out over the chat window so I can utilize the time. Okay, bear with me. So meanwhile, it is loading. I can just start with few basic stuff. So whenever you create the logic app, logic app need to be initiated on some trigger points. So basically, we have 3 trigger points available. The first one is the pooling. So it pools all the data. I will show you that one. Like my example is based on that. The second one is the HTTP trigger based. So HTTP trigger based, or like the web webhooks, notifications, triggers is also available there. So you can go and opt for that one if your business need is accordingly to that. And third one is the scheduler. So if you need to schedule your Logic app runs, an example, if you need to run every overnight, or if you need to run the if you need to run on every month end, like for the salary calculation or something like that, then you can opt for the scheduled trigger based Logic app. So just let me just refresh it, and meanwhile I can just pick a questions from the chat window that our Logic app and the Power Automate are same. The answer is no, they are not same. They are having altogether different flavor. The first thing, Logic app is the PaaS offering, like platform as a service. At the same time, Power Automate, or the previously called Flows, are the SaaS model, SaaS offering from the Microsoft. So the platform itself is different. The second thing I would say, like Logic app is more meant for the pro developers, but at the same time, like the Power Automate meant for more business or the citizen developers. So anybody can come and just make their hands dirty there. So it's not required your pro developer skills there, hopefully. The another difference I would say in terms of the licensing plan, because for Azure you need a subscription to use that one. For Power Automate you need a Power Platform licenses. So that is the another difference. Internally, I would say Logic app is a kind of the big brother for the Power Automate, because Power Automate uses the Logic app engines to execute that one. And then there are a lot of other options available too in terms of the difference. So in short, the answer is yeah, they both are not same. I would just give a pause here, just to let me start with. Next question is, why not extend the out-of-box integration functionality with Dynamics 365 CE? What are the benefits? So as I told earlier, like there are no fixed solution for any problem. The only thing you should know about all the offerings. So if there are 5 offerings available to automate your task or to execute your task, we should know all of them, because every offerings have their pros and cons. So if I just need to use my own Logic here, I need to monitor more on that one. Probably I would use Logic app in that case. So in the Logic app also, like there are 2 different connectors available for the Business Central. The first one is you can use the out-of-box Business Central connectors, which is available there. And the second one is you can use then with the OData or the REST APIs. So I would preferably not use the out-of-box connectors, Logic app connectors for now. The reason is very simple, because there was a discussion with one of the customer, and they don't want to use the preview features. So all the connectors which is available to connect with the Business Central in the Logic app are in the preview stage. And because as you know, as per the Microsoft guidelines, they can't support the preview offerings. So, and customers somehow is not satisfied with this statement, so they don't want to use the preview feature. The second thing is with the preview or out-of-box connectors, you will not get the custom fields. So if you added few things with your AL language to the Business Center, like introducing new fields or something, that will not be popped up in your custom connectors. So you can get those things via this OData services. I hope that answers. Okay, my system is really slow, or the network, I don't know, maybe a lot of guys watching movies or Saturday morning. I will just give one more try. If not, then I will probably give you more glance on that one. Okay. So meanwhile it is opening, I will just come back here to show the Logic app, like the basic stuff. So because anyway, I'm not going to do any complex stuff right now on the Logic app, so I could park this stuff. So let's move to the Business Central system. So with Dynamic 365, you can create connected apps like everybody know. And connected apps established a point-to-point connection between the Dynamic 365 Business Central and the third-party solutions or the services. And it typically created using a standard OData and the REST APIs to interchange your data. So let's see where I can just go and see in the Business Central, like related with the auditor offerings or the web services. So if you're on the Business Central, you just go to the search here and just type the web services. And you will get the list of all the web services available here. So just give a second to load it. So this is all the web services available. You can just go and search for anything. Like an example, if I just need something for the debitor, so you can get the OData v4 URL, then you get OData URL at very next to it, and this is v3 and the SOAP URL. So you can consume any one of them based on your requirement. For my demo purpose, I used OData v4 URL. And for the session specific. The next thing, yes, you have the OData URL available with you, but where's the security mechanism? Like if I can get it, can I just fire and just upload the data and get the data? No, you need a proper authentication for that one. And for that, actually, you just need to reach out to the users to access the tokens. So you just need to type users. You can get the list of all users here. Okay, so suppose if I just go and use my user there for now. And here you get the web service access key. So in this particular section, you will get a text box here, which will give you the key for the web services. And at the same time, it will be having the expiry date if you set for that one. So the idea is like you can just you can just go and get it from here. And then basically you can use in your calls, even from the Logic app or for any of the tool. I will show you now how. The next important thing, if you need to copy this, even if your screen is small, like especially if you're working from the laptop screen or something with less resolution, you can't just copy like this to drag and drop. The way which I used to prefer, I just right click, inspect element, like a browser capability, inspect element, copy the key from there and then use it in my code. Because the problem is that like if you see, okay, there's a text box, why can't you open and then copy it from there? So the concern is here, like the moment you will open this, it will regenerate your key. And if you already referred the key somewhere in your Logic apps or the codes, anywhere in the system or integration systems, that key will be invalid then in that case. So be very cautious about that one. Don't open this if you really don't want to regenerate your key. So that is the stuff here. Now, like as I show you the endpoints, like the services. So please remember that there are the different limits for any of the OData or the SOAP request, like API rate limits. And usually we get the HTTP response code 429 when we make too many requests, and it returns if the limits are exceeded. And what are those limits for the OData and the SOAP? So for both OData and SOAP in the sandbox, it's a 300 requests per minute. And in the production, it's a 600 requests per minute. So we need to really consider about these things. Otherwise, you will get a request timeout. The second one, like HTTP response code 504, you might get sometimes. And the gateway timeout is returned when your request is exceeded 10 minutes execution time. So if you requested something, you are not like your request is running, and it took 10 minutes, then you will get this error code. So there is also something for the connection. So the maximum connection numbers of simultaneously OData or SOAP request. So there is again a limit for that, and HTTP response code you will get 4 to 9 if there are too many requests is returned if the limit has exceeded. So again, for OData, the limit is for 100, and the SOAP is also for the same. Now the next thing is I would just quickly pop up my Postman for now here. So this is a simple call to get my companies in from the Business Central. So I can just click it here. Hopefully I should get a response here. And then you will get the list of all of your companies available there. So I'm using for now the Postman because I think my logic apps are really super fast today. I don't know why, but I don't bother about that. So I have a Postman, I can use that too. And what is important here, this IDs and how you can get it. So again, you need to go to your Business Center. Like for the company ID, you need to go to the Business Center. I would go out from here, and on the top you can get the ID for there. So you can just copy this ID, and it is definitely the Jew ID, and it will be unique for every companies, and then you can use it for there. And then you will get the list for all of your companies here, and then you can get the IDs as well. Why I have shown you, because it's really important. From the next example, you will see you can pass either the company name or the company ID as a header parameter, or in the URL, because your URL built on that one. If you need very specific from that particular company, I will show you in just a moment. But the important thing, if you're using the name, if somehow the name got changed, then you will definitely get the errors in that case, and especially if it is on some, like you already referred to the multiple places, it's really hard to manage in that case. So my personal recommendation, always use the ID for that, because this is not going to change it unless your companies will be there. It's always be available in the same fashion. So just let quickly check if I got something here. Okay, not as usual today. Honestly, I don't know why. Let's just go and check a few more parameters there. So an example, if I just need all the customer from my system, so how my the call look like, the API call. So you have some of the basics there, which is always PC. So the current version which I'm using v2.0, then your the ID which I have just shown you, because I'm using everything on the sandbox, so I just need to pass the sandbox here. I'm using the OData v4, which I communicated earlier, then company, and what is specific company I'm targeting for. So I'm targeting for the specific company sandbox in there. And this is my call to get the customer. Like this, you can get it actually the same thing from here. Just a minute, let me just show you back. I have shown you the services, and you can get the same URL from there. Yes. So if you search for your debitor, you will get a URL, and you just need to use this URL. But as I told, like here, by default, you will not get the ID, you will get the name. I would refrain not to use the name, use the ID instead of. Okay, quickly. Sure. So I just passed it. Like I just hit it. I should get all the customers available for my org. And here I go. So, but at the same time, if I just need a very specific customer from my org, I don't need to do anything except passing one additional parameter at the end, which is the customer number in that case. The same goes for the vendors, and same goes for every entity which is available there, like for the list, for the sales order, and every stuff. So it will give you the page data along with that. So in this particular case, I just got the specific record for the particular ID or particular number. Now move to the next. So one more important thing, like Now I'm moving toward the webhooks, because there are two ways. Like if you need to push the data from CRM to the Business Central, CRM have triggers and which is not in the previous state. So you can use out-of-box connectors there. But at the same time, if you need to move data on the change of the Business Central records, like if something modified or created in the customers or the items or vendors anywhere, and you need to get a trigger point for that one. So as I told earlier, like the first option, you can use out-of-box connectors with limitations, which I have explained to you. The second thing, you can actually create the webhooks for that one. And how you can create the webhook. So firstly, just let check with the subscription here, like what all the subscription I have. So maybe for the beta, I don't have any subscription. And here's a really one important point which I need to emphasize. Don't use beta version now, because it is not officially supported after April 2020. So if you will run this, you will get the response, but it's not recommended. And you need to really move to V1.0 as soon as possible. So just let's see another example with the same call with the V1.0, which is not the beta version, and you should able to get the response for that one. So this is really important. And if you can see here, I just registered one of the webhooks on the item entity here. And like if any changes happen in the item records, if the new record is created, updated, or deleted, I will get a notification for that one. Like it will capture and it will just proceed as per the requirement. But the important thing here, like if you registered any of the subscription here, please note that there is an expiration date and time for any of your webhook subscription, and you need to automate that one. Either you need to go manually, just update with the patch, or you need to write some logic app scheduled base, which will be just keep updating your webhook subscription on every 2 days. So it will expire in 3 days. Like if you can see here, it created on 22, but it will expire on 25. So the moment you will patch it, you will renew it, it will again go for next 3 days. So this is really important. Okay. And if you're not doing so, then you will get some error for that one. And the another important thing, it just not creating the subscription. It also depend, like because you subscribe it, you created a webhook, then you have to consume it, because internally what happened in Business Central, they create a pool for that one. They lock the record for those specific period until list you will not popped out the particular notification from that that table. So you need to fire your event, and then you need to consume it and release the notification from there. So what I did, I just created a simple HTTP trigger based as a function. You can get the code over the Google as well. I modified few things because I need to consume, like I just need to push my every changes to the another logic app, so I can handle that. So I created another logic app and just pass the URL for that one. And this is somehow my Azure functions look like. So if you need this code, you can ping me out. I can just give you. So it's really important. Like the moment you will run this, you will get everything pop out to your particular logic app. And example on this particular logic app, I just consumed, and this was the logic app which I just mentioned and the referred here. So if for any of the changes, I'm trying to push everything on this particular logic app. Hopefully I can show you. At least the run, if not edits. Okay, so something bad happened. I'm sorry for that one with my either network or maybe with this particular instance. So it's really working so slow today. Okay. And by the time it is loading, I can just quickly show you. So I just need the specific URL for that particular function, because for sure I need to just trigger this this HTTP while subscribing it for the new notification or the webhooks. So I can get the function URL from here. I just copy it, and if you can go back to your Postman, I can show you where I did refer it. So this is the notification URL, and this is particularly the webhook URL which I have created over the HTTP Azure functions. So you need to pass it it means if any of your changes happening in your system, Business Central system, it will notify to this particular URL, and then you write your logic, your code here to pick everything from that list and then push it to the to the other Azure functions, or maybe the other Azure logic apps, whatever you wanted. But you need to release that one. Otherwise, the record will be locked for few duration, and there will be bad impact on the system if you're not releasing that one, because that's what we encountered. So let's quickly go there if I can see. Okay, hopefully I can able to see the runs. That is good. At least I can able to see the runs for now. So by the time I would quickly check on the chat window if there is any specific question. Or this session recorded video available in somewhere. Yes, it will be available on the social media of 365 Saturdays, like or the LinkedIn and other places. How should we get an image data from the Business Central to API Postman? Should we need to manually convert base 64? Yes, you need a conversion for that one for sure. The session recorded. Okay. Okay, no further question. Okay, not sure guys, so probably I would move a bit for that one. And I would just try to just emphasize, okay, webhooks actually supported few of the common entities like an account, employees, item, customers, sales orders, sales code, sales invoices, vendor, something like that. So this is really important to understand, like webhook don't support on every other entities. So there are supported entities, you will get it over the documentation of the APIs, and you need to use that one. If you're using the webhook on non-supported entities, you will get an exception for that. You can't register the webhooks. Okay. By the time it is loading, I can just show from the Postman. So what I will do, like this is the one part which I have shown you in the Business Center, like from where you can get the URLs, how you can get the user tokens. I have shown you in the Postman like how you can just pass those information if you need get calls, post call, patch, or delete anything from there. The next thing I would now move to the CRM system. So the requirement is like the business requirement was, if I created any account or some records in the CRM, it need to be pushed to the Business Central. So in that case, I would go to my CRM system here. And hopefully it should work. It should not behave like a Azure portal. So the thing is that like on the CRM, the moment I will create a new account, then it will triggers based on the polling trigger in my logic app. And from the logic app, basically it will go to the like it will just complete all of the business logic there. Like if account type is creditor or debitor, then choose as like appropriate URL or data URL for that one, and then make a call, create a record or something like that. So what I did, I will just trigger one more record here, and we'll see how it's work. I have already created one record just before starting the session. If there's still Azure Logic App will be slow, I can show in a sample data that one. So example 365. So for now, I just put one value there. You can use as much of as values available here. But the main thing what you need to consider here, that you need to complete the data mapping exercise. So an example, email one field here should go to the specific email field in the Business Central, and that data mapping you need to complete it in your it's exercise. It's not out of box that you just put the email and it will directly directly go to the email. So you need to pass in the JSON value, key value parameters, those things. So I just created one 365 record here. I would go in the Business Central. For now, I would just go and see this. If the record is created, it will take some time, but by the time I would just open the vendor here. So I'm just pushing it from there, like from account to the vendor in Business Central. So just a second. And I would refresh it. Okay, I will just give one more try. Is there any further questions? Can quickly check it. Yes, there are. Okay, so probably it's not network, it's my system behaving so slow because I can't even see the queries. So if anyone have a query or the chat window, maybe they can unmute and they can ask for now till it is loading. Okay, then probably I will move to the next slide then. I will just recheck if it will still work. I can show you. Otherwise, I'm sorry for that one because I can't do anything there until the portal will not load it properly. So the next is what is more important here. Now let's see some of the key points which you should always consider when you are planning for the Azure Logic app. So okay, I will start it, but there's a question for Harish Kumar, more about authentication on Postman. So what is your specific question, Harish? If you can type or maybe you can unmute and ask. I still don't understand like more about authentic authorization. Are we using web service key? Yes, we are using the web service key. I can show you, like you need to go to the authorization. So currently it is inherited from the parent, but yes, if you can use it like a basic authentication from here. So your username and then your keys, exactly the web service key. So you need to pass it here and it will run. If you're not passing this, you will get a like exception or the errors returned from the server. Okay, okay. So there are no further question. Let's start with that. So point one, I should disable or delete the logic apps if I'm not using that. So that I can show you because that don't require the run. Second, so just let me just pop up any of the logic app if I can see it here. So here you get an option to disable and delete. And why it is really important to find the difference in both of them. The first thing, if you're not going to use furthermore your logic apps, please delete it. Don't disable it because you are still having the connections available with your environments, either it's a CRM or the business center or anything, and it will still create the pools for that one. So an example like I had to upload the data from like the Excel import in Dynamics CRM system. I imported around a couple of thousands data via Excel import. Before that, I disabled it. So my assumption was, okay, I disabled it, logic app disabled, and then nothing will happen. No further execution will be happen in the logic app. That's true for the moment till it was disabled. But the moment I enabled the logic app back, it started executing for all of those triggers. Like my trigger was create data, like a create records in CRM for the particular entity. And because Excel import also create the data for that one. And because it's matched with the specific conditions, it has started creating or executing my logic apps. So this is really important when you just when you are gonna decide finally, okay, I'm not gonna use on this logic app furthermore, so please delete it, don't keep it, don't disable it. That is the one thing. The another thing, whenever you are disabling it or deleting it, so there's a difference. Like if some logic app are already running off and then you disabled it, it will hold till the queue will not clear, so it will not stop immediately. But at the same time, if you delete it, then it will take some time. Maybe if the thousands run are already in progress, it will take some times, or if it is in queue, to cancel it. But it will cancel it, it will not finish it, it will cancel it, and then it will delete your logic app. If you deleted your logic app, you can't recover it back. So it's always advised to just go to the logic app code views, fetch the data and store it somewhere, or maybe the another option is to just import it. So that is the thing which is important. How to deal with the asynchronous and the synchronous request. I can give you the overview for that one, because for that I should show the steps for that. How does it matter? But in that particular case, like you can, if you can just make your HTTP calls, because there is an HTTP action available in your logic apps, even it is in Power Automate also. So those HTTP actions can run as an async process or async calls or the synchronous request as well. So my advice is, if you know that, okay, you need to wait for the response of your call, and then you need to calculate something, or you need to make your business decision on the basis of the outcome from that call, then always make it as a synchronous request. Because what happened the moment by default it is asynchronous. So the moment you just make a async call, an example, you just make 3 calls A, B, and C. System will not give you the guarantee that you will get the response for A, then B, and then C in a normal way. So maybe you got a response from C, then B, and then A. So you need to be very wise in that thing. The clone functionality, which I have explained here, like there's a button for the clone on the top. What you can achieve it, like an example, you are preparing the data for the dev environment, you are all set to go for the test. You just clone it and create a new logic app. You don't need to just go and create new resource, adding all the action. No, you don't need to do this. You can just clone it, change the name from dev to prod or dev to test, something like that, and then clone it. I would try it if it will work here. For now, I'm not sure even if I can get the option for this or not. Okay, the good part is I'm getting the option for this. So you can give the name here, whatever the name you need to mention. And then the important aspect here, if you're cloning this, then please make your logic app status as a disable. Why? Because the moment you clone, your all the connection is also get cloned. Like example, for the dev environment, you have a connections for your CRM or the business intel with the dev instance. That will also be cloned, and this you don't need it. So disable it, clone it, and then go and just change the connections, and everything is okay. You are ready to go after that one. So that is related with the clone functionality. The timeout property is again important. Like if you are making any of the calls, the timeout is really important. Like you can't just wait for that one. So there is a property available on the logic app settings for the particular actions. If you are making HTTP calls or something, so those particular actions you can actually set the timeout properties. The same with the concurrency control. So by default, the concurrency is on, like it can go exponentially. So if you are running a loop, like it can execute all of them HTTP calls in the loop, maybe simultaneously. But if you don't need it for some business requirement, you can just enable the concurrency and then like by default it's 25, set to 25. So you can just set from 1 to 50. So if you need a very iterative way, like one by one, then always set to 1, and then the loop will go one after one in that case. Automated retry is also available, so please use that. It is available with every like every action which is meant for that one, like an example HTTP based actions. And don't forget to save the logic app. So an example, if I'm editing something, you should always hit to the save button on the top on the designer window. There are two specific reasons for that one. If you are not saving that, there would be a situation like you won't able to get the live errors. So you started from your day, like of your day, by creating the logic app. You are in mid of the day, and then you saved and you saw the error. Then it's really hard to find out, okay, which exactly portion, because for me actually the error are not very informative. So it's always good if you are making some changes, save it and then proceed it further. Or the second really important aspect here, if you forget to save it, next day if you come to your like to your workstation and you saw the page, because Azure would be there will be the session timeout, and then you need to refresh the page and you will lost all of the changes. So that for that reason also it's really important to save that one. Then you can roll back. Yes, you can roll back. So suppose there is a version available there. You can go to the particular version. You can select any of the version from the list. Definitely not the first one, because first one you can't get the option for the promote. But if you have something more in the list, you can just choose that, and then you will get a button here to promote. Why this is important? So suppose the team is working and till today evening everything is working fine. Then someone came on the Tuesday morning and they said, okay, it's not working right on the Tuesday morning as expected. And it's really hard to get a track of the changes. So the best way is that you can go to till the last checkpoint where whenever it was working, and then promote the build. The downside is definitely you will lose the changes what you did in between of those duration. So that is really again important aspect. Uh, you can implement the try-catch functionality, and there are a lot of videos available from our community ambassadors. You can just go and check it out for that one, how you can implement the try-catch functionality. So you need to use the scopes blocks for that, and then you need to play around the configuration run after. So there is a property for that one. You just need, and it's really important because out of box logic app don't give you the try catch functionality, and it's really important. Believe me, if you are going with the enterprise integration or something, because if something got failed, it need to be notified to the other guy or to some of the team members that okay, it is getting failed on this location. So you can trigger the emails, you can capture this, and you can roll back the other stuff. Like an example, you are creating, you created the record on 5 business central instances, but your expectation what it should be created on all the 15 business central instances, but it failed. And then you don't need to go with the half cooked data. So you can just roll back the remaining data. You can go and delete it from the previous reference. So this is one important thing. Don't cache the password, because an example, I use the password for the web service token for my user, and don't hard code it in the logic app anywhere. So always recommended use the keywords for that and directly consume that in your logic app step. So don't even cache in some variable like people usually do, that they cache the any response from servers or any data in variable, then they use at the multiple places, but don't do that one. So it's not the right way, specifically with the cache, because anyone can go and see it over the run history. The another important aspect is in the run history for any of your actions, there is an option to secure input and secure output. So I would definitely love to show that one, but unfortunately it's not working. So I need to tell you theoretically. So you can have an option to just secure it, secure input and output, and I would recommend that one. And then your inputs and output will not visible to anyone. There is no way to retrieve that one. The same goes to comments. So example, if you are using you are adding any action, even your trigger points or anything, there is an option for the comment on the top of the action, like top of the action. Please use that feature, because if you really build a complex logic app here, it's really I would say it's messed up, and it's really hard to find out, okay, what action is doing what, and especially if your logic app contain a lot of action inside that one. So that is again one of the important aspect which we should know and aware about that one. There are some of the useful information available. You can go and check it out related with the Logic app and the Business Central APIs. And you can definitely reach out to me on my social media accounts via LinkedIn or Twitter. You can ask any of the queries there. I would be happy to just create a demo for this this session, like the practical demo, and publish over the YouTube. So I can refer it again, like you can just come and watch it, and I will do it very quickly because unfortunately I can't show you the practical stuff which I was supposed to do. Very quickly, I just check it in the Business Central because I created one record. I just need to check it if somehow it's created or not in the Business Central. So I created in with the name of 365 Saturdays Germany, and I just need to check it if it is created or not, or maybe there would be delay because environment is slow. So let's quickly check it. But I'm open for any of the question, guys. Like if you have any question, please unmute and ask it. And I would be happy to answer very quickly because I'm already exceeding 3 minutes. So maybe Raj, you can help me out if there is any question on the chat window because I can't see the chat window. It's hanged for me.
Hi, yes. So currently there are no questions, and yes, we are out of time for this session. But look, thank you very much once again for this session. Obviously, it's a very good introduction to Logic apps and integration with the larger ecosystem. So thanks again, Ambesh, for that. Great session.
Thank you so much, Raj. And just quickly, like I just created this 365 Saturdays Germany in the CRM or the CE, and it gets reflected here. So it all like uses those all the integration touch points. So thank you so much, guys. And I really apologize again. Like honestly, I don't know what's happening on the portal side. It's keep loading. Definitely, it's not my network, maybe, but I'm not sure. But I will make it sure that I will create the demos for that one, and I will publish on the YouTube so anybody can go and watch it there. Thank you so much again for joining.
Thank you again. And next up, we have a special guest, Stefano Demiliano, who is a very famous author for Business Central and a Microsoft MVP. Stefano, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm ready for my session, so if I can start, we can start with this session.
Yes, please. If you can feel free to share your present, that would be fantastic.
Yes, I will share my screen. Just 1 minute. Please confirm if you can see my slides.
Ah, yes, we can. We can see your screen now anyway. We can't see your slides, but we can see your screen.
You can see my slides, sorry, but because I have a problem on sharing the screen.
Yeah, you just need to make sure
I think this is okay now.
There you go. That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, fantastic.
Okay. We can start now.
Yes, we can. Yes.
In this session, we'll see in these next 50 minutes, we'll see how we can manage your Dynamics 365 Business Central tenant. This session is mainly related to show you how you can, the tools available today for managing your Dynamics 365 Business Central tenant. We'll see an overview of what's under the hood in the Dynamics 365 tenant. We'll see the tools available, how you can use these tools for managing your tenant, and we'll see some tips and tricks for managing your tenant at best in terms of checking for problems and then improving the performances of your online life. So Business Central, as you know, is the new Microsoft ERP, brand new ERP in the cloud. It's available on premise, but the cloud is obviously what we want to focus our attention today. Business Central is not a single product, but you should see Business Central as a piece of a more big ecosystems that spans from other Dynamics 365 applications like CRM and so on, but also Office 365, Power Apps, and so on. So all these applications now, in my opinion, should be seen as a big ecosystems that must coexist. And in the years and months that will come, you should see always more integrations between these pieces of application. And remember that the bottom green box called Common Data Service, because it will be, I think, one of the key points in the next years. So what's there under a Business Central tenant? Under Business Central is actually, I think you already know that, is based on Azure SQL as the backend. So the backend of Business Central tenant is Azure SQL database Elastic Pools. Elastic Pools means that it's an Azure SQL propositions that permits you to manage and scale multiple databases by sharing resources. And the scaling is act accordingly to based on usage demands. So when you create a Business Central tenant, automatically a pool of this Azure SQL database is created for you, and a pool is actually defined by a tier. So the service tier for this pool, the size of the pool in terms of power or usage, or what is called DTU in the Azure language, and a limits for a single database. This is what defines a pool in the cloud. And when you create a Business Central tenant, an instance of an Azure SQL database Elastic Pools is created. The Elastic Pools can contain multiple databases. So it has normally there's a logical database servers, and then some Elastic Pools that contains different databases for your customers with a specific size for the pools. And when you move the Elastic Pool engines is powerful because it can move database between pools according to the usage. So if a database is actually not in use or uses low DTUs, you have more power for another database that maybe is doing much more works. And so this scaling is managed for you by the Azure platform. And for example, when you create a trial subscription, because you are evaluating Business Central, the trial subscription is not created on what is called a premium pool, but is created on a standard pool. And a standard pool means that you have a more powerful database, a more powerful backend. It's normally based on disks that has not so an higher latency, not based on SSDs, for example. And when you decide to convert your trial to a paid subscriptions, automatically this database is moved to a premium pool where you have more powerful SSD disks and so on, more powerful CPU. So this is all automatically managed by Azure for you. And this movement between one pool to another pools from a paid standard tier to a subscription to a premium tier is managed by a microservice application called Control Plane that handles the automatic scaling and automatic pooling, moving of this database from a tier to another. And when you customers sign up for Business Centrals, automatically the microservice tier creates some things. The first things that is creating is what is called the data plane cluster. A data plane cluster is can be seen as a self-contained set of resources, and it's normally composed of 5 VMs. And if you think how you install today Business Central on-premise, if you remember, Business Central on-premise, you install the NST, so the service tier, you install the web client, you install obviously a machine and so on. And the data plane cluster is exactly this.
Io volevo sapere se andava tutto bene.
I can see the microphone of some of you, so please mute the microphone. The data plane cluster contains a set of 5 VMs, and that contains your tiers. And scaling can be handled moving these up and down, these data plane clusters accordingly to your needs. So if you need a large VM, more clusters are be added. If you need more powers, less clusters can be reduced. And together with the data plane clusters, there are when you start a new Business Central subscriptions, an app database and a customer database is created. And remember that Business Central in a cloud environment is a multi-tenant database. So there's an app database and there are multiple customer databases. And what is this data plane? So this environment composed by 5 virtual machines today is split into geographical regions. Geographical region means different areas on Azure data centers. These regions are actually not strictly mapped to each single data center available on Azure. And this data plane cluster is moved together with your database inside an Azure region accordingly to the localization that you activate for your tenant. So this is for legal reasons mainly. So if you, for example, you activate a tenant in Europe, you are locating in the Western Europe or Northern Europe region. If you instead activate a Business Central tenant with the for example, US location, you are locating, the tenant is locating inside, physically located inside the US data center region. The installation of what is called this scale set of virtual machines, so the data plane cluster, is managed by a service fabric service that takes a predefined package, move this predefined package to the set of virtual machines instantiated for you, and this predefined package is executed, and all the tools available for and needed for running a Dynamics 365 Business Central tenant in the cloud are executed for and installed for you inside this case set of virtual machines. A case set of virtual machines is useful also because to guarantee you that the service is always up, because you have 5 virtual machines inside the scale sets that are always up. So if for some reasons a virtual machine can go down for some maintenance or something like that, another is immediately up for you, and as an end user, the service is always available and running. This package is unpacked and automatically is installed inside the tenant all the available services. And inside tenants, the services that you should install, that this package install, are different. Not only the service tier and the web client, but there are some set of services for managing different types of applications. For example, there are a licensing service that is responsible to check if the user has a valid license for a Dynamics 365 Business Central tenant in Azure Active Directory. There's a service that is more collects the telemetry for your tenant. There's a service for example, handling the installation of extensions inside this tenant, and so on. There's a service that manages all data and all the APIs or related stuffs. And so there are lots of services that are installed inside a virtual machine scale set, so inside a tenant. The control plane service, this is the is a service now that is responsible to manage all these administrative operations. So when you create a tenant, it's the service that acts and is responsible of creating the data plane cluster, creating the database, upgrading the tenant with the last or current release released by Microsoft, installing the needed extensions, and so on. This data plane, this service is called control plane, and this control plane cluster is exactly like the data plane cluster, is based on a set of virtual machines. And these inside of each virtual machine, there are services responsible for managing your tenant and for upgrade your tenants. And this control plane cluster is exactly like before, spanned inside different Azure regions according to the countries where Business Central is available. So when you activate tenant, and each user request that comes to the tenant is handled by these control plane clusters that redirects the request to the right service. Normally, when you activate the service, you see that something is cooking inside the Azure. So there's a time where Azure creates the section, the needed resources for you. And then when the tenant for you is available, you have a URL, normally https businesscenter.dynamics.com. And in the browser, you simply log to this URL, and the service redirects you to your current tenant. How this is managed is achieved by using what is called a global service that listens to requests that comes to this URL. And this service takes your request and performs a set of steps. First step is obviously authentication. So it checks that if you have a valid Azure Active Directory tenant linked to your account. If so, it checks the right regions of your tenant. It redirects according to this region to the right data plane cluster. The data plane cluster checks what is your tenant database, and then connects your request to the tenant database. So for you, the service is actually available and running. This global service that is responsible for handling your requests when you log into Business Central and redirect you to the right tenant is created on multiple instances and actually is mainly located on 2 different areas of the world, in the US and in Europe area. And then it spans to you directly to your tenant environment. So this is what happens under the hood. Just very quick overview. Now the goal today is see understood what there's under the hood. We want to show as an end user and then as a developer how we can handle the tenant by using the tools available. So the first tool and the main tool that you should be aware of is what is called the Business Central Admin Center. The Business Central Admin Center is your single point for administering a tenant. Is the place to go always when you start a tenant, the first place to go when you start a tenant for your customer, and it's the place to go when you need to do maintenance or something like that on your tenant. And Business Central Admin Center is available via URL or directly from your environment by right-clicking on the gear icon on top right corner. And the URL is normally businesscenter.dynamics.com/tenant-id/admin. And this is the point where you administer your tenant. Not all users obviously can have access to the admin center. Normally, the users that can access the admin center are what is called tenant administrator, so the users that have their roles inside Business Central as global administrators, or there are a new set of users that are called admin agent or help desk agent, and these are users that you assign via partner centers to your partners. So what is called delegated admins, and these normally are users that the customers authorize to access the tenant in order to administer your tenant. Normally, these are accounts that you delegate to your partner that is helping you on administering the tenant. From the admin center, you can manage environments. This is the first available options. And managing environment means creating new environments. You can create production environments and sandbox environments. Actually, Business Central permits you to create free production environments and free sandbox environments. So a total of 6 environments. Obviously, 6 environment means free and free production and free sandbox, not 5 sandbox and 1 production, something like that. But free, maximum free production and maximum free sandbox environment. When you create, you can also create a sandbox for productions. And when you create, for example, an environment, you can choose the country, region, and the version available from the list of versions available where this environment can be created. We'll see more in details later. From the admin center, you can also manage your apps. So you have a section where you can see for each environment what are the apps installed on the tenant, and you can see if these apps, if there is an update available for this app or something like that. And so you can, in these sections, you can manage your installed apps, but you cannot install new apps or manage per tenant extensions, because installing new apps and installing per tenant extension is always done inside the products via the extension management page. So remember that. Another important aspect that you can do in the admin center, very important aspect in my opinion, is controlling the upgrade windows. So you remember that, I think you know that in the cloud environment, the upgrade from one version to another version is managed by Microsoft. So there are times where Microsoft decide to deploy an upgrade for a tenant. He alerts you, and it suggests you that your tenant can be upgraded to the new version in this date. And you can control this upgrade window, so you can control the time during the day where the upgrade can be performed for you. For example, you can avoid interruptions if your customer is working from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Maybe the upgrade window for you can be from 7 in the evening to the night, and not during the working hour. So you should plan this. And it's, in my opinion, extremely important to check. And so you can set the upgrade window. You can by selecting for each environment the best period of time where the upgrade of your tenant can happen. And extremely important, the notifications, because you can be alerted from Microsoft of what happens inside your tenant only if you have notifications here. I see many partners that forgot this, and it's extremely important to have notifications here, your accounts here. Otherwise, you cannot receive notification by Microsoft, and notification by Microsoft are not only related to upgrades, but are also related to extension that maybe cannot work inside your tenant, or that extension that can break an upgrade. And if you don't handle notifications, your customer could have problems, because in a situation where Microsoft cannot upgrade your tenant because your extension is breaking the tenant, Microsoft continues to alert you But if you don't react to this alert because maybe you don't have you don't receive the alerts, Microsoft cannot block your tenant to an old version forever. So there are a point in time where the upgrade is forced and your extension is disabled. So it's not. I think it's not a very good experience for your customer connecting the day after and seeing that your extension is disappeared. What Microsoft Alert is sending alerts like this, for example. So it sends alerts saying that regarding the upgrade, an upgrade is scheduled for this date in this time, and if not, it's not okay for you. You can change this upgrade window or also schedule the upgrade in another point of the time. So very quickly, overview of the online tenant. If I'm able to move to share my screen, because I'm not sorry for a moment, because I have problems with screen sharing. Why? Okay, I hope that you see my tenant. If not, please, someone ask me.
Stefano, we can only see your desktop right now.
You can only see my desktop?
Yes, your background of your desktop, yeah. So you probably want, when you share your screen, you probably want to select a different tile. Maybe you want to select your other window that you're probably sharing onto, or maybe yeah.
I'm sharing. Sorry. Oh my God. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I don't understood why is. Okay, I think that now you can see.
Yes, that's fantastic. Yeah.
Okay, this is what I would like to show now. The admin center, you can reach the admin center here by going to admin center or directly in the URL placing the tenant ID /admin. So for me, it's much better to go from here. This is the admin center of my tenant. As you can see from here, you can manage environments. This is the environments that I have in my tenant. You can create a new environment directly from here, give an environment name, and then select if this is a production environment or if this is a sandbox environment. Sandbox environment is normally used for testing or training or demo purposes or development. If you want to do development directly in the sandbox environment. Not recommended in my opinion. Production environment instead is a production environment. Remember that under the hood there are totally different environments. You can select your country, so your localization from the available localization in Business Central, and you can select the available versions. So if there's only a new available version, this is the version proposed for you. But sometimes Microsoft release, for example, the next preview, the next release, and then you can create, for example, a sandbox environment based on the next release for testing. So very quickly, you can create an environment. You can also create, for example, a sandbox environment. If you have sandbox environment, you can create a sandbox environment empty. So this is Cronus, or directly from copy from a production environment. And here you can select the production environment where this sandbox is actually copied. You can handle notifications here. So here are the recipients that we receive notification from Microsoft. You can see telemetry of a tenant here, but we'll talk more in depth about telemetry later. Here you can, for example, select a window, a day to monitor, and I don't know, I want to last hour of this, for example, and you can see if there are telemetries inside your tenant. I don't have log because I handle telemetry in another way, and I'll show later. Related to environments, you can select an environment, and when selecting an environment, you can see some details of this environment, version, the platform, and you can perform some actions on the environments. So, for example, if you go on Manage Apps, you can see the list of apps installed inside these environments. And Business Central, when you access it, checks for if there's a new available version for this environment in these apps, and propose you the upgrade or something like that. So it checks all the installed apps that you have inside your tenants. It requires a bit for these checks. It's not quite immediately, and you can update apps directly from here. I don't want to wait now. Related to an environment, you can also, another new features available today is that you can manage sessions. So you can, from here, you can see all the user sessions connected to these environments, and you can show session details and also kill a session. So it's an important, if you have more than one user, I'm obviously not connected with more than one user, but if you have more than one users, you can see all the sessions linked here, the client type, and so on. If there are locks or something like that, you can directly cancel the session for this user, and or more than one, and then free the session of the user. So it's a new features available from Business Central 16. And you can also open a support request directly from here today, or report a production outage if, for example, there's a problem inside the tenant. Support request means that it opens a portal based on Power Apps where you can raise a support request to Microsoft, and Microsoft can react on this. And we'll see other two available features that are sorry, setup a window. I don't talk about that, but another things that you can do is the set the upgrade window. So from here, I want that my tenant is upgraded only in this period of time, not in the other time, because my customers are working. And you can also schedule the update. So, for example, I want obviously if there's an update available, you can schedule this update to happen inside the period of time. From here, last things that I only show quickly because we'll talk about that later. You can also create a backup and export of your database, or you can instrument the telemetry inside Application Insights. That is a service based on Azure that permits you to manage telemetry. So we'll go back to slides. With always the sharing screen. I don't know why, but I have the sharing screen problem today. Never happened. Okay, we'll go back to the slides. And we talk a bit about Sandbox and production. Sandbox and production, remember, that are not the same environment under the hoods, because Sandbox runs in a different performance tiers than productions. And production environment are protected by backups, where Sandbox are not protected by automatic backups and retained for 30 days. If a Sandbox is creating from a copy of production environments, you need always to remember that the job queue is stopped. So if you have application that use job queue, remember that this job queue is stopped. Any base application integration settings are cleared. And also when you create a new Sandbox for production, the outbound HTTP calls from the extension are blocked. So if you have an extension that calls an external endpoint, it prompts you to authorize these calls. And Sandbox runs in a different hardware physical environments compared to productions. So if you are doing simulations or performance tests or something like that, or trainings with sensitive data, is always much better today to create a second production environment and use that production environment instead of using a Sandbox. Because if you are doing testing for performances, Sandbox cannot give the real situations. And if you are training with sensitive data, production environment is automatically backup and retained, and it's much better to handle sensitive data. And what happens today when you Microsoft upgrades your Sandbox environment? Imagine that you have a Sandbox environment and a production environment in a certain release with a set of apps. Each app has its data. Today, you have, for example, free apps published in a production environment and free app published in a Sandbox environment. Normally, after the upgrade, what happens? What happens that if you access the production environments, you find that all apps are installed and all is transparent for you. While in the Sandbox environment, the apps are uninstalled and you cannot see your apps. And you should reinstall the apps manually. And this happens because if you publish an extension in a Sandbox environment, this extension is normally published with the scope that is the service node that is hosting the Sandbox, while the production environment is different. And when Microsoft upgrades the tenant to a new version, physically, the Sandbox environment is moved to another service, another node inside Azure, where the new application version runs, the application of Business Central runs. And this means that the extension that you have in your original Sandbox are not available in the new node. And so for this way, Microsoft unpublish this service and then moves your Sandbox to the new node with the new version. And you should reinstall the service. Data obviously is preserved, so you don't lose data. You simply reinstall or republish again the extensions, and then magically you refound the apps, the data inside your previous environment. And in the production environment, instead, it's different because the extensions are published with a global scope. Global scope means that during an upgrade, all the extensions are automatically downloaded and installed for you by Microsoft, and you never disappear data or lose extensions in the production environment. So this is totally transparent for your end user. Another feature, remember that because in the past customers raised support tickets saying that it's a problem, but it's a standard features. Another thing that you can do in a online environment is exporting a backup. Exporting a backup means that you can create the database export directly from the admin center. And for doing that, you need two things. First thing, you need to create on Azure a storage account. Simply go on your Azure portal and create a storage account. When the storage account is created, you need to click on Shared Access Signature, and then you need to authorize the Business Central to access this account. And so you need to set a set of permissions. So you need to set that the Business Central can access the blobs, with giving the allowed permission to these accounts, read, write, and so on. You can set a start and expiry date time if you want for this storage account, and you need to allow HTTPS protocol. Doing that, a storage account shared access signature key is created for you, and simply you take this string called blob service storage shared access key URL. Take this key, you place this key inside the database export window in Business Central, and then click on create, and after a bit of work, the backup is automatically created for you as a backup file inside your storage account. Remember that there's a limit, actually a limit available. Actually, each environment is limited to 10 export per month, so you cannot do more than that. And exporting a backup means that you need to export some gigabytes of files, and so it requires times. So remember to create an Azure storage account in the same Azure region where your tenant is located. Not it's much better. So if you are a partner that comes from US and you are managing a tenant in Europe, because your customer is in Europe and you want to export a backup of your customer from a tenant in Western Europe, it's much better to create a storage account in Western Europe, not in the US, because you are from US, because the performance is much better. You can then restore. I go very quickly in these slides. You can then restore a backup, obviously, on premise. In my opinion, the best way to use Docker. And here there's a good post from Freddy that explains in details how you can mount a database backup taken from the online environment inside the container. It's much quickly, but you can also do that inside your SQL. Inside your SQL means that you need to do some steps manually, because it's not very easy. You can create you need to remember that first thing to remember is that it's a backup file. So you go to in your SQL, you should import a data tier application, because it's a way to import the backup file. You need to also create, it's a multi-tenant backup files. So you need to create an on-premise database with a demo database based on the same version of your online tenant. And from this demo database, check the collection of this demo database and adapt the collection of this demo database to the same collection that you have on the online tenant. Otherwise, the restore process fails. And you need to export from this demo database the app database that is needed for it's a multi-tenant database, so you need an app database and the customer database. So you need to extract from the demo database the app database, and these are the commands that you can use. Export NAV application is the command that permits you to extract the app database from a demo database. And you need to create a full user to access this database that you are restoring, and then you have to perform some checks. You need to check some tables inside this restore, tenant properties, tenant database properties, and so on, because in these tables are stored the application version of your database, and you need to check that this version is matched with the app database that you have extracted. You need also to check a table called nav app installed apps, and this table stores all the application installed on this tenant. And from this table, you need to remove all the custom installed apps, because otherwise the import fails. And also from the nav app tables, remove all the custom installed apps that you have inside these environments. Simply remove the record, and also from nav app published apps, remove the report. When doing that, and you have created a user, you can create the user in the previous step as via PowerShell directly in the second steps. You need to delete roles from access control. And then after that, the restore will take place. The restore will take place. The application is restored, and then you can simply reinstall your extensions, and your data are preserved, so you don't lose nothing. But remember that manually via SQL, it actually requires some a bit of tricks inside these tables. Another aspect very important when you manage an online tenant, in my opinion, is related to data compression. SQL Server and so also Azure SQLs have actually two types of data compression possibilities, and row level compression and page level compression. Row level compression means that every field inside your tables is compressed to a fixed length, while page level compression is a more advanced level compression that acts rows and something other compressions of data. And data compression is supported from Business Central version 14, and it permits you to reduce the size of your table and improve your I/O performances. So if you have in Business Central tables that are very, very big, for example, storage table or archive table and so on, there's a new properties inside IL that permits you to select compression type. Compression type can be none, page, or row. None means not auto compression, or otherwise you set the other types of compressions. And in this way, it permits you to reduce the size of your database, and if you, in many cases, improve your performances. So remember to check that. And my advice is to use page level compression normally on ledger tables, posted sales, and posted purchase and archive tables, because it permits you to gain on performances and on space. And you can also estimate, if you are on premise, obviously online you cannot do that, but on premise you can also estimate what type of compression is better for you, if a row or page, with executing a sort of procedure called SP, estimate data compression savings, that permit you to save with row compression. My size goes from value X to value Y. With the row level goes from this to this. And as you can see in this example, for example, by applying page compressions from the table is reduced quite 4 times, while applying a row level compression, the table is reduced at half. So page level compression is much better in this case. Remember also the data compressions can cause an increased load on the CPU. So if you are using data compression on premise, your CPU can be more loaded, but online you cannot don't think about that. Another app that I want to talk about more in depth today is handle telemetry with application insights. It's a new features available on tenant that permits you to send all the telemetry of your tenant inside application insights. For doing that, you can simply application insight is a service that runs on Azure that permits you to have dashboards to analyze your telemetry, and then to go in depth inside your telemetry with queries and something like that. And telemetry on application insights is powerful, very powerful. And I want to show here how to do that with application insights. So with try to switch. Right, all is blocked now. Today Teams is not helping me absolutely. Okay, I want to go and show you how you can use telemetry with the application insights. So I want to show the screen. First thing that you can do is go here and activate, create an instance in Azure of a service called Application Insights. On Azure, Application Insights is a service that you can up inside, and you can simply create an instance of this service here. Here I'll create an instance called Dynamics 365 Business Central Telemetries. And I've take my instrumentation key here, and I place this instrumentation key inside my Business Central tenant's production environment. So in this simple way, enabling the application inside and inserting the key, all the telemetry of your tenant is redirected to application insights. What happens here is that your tenant starts receiving logs directly from the tenant. Logs are lots of logs, lots of different logs that you can also receive, mainly on performances, on system logs, web service calls, and something like that. The Azure Microsoft Teams has created lots of dashboards for managing your telemetries, but you can also instruct your custom telemetries. For example, in my tenant, I have created, if I go on search, for example, and I search for my custom events, you can see that I have some custom events that arise to application insights, stored, sent by my extensions to application insight because I need, in these samples, I need to manage. I have a packaging routine that is started and handle packages for items, and I want to monitor these applications because for performances. So I'm sending from my extensions data, and I can manage the data graphically. For example, I can create graphics that show my custom, for example, I'm sending these details. So the number of items retrieved, the pallet weight, the barcodes created, and the duration of each steps. We'll see the latest extension later. And I want, for example, I don't know, area chart that shows me the duration of this, maybe split for event name. And in this way, you can see, I change also the time window. You can see that I have a graphic. Obviously, I need more details to have a better graphic. But in this sample, you can see that I have a process that duration of this process is what you can see here. This process is a packaging process that in the first instance is first execution is slow. And then from here, it's much better because we have act in code and it's reduced. And you can see that the process is has a duration of also 20.42, but each step of the process, assigning barcode is as a duration, creating pallet as a duration, retrieving items as a duration, and something like that. And for example, if I want to improve performances, maybe I can work on the assign barcodes feature because it's the features that actually is requesting more time to work. You can also go inside logs for retrieving much more details. And for example, you can see the logs in the last 44 hours, for example, and I can execute this query. And simply executing the query, you can see all your events, the post shipment, the store pallet, create pallet. These are events that I sending from code. You can see the duration, then and the other variables that I'm passing to these events. And for each event, you can click and see its details. So with the tenant ID that sends these events and all the details that you have passed to the events. So for example, for each event, I'm passing the item description, the item number. The idea is that you can send from code all what you need to investigate on your data. And if I'm able to share again another screen, I want to show the code here. This code is using the application inside SDK that is available inside the Microsoft GitHub repository called BCTech. And in this process, I have a process that is called start packaging. It's a process that has a number of packages to create. And this process is the main process functions. This process have steps of assign barcodes, create the pallets, store the pallets, post the shipments, and something like that. And imagine that this is a heavy process for me, and I want to monitor it. I'm sending here. I use the SDK of App Insight to sending the start event of my function, the end event of the functions, and then some properties that I need for monitoring. For each of these steps, for example, retrieve items. For each of these steps, I'm doing the same thing. So I'm doing I'm sending the telemetry for the start of the steps, for the end of the steps, and then for details about the steps. All this telemetry is automatically sent to Application Insights, and this is simple ways I'm able to monitor the log the tenant entirely online, and I'm able to check performances and maybe monitoring or something like that. Very, very simple, but very, very powerful. And I expect to have news on Application Insights, more news in the next Microsoft events in the next weeks, because Microsoft is heavily working today on managing App Insights inside the online tenant. Yeah, another feature where we want to talk today is what is called the rescale out. I think it's another feature very, very powerful for improving performances in your online tenant. Azure SQL supports this what is called rescale out, so automatically it gives you a read-only replica of your data, and this is what I think that partners doesn't know today. But when you in your Dynamics 365 Business Center SaaS tenant, you have also a read-only replica of this tenant, so it's enabled by you by default, and you can use this read-only replica to improve performances on your read-only operations. So, for example, if you have reports that are performing statistics, or if you have queries that are simply reading data, or if you have API pages that are simply exposing data to the outside, you can evaluate to use not the production database, but you can use the read-only replica of the production database. This can simply be done by using the new properties inside the objects called data access intent, and these properties permits you to specify act as an int to redirect your query to the production environment or the read-only replica environment. This permits you to improve performances, and this I think it's something that you should start using. And this can also be managed online. So there's a property inside objects. If you want to specify that this object will use this, must use this read-only replica, for example, but you can also control this online. So online, there's a page called Database Access Intent, where you can go and manage from here the access intent. So if this report, for example, can run in the read-only replica or in the standard environment. And last slide, remember also that if you change a partner, for example, there are some things, could seem a stupid slide, but I see problems on that. So if your customer will change partner, there are three actions that I think you can do on the admin center. First action is change the support contact details. Otherwise, the other partner will still receive support requests. Change the notification recipients. Otherwise, the other partner will continue to receive notification inside your tenant. And very important, if you use application insights, remember to change the application insight key to the application insight key of your new partner, because otherwise you are sending your telemetry to the other partner, and this is not the best way inside for privacy reasons or something like that. So I hope to have give some tips for managing your environment in the cloud. I hope that you will use these tips, and we will go much more in depth on the tips for your real world customers. And last slide, I want to remember you to go to this, attend these meetings on the 3rd of June, because you will see some news also about the topics that will I show you today. And thanks for joining this webcast. I will leave you to the other sections. These are my contacts if you have questions or something like that. I don't want to spend more time for other speakers, so if there are answers, I'll answer that in the chat window.
Thank you once again, Stefano, for that session. Obviously, on administrating the tenant in Azure, which is going to be obviously very helpful. Now, the next person up is Olister. Olister, are you there? Just waiting for the next speaker, Olister, to come online. And whilst we wait for Olister, Stefano, there was a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'll answer this question in the chat window.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you. Thanks.
Directly.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. So next up is Paul.
Hi guys, can you hear me well?
Fantastic, yes. Excellent.
Thanks, Brad. I thought I would be in the 7 p.m. or sorry, 7 p.m. here in the Philippines session.
Thanks for reminding me there.
Can I start?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Hi guys, I'm Paul Soliman from the Philippines, and I'm gonna be presenting today about the Business Central Flash methodology. This one was created to really fit to our market, which is more on the micro and small businesses side in the Philippines, on how we do the Dynamics implementation here, or Business Central implementation here. So I'm running 2 companies today, 2 startup companies that does solutions also for Dynamics 365 and Business Central as well, and other open source application. So I'll start. Let me minimize this one. All right. So for me, the word flash is really meaning it's flash. It's speed, quick, and it's also more on the, like, if you know Flash, the superhero, as you can see on how he saves people, it's really speedy. But the problem with that is it's not that strong, meaning there's no order or something like that. It's just fast and faster. Methodology, in terms of like building it, there is an order, or there is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 step. I might say waterfall or whatever project management methodology you want to call it. If you combine those things, then it would make really a good um, use case or case study to really do the project faster, but at the same time in order. So I just want you to frame that why we thought of that here in the Philippines. It's because of our economic landscape and also our geography. Here in the Philippines, the large company is just 0.48. As you can see in the graph, but by the way, I have a blog about this on LinkedIn. Um, the large portion of our companies or economies are really more on the micro, small, and medium businesses, and it gives job to our people. So that's why this is PH is really the market for Business Central. Unfortunately, we've just launched Business Central last October or last year October 2019. It's because we've encountered some issue with the taxation and some sort of that, and we're working with Microsoft Philippines to, of course, accelerate our adoption. Well, Philippines is, of course, Dynamics NAV is very famous here also in the Philippines, and there's a lot of implementation here. But people waited for Business Central to, because we know that Business Central will really give us this leverage in terms of cost and how fast we can implement and go to the level of QuickBooks Zero and other accounting system that are already present here in the Philippines, and NetSuite as well, or SAP Business One. Given that the challenge always here in the Philippines is always about money or the cost. It's always like this. That's why so again, my interview last time with MSDW or Microsoft Dynamics World is what is the problem why Philippines doesn't like adopt this technology quicker or faster. The problem is businesses here in the Philippines are not that quite treating technology or application or software as an expense, but more, not as an investment, but more of an expense. So it's always like this. And it's also every small businesses here, you need to always do this trust. If of course you're not local, they don't trust you. Or if you're sometimes if you're a Filipino, you're not a Singaporean, they don't trust you. So there are stigma that is really needed to be broken for us to be able to implement, of course, Business Central and other application here in the Philippines. So let's start. So the conceptualization of the Flash method was really to solve two issues. It's the cost effectiveness, fast but sure. So again, as you can see here, I use the word sure, which is on the sure step methodology, but we just had some tweaking on the rapid project management methodology for us to be able to really utilize that model. So we really need to be cost effective, because at the end of the day, what's going to be our differentiator between those on-premise application or the perpetual licensing application, which like SAP or SAP Business One or other things, if we're not going to be cost effective, but licensing is resolved already in Business Central. It's very cheap nowadays, and that's why we just need to do is to really ensure our client that it's going to be faster to implement and they don't need to wait for like 6 months or 3 months or 2 months to have this distribution, or if you're a distribution company, a set up Business Central running on a standard capacity and serving their clients quickly. So why use Flash method? For us to quickly respond to the client demands, because of course every client has demands, every industry has demand, and we really need to quickly respond on that. Meaning we don't need to like waste time on doing business process review again and again and again to understand what are those demands. So there's a lot of like solution to do that, and I'll later discuss that. Easy to understand approach, because here again, as I mentioned, we're not enterprise-ish, meaning some of the small and medium businesses are relying more on the trust This is a trust-based implementation, so they really need to understand what approach are we going to use. And because of this season, and not only in this pandemic, but since last year, or since, I think it's since 2016, without even Business Central launch yet, we're using the online meeting already for us to, of course, be cost effective in terms of deploying our people, which coming from the partner side. But now in this pandemic, it's gonna be more and more, of course, needed to use online meetings to do the project planning, to do the business process review. Then later I'll discuss that. All right. So this is just a disclaimer. Flash method, it's not one size fits all, meaning can or it can't be applicable to a particular industry, to a particular country, to a particular set of people that you have in your company, or even in the customer company. So it's not the answer to every old school way of doing Business Central implementation, but it's really targeted, and it really needs, we really need to understand that there is a certain portion that we need to serve using this method. For clients who will go with the pure standard BC function, so disclaimer, it doesn't mean that this is pure standard, that you don't customize forms and reports or other add-ons or something like that, but this is gonna be fitted well to those clients that wants to go with the pure standard Business Central function. It's not also applicable for all industry, again, as I mentioned, industries, and for all premium features like advanced manufacturing and service management. So just I cleared my statement. All right. So of course, before I go to the project implementation itself, we need to close a client first. So the three ultimate questions for us, three ultimate scoping question is, what industry are you? So right now, the reason why I put distribution, trade, and services, because this is the three industries that we tested it already. And modules, are you okay to implement the standard module? Is this company that you're going to be implemented with are okay with the standard module? Meaning there's no, that the standard logic is not gonna be broken. Meaning if I do or if I do purchase quotation, then I want to convert that to PO, but I'm okay with that, and I don't need a purchase requisition, which Business Central doesn't have. Now, then I go with that if they just need PQ or PO, something like that. So we need to understand that, okay, I'm okay with PQ converting to PO, and then later on posting to posted purchase invoices, something like that. So, and do you have 3 people minimum? So meaning we're asking if the client has really this 3 focused people to be with us, or to be with the partner like us, to really go with the project hand on hand. It's because 3 is the very optimal setup, because we need the project manager, a finance base, or someone who has a background in accounting, and also later on somebody that can assist us in terms of like fixing their internet connection, or like testing their workstation. It's just like that. The good thing about cloud is because we don't need to like really set up everything, and if we are on the BC SaaS, we don't need to set up much more technical configuration. So that's why it's gonna be fast now. So when the customer answered yes, chosen distribution, the modules are okay, is gonna be, or she's gonna be using those standard features, and she or he has a minimum of 3 people in his or her team, then we are going to start the project. All right. So how? The 3 major component of the flash method is, number 1, it's the master data. We need to be focused on this. Configuration and workshop, plus the opening balances, and it will be equal to go live. Meaning, what we're gonna do is to really focus on perfecting their master data coming from their legacy system, or even if they don't have a legacy system, by just like exporting using their Excel file, because most of the implementation here are something like that. The users or the customer doesn't have a system, zero system, so they just have an Excel file to monitor anything. Some are on QuickBooks, but there is a QuickBooks migration tools already inside Business Central as of today, and that's we tested that already. And configuration and workshop, because as implementation partner, what we really need to do is to dictate the phase, meaning this is the standard procedure, this is the configuration, this is how we do it, and we will do a workshop for that. So meaning there's a very minimal participation of the customer in terms of building the configuration of the whole Business Central that I'm going to be discussing deeply later. Plus opening balances, we need to make sure that the client or the customer really understand what are the opening balances, what are the open balances on their subsidiary ledger, and later on reviewing that for us to be able to explain that very well to them, that if this not going to be perfect or not going to be uploaded accurately, then we cannot go live. So those three pillars of this flash method is really are really needed to be focused on while doing the implementation with the partner and the client. All right. So this is like, of course, derived from the sure step methodology, but I'm gonna be discussing like some tweaking later. So PM is project management. Training is the activities when we do the training. When are you requiring the requirements and configuration? We'll do the QA testing and the data migration. So for us, of course, you are all expert on Dynamics NAV and Business Central, and I think you can follow in terms of the sure step methodology. So I put something like this. So the legend is if the yellow ones, or the, I don't know what color is this, it's gonna be a meeting or an activity with the partner and the client, or a consultant. Next is a consultant, meaning that's our part as a partner or as a consultant. So first phase that we're going to do is to project planning. I explain later the project planning process. Then we're going to do a solutions overview, which is, it's not a training, but part of that activity. It's like a training. It's not a training, but it's like a training. I'll explain later what is a solutions overview. Then we'll jump to data migrations. I'll explain later why. And we'll do the conduct solution workshop, which is a semi-training with some configuration processes inside of that. And we'll go to the conduct the user training, we'll go to the UAT, and of course we'll go live, then we close the project. I explain later why. So on the analysis part, as you can see, there is a project planning. This project planning session are conducted, of course, with joint exercise between the customer. It's very simple. What we want to do is to have a project plan. I mean, you know already what this project plan is, but here in the Philippines, as much as we want the customer, the small businesses, understand what the project plan is, it's very hard for us to do that. That's why we're gonna really need to do a template, or to use a very, very easy to understand template for us to be able to give the project plan, follow the project plan, and check if the customer or client has our resources, and put everything on the project plan. So project planning will cross all phases of the implementation, where direct communication with the client on the progress of deliverables is required to maintain the defined go live date. So here in the Philippines, if you don't sign it, of course, it will not flourish, and we cannot charge for the customer. So the project plan is really needs to be very clear in terms of where are we going to charge and where are we going to do the sign off. After the project plan, we conduct solutions overview. So this is what we're going to do here is to provide the customer with an understanding of the applications out of the box. It's like a demo of the end-to-end, not only a demo, but really an end-to-end workshop, okay, for the user and for all the functionality in the Business Central, but it's gonna be more of on the industries that they pick. If distribution is gonna be their industry, meaning they do trade, they order indent transactions or goods from outside of the Philippines and distributing it here in the Philippines as their sales. So we don't need to discuss manufacturing. We don't need to discuss project services. So it's very, very, what we're going to be discussing on that is the standard, of course, procure to pay, sales to cash, warehousing activities, supply chain, meaning for the reordering point, some sort of that. And we do that for the whole day. So the demonstration should be detailed enough to educate the customer about the capabilities of solution. All right. So of course we use Kronos for some populated, but we won't. We're not using Kronos anymore. If we have this distribution packages that can be loaded already with data, and we use that for our solutions overview. So the prerequisite, of course, the BC tenant is already of course provisioned, and the project plan is finalized. Then the output is, of course, project team, client and consultant have a shared understanding of the system. So meaning they're signing up for this one. Meaning, okay, you know already how Business Central can help your businesses, can solve your pain points. These are the standard functionalities that we're going to do. There's no customization. Are you sure with that? And if the customer say we're okay with that, then we have an understanding of what we're going to implement. Then we will jump on the next activity, which is going to be the data migration. Why we're doing the data migration? Because what we want to do is for us to be able to be really faster in terms of implementation is to get the legacy data, all right, or even the Excel data, and put that in the Business Central packages. Of course, you know that already because you're expert in Business Central. And the migration of master data will be limited to a single import of existing legacy data into Business Central. If there are fields, okay, if there are fields in Business Central that are not yet included or they're not using that on their legacy data, we don't yet ask them for that. So meaning we want to focus on their legacy data because we don't want to give them too much stress answering all of the fields in Business Central. All right, for those tables, only fields where it's reasonably expected that the data will exist in the legacy application. The customer will be responsible for transferring the data from their legacy application, but there are some guidance that we're also providing. Care should be taken by the customer to ensure that they are mindful of the data types in each of the fields. That's why when we do the solutions overview, sometimes we also put there the master data discussion or the training as well. So again, as I mentioned, any supplementary data unknown to the legacy application will be added post-import later and generally after the provision of the training, where the required context will exist. All right. So the prerequisite of this is, of course, the BC tenant, the master data package that was given to the customer, that was filled to the customer, and after this, we're gonna transmit the master data to Business Central via Excel upload or the package as we know that already, configuration packages. So the design. So next is the conduct solution workshop, meaning this one, it's gonna be more on the configuration side of Business Central. So what we're doing uniquely with the other with other methodology is what we're doing is doing the configuration on site together with the customer. So that's why it's a workshop. We don't do it on our office or without the customer. We do it online together with the customer. It's an interactive question. We're determining the setup data and the master data and how it will work, and also pure discussion and focus discussion on the financials module because everything is driven by the finance module. That's why we're asking if a customer has an accountant or has a person who can understand accounting, because it's going to be more important to them that they can see everything that will be inputted later on whatever module of Business Central will be on the financial statement and other reporting capabilities of Business Central. That's why it's very important that we check that every configuration, of course, you know that already, like those general posting setup, the product posting setup, those kind of setup are being discussed and being demoed to the clients already. So prerequisite of this, we need to upload the master data quickly and conducted the solutions overview. Output of this is, of course, configuration done. Before, of course, we don't create sandbox, but because Business Central has a free sandbox, so we do sandbox now, and of course to do or creating a training company inside the production already. And on the deployment side, so the purpose of this is to perform user training across the module. Of course, you know this already. I'm gonna do a fast explanation for this. So the prerequisite of this, of course, the training company that we created, or a sandbox, training evaluation and online training manual. And output of this, user will be comfortable in executing all the key activities, especially for UAT, because UAT is gonna be long for them, for us, and the training evaluation form. Let me skip this. All right, so conduct UAT. This is very important part of the flash method. So we need to thoroughly test and set up the configuration of Business Central, which we had on the conduct solutions workshop. So technically, in the UAT, of course, it's very known to you that we need a customer-owned scenario and test script. Where issues are identified during the test, the implementation partner is responsible for addressing this, where changes to the original configuration is required. These changes need to be applied. Of course, you will ask me, what if there is like an additional requirements? We can discuss that later. But for us to be able to really make the system works for the client and use them on the 16th or the 21st day of the implementation, we need to really fast-pace the UAT, or sorry, we need to be really focused on the UAT and fast-pace other activities. So prerequisite of this is user training completed, training company, of course, created, or the sandbox, and test scripts. And the output of this is, of course, the go-live certification that you really need to ask the client to sign, and any changes to configuration completed in the live. Meaning, whatever changes or whatever changes to the configuration with change here in the UAT part, we need to really, of course, list all of that and make sure that it's going to be on the go live company or database later. So, or make a backup of that and upload that later on. But for us to be able to get the go live certification, the test scripts needs a score. Of course, you do it. You're expert on that. Any test script list or scoring sheet can be also done, and we're don't forget to, of course, ask the client to complete the go live certification for us to be able to go to the next step. So the go live, we've created some checklists. So of course, you know the go live already, what's gonna happen. We delete the training company, we system verification of everything, this permission set, user setup, and various setup records like the posting groups, and the opening balances and entries. So first, the opening balance templates returned to the implementation partner by customer. Meaning, of course, they will give us the opening balances already that they've created or that they've answered. Opening balances uploaded by the implementation partner, meaning we will upload this opening balances. Opening balance test reports produced by the implementation partner and issued to the customer. So this is also an ongoing interaction between the customer and the partner. What we're gonna really need to do is to test all the reports and see that the posting are good, the entries are good, and we will send back the test reports, every test reports, to the customer so they can review and approve it. Implementation partner to post opening all balances, the timing of uploading and posting, all right, is of course the critical for all sub-ledgers, which are bank accounts, AR, AP, which is the customer and the vendor, the fixed asset and the inventory. All right. So implementation partner to product associated balance reports for the customer based on the balance imported, meaning sometimes you do the AR age trial balance. So we need to really check if that is working or all the opening balances are recorded. That document will also include the section for confirmation by the customer that the opening balance which have been posted match to the closing balance in the legacy application. So it's really very, very crucial to do that. So they won't go back. Of course, we won't forbid them to go back to the legacy system, but we are minimizing the relationship of the customer to their legacy system. So prerequisite, the go live certificate should be signed already at this moment, and the output of this is the checklist approved by the client, and there's no training company already on the production database. Okay, on the operation, you just need to close it. So again, you know this already, that there's no outstanding issues to be resolved. Tasks are completed, and support process will be needed to hand over to the client. And of course, the output of this is customer support. Now, some use case for distribution, this is very fast. Let's say, for example, this is the sample timeline. So as you can see, the effort or how we do the per phase activities that we've mentioned. So the project planning is very, very few and very, very minimal. And you can see the solutions overview is very minimal as well. And this one, the UAT, should be very focused, as I mentioned a while ago. This time we can really lock in the customer to not to change mind in terms of like implementing the solution quickly and doing go live tomorrow, something like that. Because the UAT is very important to us, and for us to get the sign off of each department that there's no problem happened and we're replicating what their legacy system plus the added features of Business Central was in place on that particular UAT and what they're gonna use on the go live. So investment effort. So customer, it's 20 days. This is not total, but this is an investment effort for both parties. So customer, usually it's 20 days. 20 days, not mandates, but 20 days continuously working on the project, and 11.5 days for the implementation partner, because of course there are like opening balances and data and master data templates that the customer needs to be filled out before we upload it and before we go live. So the actual days for distribution. So project planning, solutions overview, data migration. So as you can see, UAT is 4 and go live is 4. And it's total of 20 days. I think this is like some of the example, but we can really go dive next time, and I can share my my other documentation on my blog. But for now, because this is Flash, so I'm also quick to finish this. If you have question, and I will answer that. So if you want to know more about me, you can. This is my Twitter account, and also this is my LinkedIn account. So follow me if you have time. So I can answer question now.
Thank you for that, Paul. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, I will share the presentation. I'll give it to Ras later. I saw some questions here.
Can you share your blog that has that presentation on, so that people can just share your blog site, and then people will be able to...
Well, right now I'm posting everything on LinkedIn, since I'm really fixing my blog. So when I became an MVP, I just fixed my Twitter account and my blog site, you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Yes, that will include my documentation for the three industries that I've mentioned: distribution, service, Um, yeah, that's the other one. Sorry, I forgot. And trade.
Okay.
How can we maintain the project? Can I answer this, Ras?
Of course, please go. Yeah, please feel free. Yes.
So how can we maintain project retention? So again, as I mentioned, when you do the flash methodology, you're really focusing on the standard capabilities of Business Central. Well, together with the customized reports that you can offer to the customer. Nowadays, again, as I mentioned on, on one of my podcast interviews, I'm trying to shift all of my efforts in building this Power Automate and adaptive card combination going to Business Central, but still on going for that kind of solutions. But I mean, yeah. What happened? Wait, I'm gonna answer first the retention. Sorry. So the project retention, of course, is number one. You're offering a support, as you can see on my final slide or the on the operation side. I after turning over the go live, I issue a support certificate, and they need to send that. The support is not, of course, it's paid, so it means another contract for the customer, and to again to do the project retention, you need to offer a sticky services like power platform type of service, like of course dashboard like in Power BI, creating an apps in Power Apps. And I think it's gonna be announced on the virtual event, like the cohesiveness of Business Central to the common data services already. So there's a lot of items that we can really incorporate to the standard package of Business Central for us to be able to ensure the retention of the project. Answer the next one. What happened when customers starting request customization with not discussed during workshop? As I mentioned, we really need to force them to use the standard, because on the first part of the scoping and questioning and what we've arranged on the contract is they're going to use the standard implementation. But of course, it depends on the client if they want to pay more. And again, the triple constraint of project management is a project, of course, time, scope, and budget. If that scope is going to be really changed, we need to, of course, increase time and increase the budget. Is there any documentation? Yes, there is a documentation gonna be created. I'm gonna post them. There's a template that you can use for the documentation. It's like in the short step, we just like refurbish it and tweak it. So whatever documentation you have in short step, we just like create something like that for us to be able to do the flash method. Is there any documentation needed, like short step methodology? Yeah, so I'm gonna be posting the documentation, the full documentation on how to start the flash method on my LinkedIn blog. I promise it. After just give me like 2 to 3 days to like post it on LinkedIn. Okay. Maintain task-wise payment schedule, like payment term task-wise. All right. So you were saying here like a time and material arrangement. This is from Manish Kumar. Am I right? Are you pertaining to a task-wise time and material payment schedule or something? If you're talking about, okay, if you're talking about so this is hard. So technically, I just did not put the commercial here because of course this is a community event, and well, in the Philippines, what we usually do is to create the, for example, for a distribution company, you have already the standard package for that. We don't do time and material for that. In time of material, in when time and material arrangement for the customer was requested, you need to really charge for the 11 days. The only problem with that is you cannot manage the whole project, meaning you don't have the full control of that, because customers sometimes will just like prolong the data migration, or sorry, the filling up of master of the template, and some opening balances, and also some other stuff that they needed to do. So you cannot finish the project faster if you're into time and material, because the commitment of the customer, all right, they are committed if they paid for the whole package, rather than paying you time and material, because they can reschedule you every time. Okay, I think that's it, Raz.
Okay, yes. So obviously we've still got 20 minutes. Okay, here we go. So we go. Thanks, Paul, for your session. I'm happy to see someone thinking the same. So this is Mahmoud, he's saying that he's finished a Business Central cloud implementation within 1 year, for 1 year of data.
Wow, that's cool.
Days. It was a very big challenge.
Yeah, it's really, it can be really done. Of course, we are all functional and technical and people here. The only problem sometimes is really on the project management side, and forcing client to really follow our faces. But it can be done in Business Central nowadays. The system is very improved and can work well with this kind of implementation.
And Paul, have you noticed particular industry streams that pose a different kind of challenge when trying to proceed with these implementations? Have you noticed that?
Well, to be honest, the only industry that I'm seeing that is not gearing towards this is I don't know, manufacturing, toll manufacturing. Maybe because the problem is I don't know if that's a functionality problem or more of the migration problem, because sometimes they thought that this they can go to FNO already. So more of the features problem for me. But I think in terms of what we're doing before in Dynamics NAV, it's still applicable on Business Central, even some manufacturing clients. It's just more of the messaging of Microsoft in terms of like this new approach on how to implement finance and operation as well. It's mixing to that.
Because what I've, here we go. Manish says, how can we migrate project opening balance over the JOB?
All right, so so this is a functional question. I mean, all right. So meaning you're gonna use the project management features, right? The jobs.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
All right.
How can,
yeah. All right. So this is the issue with the cutoff, and of course there are the WIP, the work in progress account, some sort of that. What we're usually do in terms of doing that, to be honest, okay, to be honest, flash method, you need to extend that. All right, you need to extend that the days of flash method, or put other activities there for you to be able to really migrate the jobs, because what we're doing on the service part is we're not using the job module, we're just using the resources for them to build something to their clients if they're a services company, or sometimes we don't use the jobs here in the Philippines, because of course it's really, you're right, this is very correct, that it's gonna be hard to really migrate the opening balances of the open jobs in Business Central, or from NAV to Business Central, or from other applications that they have.
And as you can see, Shilpi is asking, how would you compare this methodology with other methodologies on the market on a high level? What improvements have you made recently which you have introduced to the customer, and how was the response?
This is a good question. Actually, I'm not against like Scrum or other things, because all my development companies, we use Agile and Scrum. The only thing in the ERP world is, in fact, it's really on the small and medium businesses. The only thing with that is you need to be very careful and very, very tedious on checking every steps that you're doing. And I think in terms of the Flash method or doing some implementation on the ERP for small business, I think right now, I don't know yet, but we did not try like a Scrum or Agile approach for that. I think in CRM, it's working. There's a lot of courses that fitted on D365 CRM for that. But for an ERP project, we did not try Agile yet. But the good thing about how customer is responding to this is, of course, we're calling it the risk-free services, meaning we just have like 20 to 30 days for us to really prove that the Business Central implementation will really work. And on the second month, you can already use the system. So what really improves on that is the aspect that the customer is really feeling the system that they're investing, because it's Flash, because they can use that on the second month, again, based on the industry. And they don't need to wait for some like 6 months for them to be able to use the system. So it's really the number one, the return of investment, that they can feel it already. Number one, resolving their pain points inside with in a quick possible manner. And number two, the time to deploy the solutions is very faster. So what they just need to do, if they have citizen developers there, is to extend that capabilities of Business Central through Power Platform.
So Fabrizio is asking, hi, how could we manage this with METH, Business Central Job Industry? Fabrizio, could you just elaborate further, please?
Yeah. What is a METH? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, how do you manage this methodology with Business Central Job Industry? Even that is still a bit confusing. Sorry, Fabrizio, could you elaborate further? It's still not very clear what you are alluding to there in your question. Thanks.
I could.
The job industry. Are you referring to recruitment? Are you referring to something different? Job suite. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Right. So the job suite in the Business Central method.
The project service. Yeah. Oh, okay. As I mentioned a while ago, well, to be honest, it's not really fitted to or we did not create yet a fitted or an added activities in Business Central to go with the jobs. Because number one, what we want to do is, of course, less modules that we will be exposing the clients, meaning we don't want to add to the standard, to the core module yet. Because if we extend it to jobs, I mean, jobs is a module that can not easily understand in one day. All right. So what we're doing is not to go to the jobs module, but to use or utilize the resources and putting that on the sales order for us to be able to charge services if they don't want to use item, or we do the non-inventoriable item or the service part on the item itself. But that's a good suggestion or idea later, that we can improve that the methodology to fit to the jobs module.
And it's also important to mention that obviously not as you mentioned, Paul, not one size fits all, and obviously each project will have its own intricacies and challenges, I guess. So I guess you've created a formula which which basically, which kind of a bit like a Venn diagram. It will obviously fit most scenarios, but I guess there needs to be some kind of tweaking. So in order to accommodate, integration requirements and additional modules and things like that. So yes. So in short, as a summary, you mentioned, Paul, that the methodology is more focused purely on the finance implementation. Would you agree, or would you correct me if I'm wrong? Sorry.
All right. Well, it's more focused on the finance, but it can also serve like the warehousing. So because right now the warehousing part is on the essential, right? So meaning when we implement now the advanced warehousing side of Business Central before NAV is we don't need to ask the user to buy the extended or whatever pack they need to buy. So right now, if we're going to a distribution company, the warehousing capability of Business Central for us it's easy to understand because you just need to ask the right question for you to be able to really implement the advanced warehousing to them, like how complex the warehouse are they gonna use beans, are they gonna use this zoning, are they gonna use picking, so something like that. So if the customer is ready for that, meaning they have people to do it, sometimes we can add like a 0.5 days training or a half day training for them to be able to use the warehouse to supplement their core functionalities.
Great stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so anything else? Please, if there are great training for job modules in Business Central, please share. The Dynamics Learning Portal course or NAV has been removed. Okay.
I'll check, but there's a lot of resources on YouTube. I think those guys who's really into like doing some stuff in Business Central, they have a lot of but I think even on the NAV itself, we did not change. I mean, there's no drastic change in the NAV jobs or project service or the jobs module between Business Central. So it's still the same. I mean, the core is still the same.
Okay there. So I hope that's answered that question related to lots of questions related to the jobs module, it looks like. So maybe for the next one we do, we include some things. But yes, look, in terms of a flash methodology, I think that's great. I think just to kind of add some kind of insight into what you mentioned earlier about the different types of projects and implementation approaches. So it also depends on industry, right? So for example, certain industries, for example, I work in the public sector industry, and in public sector government, Agile is a very important methodology that they are actively promoting. Now, that's not to say that Agile is the best, because some people don't have the capacity they need to be able to implement within a shorter space of time. And so there's different industries, different customer bases that will have different requirements. For the public sector, what I can say is that they like to be highly involved in every aspect of the project implementation. And so they obviously run in sprints and deliver incrementally. But that's also based on budget as well, isn't it? How much budget is available to implement the system. So it seems as though the flash methodology seems to definitely be the most cost-effective way, it seems, to physically have a solution. Seems to definitely be the quickest way. Because if you think about it, a sprint is normally 2 weeks, isn't it? So you're literally delivering the project within less than a sprint. So you can compete with that if you think about it. So I think from a customer perspective, they're definitely, I think it's also an interesting point, because what you could potentially do, you could potentially combine the Flash methodology with Agile. So you could potentially start off as Flash and then add Agile afterwards, possibly,
Agree. Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm a fan of Agile and Scrum as well. So it's just a matter of like how we really like construct it in a way that it's gonna be like still effective on checking those checklists that I mentioned, that we will not be able to forget that we need to do it first before we do this number 3 steps.
Excellent. Thank you so much once again. Look, that was a great session. That's a very it's a session that applies to everyone. You know, everyone who's involved in implementing. It's highly relevant. So thanks for sharing your expertise on insight into that, Paul. So once again, and it was a great pleasure. It was a pleasure to meet you. I haven't actually met you yet, Paul, because the MVP summit
Yeah.
was unfortunately it was cancelled. You know, so but yes, I look forward to meeting you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Ras, and thank you for the 365 Saturday group. This is really my pleasure to make an make a topic here, because some of my topics are more of the APAC, on the APAC region, doing Power Platform as a sort of like CRM things in Business Central as well. But thank you, Ras, for inviting me. It's very good to share my knowledge on the other part of the globe as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I see Alistair is online. So Alistair will be presenting the next session in 3 minutes' time. So Alistair will be presenting. So Alistair, are you there?
Hi, Ross. Yeah, I'm there.
Hi there. Alistair is another community member who's highly active. I think from a business central perspective, Alistair, I have to say that you're probably one of the most active people out there. You're doing all sorts of sessions on develop. You're a developer, aren't you? So you cover it more from a development perspective.
I am. Yes, I started basically as a developer, but over time I kind of understood that functionality is also more important, and I kind of jumped in that direction, I would say. Yes,
spot on. And so Alistair did provide a developer session, and then he provided a functional session. And we said, there was a bit more demand for the functional sessions, believe it or not. Normally 365 Saturday tends to deliver developer focused sessions, but for Business Central and for ERP side of things, it seems to be that people are more and more interested in the functional side of things. And I think that's the way it's going, isn't it, Alistair?
Yes. That's because developer sections is majorly based upon customizations, but I would say Business Central is developed in such a way that there are a lot more things to be covered out functionally first, and then you can maybe flip to customization part if needed, but that's mostly not the case.
Yeah, so the industry is changing vastly from the NAV days to Business Central. So, but yeah, it's interesting conversation. So without further ado, it's almost 12 o'clock. So I am going to hand the floor to Alistair. Thank you so much again, Alistair. And please introduce yourself, share your contact information. And yes, thank you so much. Let the show begin.
All right. Thank you everyone for having me over. I'm Alistair, and I'll be presenting today with regards to our external accounting hub for Business Central. So what basically I'll be covering is with regards to what is external accounts hub, how we connect it with Business Central, and what all setups are there. So for my contact information, I currently work at CloudFront Technologies. This is my personal email address and my blog here as well. If you want to follow me on LinkedIn or ask any questions, my LinkedIn is also open to you guys. All right, so I'll give a couple of more seconds for people who might be scanning out or just capturing the screen. Don't worry, I have it at the end, so during Q&A as well, so we can discuss more further. Okay, so what is today's agenda? today's agenda is basically with regards to Accountants Hub in Business Central. This is a feature which is still in public preview and not been released yet, but there have been significant amount of activity going on, and I personally, I would say that I discovered it kind of 2 months back, and I find it is a very good feature to, like, for an external accountant who works with the Business Central team. It is a very good feature, very decent feature, I would say, to manage all the accounts, clients, and everything. So this feature is already there since 2019, but I'm bringing it up because I came across it a couple of months ago, and I found it's really good. And as Raz mentioned, that people are looking for more functional sides. So yeah, this is one of the key sessions which I think everyone will like. Without further ado, I would like to just jot down. First things will be sign up and user setup. Then we are going to talk about licensing and pricing, then external accounts in Business Central, and how to use Accountants Hub as an application. Okay, inside sign up, we'll be seeing what is Accountants Hub for Business Central, how to sign it up, how to invite other external users into Business Central, what all configurations are there from an O365 and M365 admin center point, and then we'll talk about what all user configurations are in terms of Business Central, and then we'll look into how Accountants Hub we can also view it in Business Central Admin Center. Okay, so what is Accountants Hub? In order to give a general idea, basically, the Accountants Hub is an app which connects with Business Central natively, and this is only available for Business Central online. So if you go and are looking for something like Business Central on-premise or NAV, it is not there. Okay, so the point here being is Accountants Hub connects with multiple Business Central tenants. As you can see, this is the most simple. Which is another tenant all over different Active Directory. So what I'll do is I'll just connect to BC and I'll get whatever I need. Okay, moving on. So how to get started? If you just search for Google it for Accountants Hub for Business Central, you'll be getting the screen. Now, most of the times we as a consultants, we are not majorly into looking at these screens because we are directly going to home.dynamics.com and routing ourselves to Business Central. But if you look here, you'll find that for accountants, there's a page and you can click on Get Started. Okay, once you do that, it will ask you for your credentials, and then once you put in your credentials, it will try to log you in. Okay. And if you can see now, if you can go into your home.dynamics.com, you should be able to see Accountants Hub application present right besides your other D365 applications. Okay. Now, once you log into Accountants Hub, this is basically how it looks. You will see all the list of clients present, whatever is the setup, and what all things needs to be configured are right here. Okay. one thing important here is this feature is only present for Business Central Online. Okay, so don't go searching it here and there. Second thing is this is a feature in public preview, so which means Microsoft has officially mentioned it that they do which is present, and maybe you can use it for some good amount of time until it evolves further. Okay, so this is the dashboard where you can see your tasks, you can see your groups, setups are there, and utilities. I would say it is made in a way that basically it has a basic base application of Business Central. On top of that, they have just put in your Accountants Hub extension, and it has like a a role-based access where only the accountant-related details can be seen over here. You cannot go and that tables and objects here and there, but it is definitely present. As far as we see in the session, we'll see it further that what all is there and what all is not there. Okay, moving on. Okay, so how do we actually integrate Accountants Hub with Business Central? So if you have noticed, when you go to users page, you will realize that there's an action called invite external accountant. Sometimes, basically, the thing here is the user section is new to Business Central. The reason for that is earlier in NAV, we used to add users by clicking new, and it would simply add itself, and you can configure it, you can put in the emails, and it would just make it easier. But now with Office 365, the users automatically come into Business Central, and until and unless it is required, you actually do not get into Business Central for at least the user screen. The reason for that is you'll go just one time for permission setup and everything, but you will not actually take a look into what all is there. And there are new features which are coming up as well. It will open this wizard where you have to accept, and you're now trying to invite an external accountant. Okay, so once you do that, you put in all your external accountant's email address. So this email address is basically the tenant address of the accountant using Office 365 or Accountants Hub. So once you do that, they will get an email with a connectivity related details in the email. Okay, so an email has been sent from Business Central Accountants Hub is now open, and it will automatically create the client, which is a customer, and it will link with the client URL. Okay, so it will fill in all these details for you. Generally, the address and the contact details are not filled. In this case, I filled it up manually, but the general section is filled in. Okay, now once that is done, your accountant has been invited to Business Central. So from an O365 M365 point of view, what you will see is my current tenant. If you notice, it is ort2.onmicrosoft.com, and I'm inviting another person from ort3. Okay, so these are the two different tenants. I have invited ort3 into my ort2. Okay, and then it will ask me for my consent when I click on the URL. Okay, is done by your partner, the customer. Okay, when you accept that, it will show that basically with a different accountant. So from an accountant's point of view, now you as an accountant, you can visit. There is a basically D365 Accountants Hub application which is installed on top of our base application and system application. Okay, so this is how I concluded that hey, Accountants Hub is basically Business Central, but I have blocked all the Business Central from a UI perspective, and I have enabled my Accountants Hub. Then this is with regards to sessions. So all the sessions for Accountants Hub, you can see it here, just like your Business Center, Admin Center, and you can manage your sessions. Actually, I was able to cancel a couple of sessions to make sure that Accountants Hub was running normally. Generally, Accountants Hub takes a fair amount of time to basically load, and like it's not as fast as Business Central, so you need to have the patience to do that as well. What is external accountants in Business Central, how we are going to set up, and the dashboards and activities. So when I go into my Business Central where I invited my accountant, I'll also see that I have a user created over here, okay, in Business Central. Okay, now you can clearly identify the difference between the tenants over here. I'm calling my ORT3 as an external account in my ORT2. Okay, now if you see here, I'll open the users card, and by default you will be getting your business premium, export action, and troubleshooting permissions. You need to add your D365 accountant's permission in order to get access to your give a specific access to your accountant. Okay, so this is more like an admin task or a functional task, who knows how to configure security roles and everything for a user. Okay. Yeah, so this is basically the accountant's dashboard that you can see in your customer's tenant. Okay, so if I'm an accountant, I log in into Business Central using my ID into my customer's tenant. This is basically the page that I'll see, and I'll be able to do a couple of more activities as well, but this is just for an information that you can just see this accountant's dashboard. Now we'll be coming to the important part, which is how to use Accountants Hub, what all is there. So there are pretty limited features with regards to Accountants Hub, but I would say they are very, very well placed, and it's a good thing to have these features. Some of them are not fully evolved yet. Some of them are okay, I would say. Some of them are good enough that you will prefer to use this. Okay, so a couple of more ones you can see over here. There's another list which will after this section as well. So coming to the languages, if I take a look at my, I just have to type A in order to list it. So I'll see all the list of pages, tasks, and administration related things in my search box. So total there are 16 pages which open up. So first of them being languages. So I'm sorry. Yeah, first of them being languages, I was able to add my own language. So as long as your app service, which has Accountants Hub installed on it, has this language ID. So till at that given point, you can configure your language. So in this case, I'm from India and I prefer Marathi. So I just created my own language, which was present in Windows, and I just selected it. Okay. Then is with regards to queue. So this many people might be knowing that our dashboards are also configurable. So when you go into your queue setup, you can set up a couple of more thresholds, how we are going to set up the layout of the queue, which is an urgent or a less urgent, or a priority or less priority versions. So in this case, I have created two activities, which is I've given them a right kind of styling for favorable meaning not immediate attention is required, but it is there. So you can get this threshold set up. Based upon your second threshold, you can decide if my color from favorable should go into unfavorable or ambiguous. So this is basically a a dashboard setup, I would say, where you can configure what all tiles and what all colors are to be selected. Then is with regards to the Get app. So I was hoping Accountants Hub actually has a separate app for Business Central, but they do not. So what at this point they are saying that you have to follow all the instructions, use your Business Central credentials to log in. So what I did is I installed my app and I logged in as an external accountant into my customer's account, and I was basically able to see this. So inside my app, there is a role where you can select accountant, and you will be able to see all the accountant related activities in your mobile phone as well. Okay, so this is the Get app feature. I was hoping really to see more, but that's the only limitation that I found here. Moving on, there's a manual setup. So just like we have our manual setups and assisted setups in Business Central, we also have it here. But I tried to change the customer batch name over here. I changed it to cash receipts. I changed it to a couple of more, which is sales journal and everything. But at this given point, there's no drop down. So if you click on the assist edit, it will give you nothing. There's only general mentioned over here. So I'm hoping that it will evolve into something good. But at this point, we do not have anything great. Then we have latest error. So this is with regards to Accountants Hub trying to connect with Business Central. So whenever it tries to, connect through Business Central using APIs, there are a couple of issues which it faces. So all the errors that you want are basically logged in Accountants Hub. You can see them, and if you need any help from support or anything, you can just simply raise a ticket and you can give them this error, and I think they should be fairly easily able to help us out with this. Then is the code coverage. So if you know code coverage is in Business Central, similarly we also have it in Accountants Hub. So this brings me to a question that if Accountants Hub can be extended or not. And to be honest, I could find Accountants Hub in extension management section in Accountants Hub, but I haven't actually tried and gone further with the customizations. Okay, so code coverage is also a part. So if you realize, there are some objects which are also present as a part of our Business Central base application, but these quirks are basically seen here and there while you are just playing up with something like an object metadata related tables and pages. Okay, so there's code coverage, which will basically show you what all triggers have been run. Something like events recorder that we have in Business Central, which will record our events. Similarly, we have code coverage over here. Then we have my settings. Now you'll realize that a couple of things are missing. First one is the company. Second one is our profile, which is our role center. Okay, so these things are missing. By default, the region is not selected and the time zone is not selected, but based upon your region selection, your time zone will be selected as well. Then is assisted setup. Now there's nothing inside here. I even clicked on a couple of actions to see. I browsed through the basic code through our through our inspect to check what all data is there, but there was nothing actually. So I am assuming that assisted setup will have something in future, but we need to keep looking for it. Then is the application area. This is also there as a part of our Business Central implementation. So I think this is at the given moment. If you see, we have just accountant portal which is enabled. I don't know what exactly that means, but I'm assuming that the application area for if you're developing any application or customization on top of Accountants Hub, you need to use accountant portal over here as an application area in your fields. Okay. Then was related to data sync status. So if you are observing this pattern, basically there are features coming up, but we cannot see it come up because they have not been evolved yet. So I'm assuming that these things will be carry forwarded similarly to. So this is I think this is with regards to our CDS integration from Business Central. And we have this where we have our coupling and all this CRM related activities to do from Business Central's window. So I think the similar part is what they're trying to implement in Accountants Hub as well. Then is the notifications. Now this is again common to Business Central. If you realize that these are all the notifications which are available in Business Central. There's nothing new which has come up, but like it's there. So I'm assuming again that it will be a part soon. Then the table information. This is, I would say, this is also a native feature for Business Central which has come up recently, and I would say this is a good feature to have, but from an accounting point of view, I'm not sure how it helps, especially the accountants. But it is a good feature. So I'm seeing at this patterns. I feel that extensions should be there. So if you see in extension management, you'll also be able to see your base application, system application, and your application. The alias one, which came up in V16. So it is there here. Also, we have an Accountants Hub on top of it. So I'm assuming basically what they have done is they have installed the base application, the system application, and the application alias, and they have kind of masked everything over using the Accountants Hub extension. Looking at this, if you see, you will notice that there's an upload extension button over here. Now, since this is a production, you will not be able to download the source, but in Business Central, you are able to do in Sandbox. So I'm looking at the screen. I was happy that maybe we can, create an extension for Accountants Hub someday. Now, then we also have our data encryption. This is also there as a standard part of Business Central. Then we have another one which is support and contact information. So you can fill in your details and keep. And if there is any help and support related issues, who is responsible and who is supposed to be contacted, we can check it over here. This is one of the core features of Accountants Hub. So if you realize a couple of years ago, there was GDPR introduced in Business Central, in NAV 2018, and everywhere else. So this is more like the safe version of Microsoft trying to play that hey, this is your customer's data and it should not be leaked to anywhere else. So how do you classify your data and everything? So you are basically given a window where you can set up your own data classifications. So you can either import, export, or you can classify manually. Either of this is your choice. Going to classify manually, so you can set up if the posting data is supposed to be considered as confidential, or template data is supposed to be considered confidential, or the setup table data is supposed to be considered confidential. You can just select this generic form, and it should allow you to classify your data in Accountants Hub. Now this is with regards to our data, that is in this case our entities. So you can just map them individually however you want as per your requirements. And to be honest with you, if you see a notification at the background that Microsoft is providing data classification as a matter of consultant's choice. So if there are any issues, Microsoft will not be responsible for it. And as I said, Microsoft is trying to play safe here. And since you're dealing with customer data, I would say this is one thing to be considered. Now you will see that all the fields, now you can even classify your data on basis of fields. So you can just mention what all data needs to be sensitive, or company company how would I say it, company classified or unclassified, or whatever you want. So you can just set up each per your per entity. Then you can also see what all data is currently present in your Accountants Hub Business Central tenant. So that's how I was able to figure out. That was another clue where I ran it for payment terms table. So if you realize our payment terms table is table number 3, and I was able to see all the payment terms related data in your accountants hub. So I am assuming that this is basically, again, the quirks here and there showing off that, hey, this is Business Central and this is a functionality based on top of Business Central, but for some reason they have taken it out. And I think this is like, this is how things should be expected. Then with regards to our company information, so this is with regards to our accountant company information. A lot of things are missing. So again, just a bare minimalistic version of Business Central, and you can fill in your details to, keep it for maybe for some reporting purposes further. Then we have our accountants hub, a couple of more features which are accessible from a dashboard point of view. So these are actually the core features of Accountants Hub. The features that I've shown before, other than the data classification part, the other features were actually just present as a, as a searchable item in Business Central, but they were not much of a use. Maybe we can hope for a couple of more months and we'll see something in them. First one is the dashboard, and then managing clients, inviting prospects, email setup, then errors, checking errors, deleting errors, and user tasks and groups. So if you look at the dashboard settings, if you look at the dashboard, you will realize that in the client summary, we also have a grouping section. So we have IT and manufacturing, and then I haven't actually classified my client over here, so I can see it right below. There's no indentation over here. Then we have our tasks. So whatever tasks an accountant creates in Business Central, those tasks can be automatically synced over here, and you should be able to find those counts and basically the amounts and the metrics, whatever is given. So you cannot actually customize this dashboard. Like from a design point of view, from a personalized point of view, that is always available, but like you cannot actually, and I don't know how I can put it up, but I think profiles is the right way to go, but you cannot customize this using profiles. Sorry. So this is basically what you get. You are not able to change your role center, and this is what Accountants Hub is basically giving you. And if you realize there's a notification which says that this is in public preview, so there might be any changes which come up. Again, if you click on the roadmap, yes, then it will just show the steps and what all is there, what all might be coming up. It just shows you that there's no further information as to when it is going to be released or what is the data, or what all the functionalities are to be expected. There are just a couple of basic functionalities on the Microsoft Docs. Now coming to the point of managing clients. So if you realize, whenever I invite a client from Business Central, okay, the link is already filled in. Okay, so when my link is filled in, you need to validate that link. So that's how your Accountants Hub actually connects to Business Central and pulls out the data using your user ID. So if you click on customer, there's a test client action. Once you click on that, it will see that the client link is valid or invalid, or it will also give you more information how the Business Central tenant URL should be. So once you put that in, you should be able to validate it. A fair bit of thing that I've noticed is when I was using a client URL, which was way more longer. So it would simply give me an error stating that there was an issue with your client URL. Although the URL was right, I think this is more like a bug from Accountants Hub point of view. But yeah, I was able to get this running for another tenant. Then when you click on go to company, so this will again open your Business Central. So if you see my company and client name is present over here. If you click on this in your dashboard, you should be able to visit your Business Central for your clients. Okay, and then comes to the part where Accountants Hub is majorly for. So let's say I want to invite some of my, some customers or some potential customers, I can simply drop an email using this invite a prospect screen. So when I invite a prospect, I just have to fill in their tenant information. Okay. Majorly the email address should be of that specific tenant that you're trying to invite. So you can click on that and you'll be able to get an email on the other end. Okay, so you'll get this email which will state that, hey, you're looking for Business Central trial experience and everything. So it will basically point you out that, hey, if you are going for Business Central, you can, select me as an accountant. Then is our SMTP setup. So if you realize a couple of things are missing here, first one, which is send as and on behalf of whom you want to send. So these two fields are missing, but again, this is a bare minimum and we cannot expect much of it. So I would say this is the basic what we get. Then coming to the part of activity logs and errors. So if in this case, I was having a couple of errors with regards to syncing my tasks from Business Central to my Accountants Hub. So again, this is exportable, and I think this is given for you to actually connect with Microsoft support in case if there are any errors or issues coming up more regularly. So if you click on detailed info available, the field that you can see at the extreme right, you should be getting this notepad, the txt file, which you can open and check what is the exact issue. Then moving on, how do we assign tasks into Business Central, and then how will it go into Accountants Hub? So from a Business Central point of view, when I go into my pending user tasks tile on the accountant's dashboard, okay, I'll see how I can add my user details. How I can add my user task details, and once I do that, it should automatically sync into my business and into my Accountants Hub. But unfortunately, it didn't for me. I could not figure out what was the exact issue, but it gave me a tenant-related information that, hey, this was the issue. And I would say in order to triage the issue, you can also use Accountants Hub telemetry on your Business Central Admin Center. So that's basically how you can resolve it. Then is with regards to groups. So you can categorize your clients into a specific set of groups, and then you can assign these groups on your client's master, and once that is done, your dashboard should be updated. Okay, so I'll assign this as a manufacturing, and if you realize under manufacturing, I'm getting this client. Okay, and this comes to the conclusion, like what all is there in Accountants Hub. My major motive here was to make people aware that, hey, there is such a thing like this which is present, and maybe if you want to recommend it to some of your existing customers to try out, or maybe if you're looking forward to get deeper into this, I would say this is like an open part where you can just jump in and check what is there. Coming to the license and pricing, we just have at the given point we have just one free licensing. So what it means is, I was actually going through the licensing guide for Business Central, and I noticed that 3 accountants license will be there for customers who have a full Business Central license. So in this case, a full Business Central license actually qualifies for Essential and Premium. So if you have a single Business Central full license, you are qualified for an Accountants Hub license. Okay, and then as I was checking through, I got this table where I will say that my default Business Central subscription, which includes my my one full license and my production instance, I should be also able to find my 3 Accountants Hub license. And with this, I guess I'm done with my presentation. I'm ready for the Q&A. Raz, you're there?
Hello there, Alistair. Thank you very much for that. So that's a great feature. Obviously very practical for scenarios, and I'm sure it is a much requested feature. So yes, so let's take a look at these at the questions so far. Can anybody see any questions? I can't seem to see any questions listed yet. I think there was a question by the last question we had was related to Sachin, he says, does this mean that I have to buy an additional license for accountants for Business Central and Office 365? So I think you answered the question, but then he's asking Office 365 as well.
I would like to point out that Accountants Hub is basically available with a Business Central tenant feature. So it is basically like a trap, I would say. The reason for that is, let's say I have a Business Central tenant which I have already created. Okay, but when I have my Business Central tenant created, I can have with that same tenant, I can use my external Accountants Hub, but I cannot actually connect my current tenant Business Central with my current tenant Accountants Hub. This is basically that's what basically has been I feel like it's a trap that you need to get Business Central in order to get Accountants Hub. But how would I put it up is you actually don't need to get any kind of Office 365 license or so. Once you just create an external user, which is actually created through Business Central, you don't need to buy any sort of license for that. And neither do I think that an external license is available for Accountants Hub at this given point of time. So more or less, it is basically if you purchase Business Central, you will get Accountants Hub with that.
And there's a question on what other countries covered for.
So for now, they have a very limited amount of countries. I think it is listed on docs.microsoft.com. You can just maybe find it there. I do not have the list at this point, but I can browse through and put it in my presentation for later reference.
Yeah, and Sandra is asking when is this coming to Belgium? So again, I'm guessing it's the same answer to take a look on the Docs site for Business Central.
Yes. Currently, I was able to find it in I believe UK and US and a couple of more countries. I think I'm not sure if I saw Belgium there, but it was there for US and UK. I had just played around with these tenants to check,
Great stuff. Are there any other questions? So Sandra's saying no, it's not available. Yeah, fair enough, Sandra. But yes, look, we have Alistair online, and Alistair is, he's doing fantastic work in the community. So Alistair, feel free to ask your other questions, and if Alistair is happy to answer them, then please feel free. So Alistair, would you be happy for people to answer some functional or maybe developer-related questions for Business Central for the next maybe 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, definitely. For your more, if you want to contact me, we just have my contact information here. I'm just presenting it. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So please again contact Alistair. There's his blog, alistair.tech, as well as obviously his email address. I've shared his LinkedIn profile. Alistair, I haven't seen you on Twitter. You don't have a Twitter account, do you?
I'm actually fairly less active on Twitter. I'm mostly, promoting myself through LinkedIn, and I'm trying to help people through LinkedIn mostly, and some of them through Dynamics community.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm just gonna share his. Feel free, Alistair, again to share your contact details on the chat window. I'm happy to do that as well. Also, guys, so remember, are there any other questions? What we're looking to do is understand the major issues around Business Central and NAV. What I'd like you to do is, even if you don't have a specific question related to the Accountants Hub, you've got more general questions, please do post them in the chat window. And now's a really good time to ask your questions and create dialogue. I understand that many of you attending today are mainly from a NAV background, and Business Central is still relatively quite new, and so obviously it's transitioning from NAV to Business Central. So obviously I understand that there will be many questions from many of you here. So please feel free to ask away in the next obviously 10-15 minutes before we invite Fabian, who will be our next speaker. So please feel free to drop. There we go. So Sandra is asking, is there an easy way to access date like we could in the classic client? Date.
Okay, so I'm assuming that it is with regards to our date feature. So I think we already have our, the shortcuts with regards to T for today or with data. I would say like at this given point of time, no. But what you can do is, in order to connect to Business Central, and if you're more familiar or comfortable with Excel, what you can do is you can connect to your Business Central APIs to pull and push the data. That is more easier. But at this given point, you have modern client, which is your Business Central Windows app, which is present, but nothing like the classic client for Business Central. I'm hoping that comes in, because I have heard a lot of complaints from my own colleagues that, hey, Navision was way better than Business Central in terms of the speed and everything that comes up with the classic client.
Interesting. Yeah, that's very, very interesting to mention that about Business Central. And I think that's why NAV is still so much big. It's a massive product. There's still a very large, user base. If you contrast NAV and Business Central to, say, CRM and to Dynamics 365, there's a massive contrast. I mean, it's hard to find people that are still using CRM. I'd say at least 90% of the customer base has transitioned to Dynamics, and with NAV, it seems to be the opposite, isn't it, Alistair?
Yes, exactly. People are still comfortable with NAV, with the classic client, majorly because it was like an Windows app, more like an old Windows app, but it was way functionally sound, and it was very easy to use. But with regards to Business Central, the maximum we can reach with regards to our classic client is BC V14, I believe. So till that point, we have our, till that point we have our classic client available. But beyond that, we just have our Windows app for Business Central. Okay, so I think there is Musaib. Will the hub be available for on-premise in future? Any roadmap? So nothing at this given point of time, Musaib, but what we can do is you can create an external account in your Azure if you're using your on-premise connected to your Azure AD, and from there you can actually you cannot actually even connect to Accountants Hub, because there's a URL related validation, so it will require your Business Central URL only. So nothing on roadmap as of now. Nothing. I don't think anything will be finalized at this given point of time for on-premise. Okay, moving on. I hope I answered that, Musaib. Moving on. In NAV, the basic license packages come as 3. Does the same applies to BC on-premise? I would say it is more like a licensing guide kind of question, but in Business Central there is now a concept of a device-based license as well. So what it means is earlier in Business Central, before V16, we just had our user-based license. So you have 3 types of users. You can either choose the whole Essentials pack or the whole the Premium pack, and along with it you can choose your team members. But for Business Central, now Microsoft is actually introducing a device-based license. So for example, like a retail POS, so at that point where you can just purchase a device-based license and you can connect to Business Central. But nothing, I don't think there's anything like that coming up for Business Central on-premise. At least that's what the licensing guide says.
Great stuff. Yeah. So again, there's lots of questions around licensing, around NAV, Business Central. I know most of you are using NAV and thinking about transitioning. Oh, here's another question. So the next question is,
Yeah, does the hub work with different instances with different localization? I mean, if I'm an account in LEA in UK and LE2 in USA, can I work from both? Yes, as long as you're, there is a regional availability to your accountant's hub, you can connect to multiple devices, multiple tenants. And I would say there's no issue with that. I think it is more like you'll have to maintain both of this together. But from a functional point of view, if you see, you can make use of language packs. I would say if you say that you are a North American tenant, which means that you will only access everything that is around the North American localization. You will not also include Germany or Dutch or anything in that. So I think that's how even accountants hub work. But you can connect to different tenants. So I think it is more of like a trial and error kind of thing.
Great stuff. Now, now's a great time as well to mention which industries you're particularly implementing NAV or Business Central for. So please, everyone, if you could share the industry in which you are implementing NAV or Business Central primarily your focus. And the reason why I ask is number one is we're looking to understand the different challenges you have for the different industries. We are also doing an industry specific event in a few months as well. We want to address the industry nuances for implementation. So please everyone, please just drop in your industry that you are doing your implementations for. So we got a good idea. Earlier on, you had Paul. He mentioned obviously the 3 streams of industries that he was primarily involved in, so obviously someone's saying obviously we can see financial and professional services, financial, distribution, construction, retail. Fantastic, guys. And automotive and plastics. Fantastic. Alistair, whilst we still have you for the next 5 minutes, I'd like to ask what types of industries do you tend to implement for?
Okay, so I have worked on a couple of finance industries, a couple of integration with sales and other implementation of e-commerces. I have also worked on the fleet, that is for Ubers and everything, and then I had worked on trading. So I have it is more like a reverse whole loop thingy for me, but not a specific industry.
And have you noticed much of a difference when it comes to implementing for the different industries?
Yes, that is there are a lot of differences. First of all, the reason being everything is not streamlined as Business Central is created, which is where the customizations come in part. I am mostly, I have developed mostly the customization side. I have worked very less on the core Business Central functionalities, but I would say that these functionalities are great as far as the basic implementation for along with the customization is there, but nothing complicated. But I would say different industries have different requirements, and I would say there are a couple of more apps out there which you can try and see. You can even request a demo for it if you are looking for something new, and I think that's what answers it.
Great. So Jamie says obviously production, food production is obviously a big one. And quick question to everyone: how has COVID-19 impacted your projects? Really keen to hear from everyone. Alistair, if you could begin. If you could share any insights into how COVID could be impacting, NAV and Business Central kind of projects.
Okay, so with one of my recent projects, which is on trading, industry. My customer is basically dealing with energy related renewable fuels. So basically what he's dealing with is he takes up the used cooking oil from the restaurants and he converts it into diesel. Okay, so that's what he is doing. And at the given point of time when COVID came into place, there was also a war between Saudi and Russia, I believe, with regards to food, with regards to fuel. And that basically impacted my client, where the fuel or the gasoline went below $0 per pound, per liter. And it is affecting tremendously. But when it comes to Business Central, especially with regards to customization, Business Central is very easy to customize and easy to code with even difficult logic. That is where the industry is, that is why I think people prefer Business Central, because it is very easy to implement in terms of other systems. And overall the impact has been normalized. There's not much difference in customizations and whatever the client requirements are, but I would say there is a little bit of quake here and there, but everything is good, especially for Business Central industry, I think.
Yes, I can imagine. No, yeah, I've mentioned, Sandra's mentioned retail there. So I'm interested in knowing how retail is currently impacted. As you know, food production is still, logistics are still taking place.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm yeah.
Okay, so like one of our customer at CloudFriends is from Maldives. The retail there has been stopped for like over a month now, and we had an ongoing project. And basically we had configured everything. We were ready for go live, but we couldn't go live because first of all we couldn't travel to Maldives. Second is with regards to the implementation there, like they had to reduce the number of shops where they had to sell and do all the part. So basically I would say that it is affecting some parts. On the other hand side, it is kind of helpful for other parts. So with regards to food industry, if you see, that is the only industry, food industry and the medical industry is basically where it is now kicking off, and the retail general stuff is still going down. Even the e-commerce is going down. But yeah, that is basically the pros and cons, I would say.
Okay. So we are now preparing for the next session now. So I want to thank you, Alistair, for your session today, and I look forward to obviously meeting you soon. So for everybody else, what we're going to do is we're going to play a short clip before we proceed to the next session, which is by Fabian. So before I do that, Fabian, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm there. Hi everyone.
Hi there, Fabian. Great to hear from you. So yes, okay. So Fabian will be alive in 5 minutes time. He will be live, and so yes. So I will just play our short clip, and we will and we will commence with Damien's automation session. So just bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean, what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Mary Thompson with Business Central getting started. For the people who literally want to get started with Business Central, that's a fantastic session, followed by Power Automate. So that's the big one. So automating approvals with Business Central. I know you're all going to be very, very excited about that particular session. Then we have using the right D365 setup for different warehousing requirements. And that's with Jose Azevedo. Then we have Power BI in Business Central, Power BI Zero to Hero. So get started with Power BI with Business Central. So I know a lot of you are interested in that. Then we have syncing master data using Dynamics Business Central and Power Automate, a no-code session. And that, again, is with Jose. So Jose Azevedo is doing 2 sessions today, and then followed by integration capabilities of Business Central, Intelligent Edge, and Azure Service Bus with Andre Baludin, Microsoft MVP. And yeah, so that's the session. So without further ado, we have hit 1 o'clock, which is now 12 p.m. GMT. And without further ado, I would like to ask Fabian to please present. Please share your screen.
Yes, thank you so much, Raz. I just quickly make the full screen. Very welcome to my session. I'm pretty happy to be here today. We are talking, or actually I am talking about powerful document automation for Business Central, and not only Business Central. I would like to integrate some data from CE, for example, and also SharePoint, just to inform you about that. And actually, the weather in Vienna is very cloudy, and it was raining the entire day. So a great day for an online conference. And thank you so much, Raz, for having us, for inviting us. And I really like the community, the D365 community. And I'm looking forward to meet you all in person very soon. My name actually is Fabian Huber. I'm business technology evangelist here at the set document automation specialist, which is very nice. Thank you for that. Actually, I'm involved in a lot of projects regarding document automation, and there are different systems, and I know a lot about the problems from the customers and the pain points, and I really would like to share all this in the session with you and how you can pretty easy solve it as well. That brings me to the agenda. In the beginning, I really would like to show you quickly what is document automation, what kind of documents are we talking about, and then I quickly show you our company, an overview slide from our company, and then I would like, from Docs42, of course, and then I would like to jump into the live demos. We will go to Business Central. Ras mentioned that a lot of attendees are using NAV. I will show you in Business Central, but I can promise you it works in NAV the same way as in Business Central. So there is no difference for us. And yeah, then we will integrate data from CE. This that's the reason why I'm doing this is that because a lot of customers are requesting that they're using more systems, the Power Platform becomes more and more one. They're using different apps, and of course, at the end, they want to integrate data from different apps into one document, and this is then the reason why a lot of customers are requesting that. And I will show you how easily you can do this. And then I quickly go in a template design. I will change something. I will add a barcode or something, and then generate a document again from Business Central. Then you see you don't have to program. It is just 2-3 clicks, and you have your data differently defined. Then I have a Q&A slide, but you can always, as it is, you can always interrupt me. If you have a question, if something is not clear, just interrupt me. Or at the end, then we do it together with Res, just have a quick Q&A. Good. What kind of documents are we talking about? So actually, a lot of people or a lot of customers are using these different systems. I just have some Microsoft systems, SharePoint, Dynamics CE, Business Central. Of course. Today is, I'm sorry? Okay. Perfect. So, and today is Business Central Saturday. So of course, Business Central is very important. In all these ERP systems, you have structured data, and of course, you need structured data to get your documents. And what kind of documents are we talking about? So there are a lot of possibilities. Most of the time, you want to have documents in the hand of customers. They have to look great. So we are talking about invoices or a travel ticket, for example. So you see it here. There's job quotes is a very standard example for a structured document. And also emails could be a structured document. So if you attach your PDF, your quote, you have some other information included from your systems, then it would be a structured document as well. And what else? PowerPoint representations, of course, sales reports, all these kind of documents. You have the data in your system, and you want to have this data into your Office formats or into your PDF converted. And that's a very good scenario and good use case for Docs42. And the question, what do your customers, or what do the customers expect from you and from your documents? We had a lot of industries talking about food industry, finance industry, manufacturing. What are they expecting from your documents? And actually, they are expecting performance. They want beautiful documents. They want that you are the best. But actually, in reality, they want to have you deliver the document very quick, because just consider yourself, you want to have a sales quote for something, and you wait 1 week for the sales quote. That's not very good, because the competitors, they do that very quick. They have it in two hours, maybe in 1 hour. And so they want to have the documents very quick delivered. And what do the customer else want? They want to have accuracy. So I actually used to work in HR, and when I sent an employee contract to the new employee, and I copied some information from different systems, I did a lot of mistakes. That happens, and it's not very nice if you get a contract from your new company where your date of birth is mixed with another one, or with your first name is mixed with another one. So that's very important that the documents are very correct. So that's really important. What else do they want? They want individuality. That's a very important, actually very important for all the customers, because if you get an email from a company where it said "Dear Sir/Madam," how do you feel? Do you feel addressed? Not really, right? So you want to have it like "Dear Fabian" or something. You want to have the individuality, and that's so important. And actually, that's very difficult to get. And yeah, I'll show you how you can individualize the documents later on. And the other thing is, of course, high quality. So if you have competitors, and we were talking about the finance industry, the manufacturing and retail, there are a lot of competitors. And if you need too long to generate or to copy paste your sales quotes together, then the competitors are quicker, and that's, yeah, it's a loss for you. And the other thing is, if the competitor delivers a better looking sales quote, a huge sales quote with 20 pages or something, where the quality looks great and everything is looking good, then maybe the customer will select this one. So high quality is very important as well. How does it work then in real life? What is my experience? I had a lot of meetings with a lot of customers, and what are they telling me? Of course, this is actually our biggest competitor, copy paste. The companies, the salesmen, they just copy paste all together from different data sources, and this is a very flexible and individual way to generate your document. That's true, but it is. So it is very time consuming, and if you do this 9 to 5, that you copy paste from different systems, and then something has to be changed, you have to do it again. It is not a good way to do it, and it costs a lot of time. So you should, as sales guy, you should concentrate on your clients and not on copy pasting from various systems or from different systems, and that's so important. So then you have some very good guys in the companies. They generated, or they bought, they created some VBAs, which is also very good because you have a very small level of automation. That's good, and you have a flexible and individual documents. The error reduction is there, that's true, but still it is on your client. It happens on your client. You don't have server-side automation. You can just generate very low numbers. And the other thing is, if you have a report or a document you want to generate with macros from, I don't know, 100 pages or something, then it lasts like hours. So it depends a little bit. So it means for me is at that end, we have a lot of customers. They just say, okay, I retire very soon. I bought all these, I created all these VBAs. Please, I need another solution because I cannot give it. This is not, the maintenance is not possible. I cannot give it to my employees. So there is then the other the other thing is that you have your standard SQL Server report services. You have server-side automation. That's great. It's 24/7 and performance. But now there comes the big but. These documents has to be designed, has to be programmed and actually designed by IT. This is not a flexible process. If you want to generate your documents with the RDLC designer and in NAV, on all these events, I talk to the guys, and there's like, this is the biggest pain to create a report in RDLC designer. So you will know why if you have done it once. So that's the reason, and why this is maybe not also the best way to do it. Good. This slide gives us just a quick overview about the technical options on the Microsoft platform, and there is in Office a lot of flexibility, and flexibility, we heard it before, I mentioned it before, is very important in the documents. When it comes to customers, design is very important. So you have Office, that's great, but there is no server-side automation, of course, and there you cannot integrate many data sources. And in the beginning, we talked about the apps. A lot of customers or companies are using different apps from the Microsoft platform, so they need many data sources. They have different data sources and wanted them integrated into the document. And then there are other options, of course, the macros, but you see at the end, there's the SQL Server report, there's the server-side automation, but no flexibility, no code. And Docs4 2 at the end, because you design documents in Office, you have all the possibilities here, and we have our Docs4 2 server, so you have server-side automation as well. That brings me to the slide. When it comes to document automation, you know these three guys. This is IT, you have business, and you have marketing most of the time. And marketing is responsible for the corporate identity of documents. And so all the colors, fonts, or whatever, this is most of the time marketing. Then you have the business departments. They are responsible for the content of the document. And then you have IT, and then try to combine all the data and all the wishes from these three or two departments. And and normally if it goes with RDLC designer or something else, you have to program every wishes, every changes has to be programmed, and that's very inflexible. And in the way how documents could be generated, and that's why the reason why we exist, because we said it wouldn't be better if these three guys work all at the same time on the documents. And this is completely possible because with Docs4 2, it is no code in document generation. You can integrate your data with no code. This could be the IT guy could integrate the data. Then business can insert the content, and then marketing can do adaptations by their own. And I will show that later how it works. And actually, that makes us very powerful in document generation. We are sitting, as I said, as I mentioned before, in Vienna. We are a sheer software developer. So if there are some partners now in the meeting, we are growing and extending. So if you're interested in the product, then just contact me all the time. We are growing our partner network as well, and we have 345 customers. And there is a little snippet from some of our reference customers. And actually, the most important thing is if you are, if we don't have an industry focus. So if you everybody would like to generate documents and automate the process of document generation, and that's the reason why we have customers across all industries. And another USP is the design happens in Microsoft Office as well as PowerPoint, and you can integrate the data very flexible. So there are a lot of possibilities. SharePoint, you see, even SAP, of course, then the other finance operations, BC, Dynamics, whatever. So there are a lot of possibilities to integrate data without programming. And the data output can be configured as you wish. Good. Yeah, funny. Somebody told me that there is a food and retail. Yeah, in the Teams chat, somebody mentioned that he's from retail and food. So here it is. That's actually Rewe is a huge German retail and supermarket chain, and that's enough NAV scenario here. It is set ERP, but it is an NAV scenario, and they're using Docs42. Actually, if you buy a milk or something from their own products, then it is ordered automatically with Docs42. So that's a little bit the scenario. And you see here on the left-hand side, Elena Schneider. She is from Transgourmet. That's also a food production and retail company, and they reach break-even point after just 4 weeks. So you see, you can save so many time if you don't copy paste your documents anymore, if you do and automate these processes. And there's another one, manufacturing, of course. So I just selected, in my experience, it's the same. I'm not the same because in the three industry, retail, manufacturing, and finance, this is, in my experience, very, very often this combination. I heard it often, and our customers are from these industries as well. So you see, the ABB is in this case a CRM scenario, but it doesn't matter. It comes here of offers orders, so all the documents that have to be in the hands of the customers, they are important. That's a good Docs42 scenario, as well as employee contracts, for example. That's a good scenario as well. Yeah, you have your structured data source, and then you just click on the button. You add a new employee, click on the button, and get your document. So this is a good scenario. And these guys, they are using Docs42 for very interesting part because they automate Excel in a huge way. They have all the service report globally done with Docs42, and at the end there's a 150-page PDF, and yeah, it looks with a lot of images integrated, a lot of calculations. So pretty cool scenario. Then how it works, as I promised, you do it in Microsoft Office. There's, in this case, it's a Word document. The first thing what you have an add-in here in your Word in this case, and can integrate your data then and connect it with the data map designer. And you have the blue data fields here, and you can format them as you want. So you see this first name, last name, this is text, Selena Bentley, and you do it like you used to do it in Word. So it's not a problem to create a layout and to do the correct font, for example. And then you can integrate images. That's very important, especially in NAV. It's required very often to integrate images into the sales quotes from NAV. We will see that, or from Business Central, of course. And there are some dynamic tables or conditions can be added. So, and then after designing, you can directly generate the documents from your platform. Okay, we are talking now from Business Central, but it doesn't matter. It could be another platform as well. It depends on your requirements. So you can you're pretty flexible on where you click the button, and that's the reason I will show you that later. So here it gives us a quick overview which kind of data sources we can integrate out of the box, and we see the SQL database, of course, web services, Excel, which mentioned before, SharePoint, online, on-premise, XML, JSON, SAP, and here is the entire Dynamics platform. And it is very important to mention, it doesn't matter if it's on-premise or online. We know we could do both. So for us, it doesn't play any role. And finance operations, finance supply chain, and Axapta. So it really doesn't matter. And there is another custom data source. So if you use different systems, which are not shown here on this slide, we can connect them as well and integrate them without programming into your Office templates. Then output, of course, can be configured as you want. PDF is very often, but also PowerPoint, I mentioned it before, and Word, Excel. Of course, then you can store it to SharePoint. The Teams integration, of course, you can generate documents directly from Teams if you want. So this is, I guess my colleague Lisa will do a webinar or do the next session in collaboration, and will show that. So there are a lot of possibilities as well in collaboration to generate and to work on the documents together. And yeah, email action, there is a DocuSign partnership, and printer, that might be interesting for NAV customers. So printer actions can be configured, and there's a custom output action. So if you use a document management system or something, then of course we can send the documents directly there as well. Yeah, that's cloud or not cloud, it doesn't matter. We have a cloud service, but that's Docs42 Online is our cloud service, but also we have an on-premise service. So if Docs42 is an IaaS web service, technically spoken, so you can just do it on-premise on your existing server if you have one. If you say cloud-only strategy, then just use our Docs42 cloud service. And yeah, pretty proud. We have the two apps, 365 Performance Data Source and the 365 Performance Documents, Docs42 Documents app in the data source. This is from our partner company, BSH. They are actually they are developers from that, and they are right now in the app store, so you can download them. And I quickly show them in the demo as well. Yeah, where they are and how they be configured. And Flow is, a lot of customers also are talking about Flow. So here you see Dynamics CE logo. It doesn't matter. So it also works, of course, with Business Center on premise. So if you just need to create a customer connector, the Docs42 custom connector, and then every flow can trigger the Docs42 online service and generate your document if you want that. So that's possible and pretty easy to configure. Good. That brings me actually to the live demo, and yeah, I will quickly go to the Business Central. In our case, it's a Business Central on-premise environment. It's a Hyper-V, and I will just show you a job quote, and that job quote integrates data from Dynamics 365 CE, and then we go quickly in the template design. I open the template, I will change something, and after that, I would like to go quickly into CE and just generate from there one document to show you that it doesn't matter. We can integrate your the button, the call button, wherever you want, and yeah, that's important because a lot of customers are requiring that. Now I have a customer, they want to generate the document from CE but integrate invoice data from Business Central. So I just want to show that both is possible without any problems. Good. Then let me open my demo environment and firstly refresh it. Good. So this is actually let me quickly open the extensions page. So this is where you install your apps, extension management, and that shows that here are our two apps installed. That's the data source app. Data source app, that's a connector to receive the data, to get the data into our Word document. And then we have the document data, the 365 Performance Docs42 Documents app. This is this one here. And yeah, you see there are some other apps to install. And this app is actually exactly this interface, what you can see here. This is where you configure which kind of documents you want to generate with Docs42, because sometimes internal reports or something, that standard is perfect then for that. But if you want to generate a quote or something else, what has to be look good, has different data sources, then you can configure it here and decide which kind of documents you want to generate with it. And you see, I just configured one, that's a job quote, and we have two templates integrated. So just to inform you about that. Good. Then let me go to the job quote. I select here jobs, and I have 3 jobs here. You see there is one that's in English, one conference room, then the other 2 are German. This is just the reason that you see that you can, of course, depending on the language code of your customers, automatically the correct template will be drawn, and then the document will be generated correctly. So in this case, we have our conference room here. And before I generate now with Docs42, I would like to show you the standard report. So if I click here on report, there is I can preview this job quote, and I just print it here. And then you see how this looks like normally. So this is a standard job quote with some products here, some positions here. It actually looks not very nice, but sometimes it is okay. It really depends in which hands it comes. So now I would like to show you how a Docs42 document looks like. So there's another tab here, the Docs42 action button, so I can generate directly my document, and I configured just a PDF return action. So I just will get the document generated and a PDF as return. And in this case, all this, the information also from Dynamics CE will be integrated into the document. So here it is, and it looks like this. I zoom a little bit out here. So you see, this is an image. This is stored in Business Central or NAV. It doesn't matter. This information also comes. All this information comes from Business Central. Then you have the contact person, Business Central, of course, the name of the job. This is a sales part that could be a fixed text block. It depends. Could be, but it doesn't have to be. Then we have an image for this conference table integrated. Then there is the team members. The team members also, they are coming from Business Central, and the images, of course. Then I go further down. You see here, this is the job structure and pricing. This is all the information here from Business Central. And then if I go further down, you see this product table. This is the information from CE, and I will show you that later. And just remember the conference shares, there are 20 conference shares, and I will change that later on and generate it again. And then you will see that we draw the data directly live from the system then. So I go further down, you see this is portrait mode, and here is landscape mode. And this landscape mode contains a PowerPoint presentation. So there's a mistake. The chair has to be supposed to be here, so I will fix that, and you see it is effective then immediately. And now I go further down, now the jump again to portrait mode, and this one is the general terms and conditions, is a PDF at the end. Good. Then I would like to show you quickly the other one. That's the German one. Now I expect a German quote. So I click here on Docs42 Actions, generate the document again here in Business Central, and we will open this one. So you see different customer, German. This is very German here, I promise you. And it is a different image, of course, a different job, and that table is differently. So you see we have then, you can integrate dynamic tables. So if you have 100 products there, then all the 100 products will be listed. And this is all without programming then. And here there are different products, different system, yeah, and of course different PowerPoint presentation. Good. So now I would like to show you, I just generated these two, and now I will open the template quickly and show you how it works. And let me quickly go back. And before I do this, no, okay, let me go. I go to template, there's no problem. So I open this one here, and here we have the templates on our server, but you can store them wherever you want. You just have to tell Docs42 where the template is. And we recommend, of course, using SharePoint Online, for example, or SharePoint, and that's a good place to store your templates, and also to do the permissions correctly, that only people work in the template who really have the add-in and knows how they do. So, but in this case, we have it on the server. It is completely up to you where you want to have it. And it is, as I promised, a Word document. But first, I would like to show you the PowerPoint presentation. And this one is here in the folder. And this PowerPoint presentation as well could be on SharePoint, store wherever you want. So I open this one, the ground plan. I quickly change this one and put the chair on the correct in the correct place. So now we will save this and close this one. And then I go back to here. This is the terms and conditions, just to show you that's the PDF which we added at the end, just to show you that we can add entire documents and PDFs and whatever you need. And here, this is my job quote template Word, as we promised. And it looks like this. Shame on me, this is unfortunately still in German, but of course we have it in English as well, so sorry for that. but actually it doesn't really matter because you have the add-in here, and the add-in has the data map designer, and the data map designer, that's the heart of your document. This is where you connect all your data. And I won't go too deep into detail. I just quickly show you, we connected Excel data, you see Business Central, NAV, report data, even the data from reports can be integrated. And there is our CE data source. So this is our Dynamics data source, and here would be SharePoint. So you can connect whatever data you need here, and here you do the filtering and the correct order. This is maybe you need for a little bit IT know-how for that, but after that you have the data map, you have the data field explorer on the right hand side, and you have your data field explorer here, and then you can integrate data into your document wherever you want. So what I would like to do now, I would like to add a barcode, and I would like to change the color of the color of the font here. So let me take, for example, the job numbers should be included as barcode, because barcodes, a lot of customers, especially in these industries, requiring barcodes in your documents. So here I take the number, the project number, I drag and drop it here, and now this new data field is included. And what I have to do now is I just have to define it as a barcode. So there you can see you can define it as numbers, images, date times. I guess that was a question again, so as well. So you can format your data fields here. You see Word documents, PDF, whatever you need, but we want to have a barcode. And we add some dimensions here. And here you see is the QR code. So there are 40 barcodes out of the box. For everyone, is there something? Most of the time, here it is. I just leave it with the QR code here, and I click OK. And now the job number is defined as barcode. And here we wanted to change the color. That's the contact person. Megan Bond is her name. So I want to have this one in, let me say, green. Green is good. And we need a different, let's take this one, different font. So now actually this Megan font will be, Megan Bond is her name, will be in a different font. And that's it. And what you can always do is you can generate your documents locally. And this is what I'm doing right now. I just click here on generate. And now I can generate the job code number 10, for example. And here are some input parameters. So I just generate here because I can dynamically read other team members in this case, for example. So yeah, let me do this. So you will notice that there is now 2 women as team members. And now I generate the document and have a look how it looks like. Good. Barcode is there. And you see this funny font here, and Megan Bond, it's her name. So this is immediately effective. And if I go further down, there is now a new team member. It's a lady, this one here, I guess. And yeah, let me put the template and the document side by side so you see what actually happened. So here is the template on the right hand side, and you see this here is an image, but there is a condition around it. So you can add conditions and can say if there is an image integrated, if there's no image, just leave it blank. So then your layout will be not affected in this case. Then we go further down, you see this information, it comes everything here. This is a fixed text block. That's the description field, the conference room. Here are our team members. And then the image is integrated. This one is an image, and then you have to tell Docsworld 2 that's an image. So you just say, okay, here type image. And then we go further down, and you see actually in the template there's only one line for the products, and then we say repeat for data source. So that's all the structure and pricing job task numbers will be repeated here. Then on the next page, you see here you see the products, and these products, they are coming from CRM, and I just promise you that if I double tap here, then the data field explorer is opening, and you see this is from the products information from CRM. I don't know if it makes sense that the products are stored in CRM, but it's just a demo for demo reasons. I have it here. And also the entity image you see is from CRM. So it doesn't matter for us. You just have to tell where it is. You have to combine it, and then it will be integrated. And here is the total sum, and that I just do it for demo reason as well. It sums the products from CRM and the job structure here from Business Central together and makes the total sum. But of course, you could solve that differently. And then if I go further, you see there is also the PowerPoint is fixed yet, and there's just one data field. That's a PowerPoint. You can just edit here, say PowerPoint where it is, tell docs42 where it is, and then it will be integrated here. And the same with the PDF. Okay, I changed something now, and now I would like to generate it directly in Business Central to show you that it's effective immediately. So I close this one here. This is my template. I save it first and close it. And what I'm doing next, again, is I want to change something in CRM. I want to change the product. So I open my CRM here quickly. And this is the job number 10. These are the 3 products here. And I would like to say it is just 15 products, for example. We save this one here. And I go back into my Business Central environment. And I will generate the quote again, and you will see I don't have programmed anything. I don't have copy-pasted anything. I can directly generate my quote again. I have the truth in my system. So let me go here into the job card. So I also can show you if I change here something. Let's say approval is test. So I add here something. Now I'm happy with everything. It is saved, and I can generate the report and my here directly from the job card as well. So there are my docs42 actions generated, and then we will see. I expect now the barcode, the different font, the different color, and a different just 15 chairs for the conference room. Here it is, the barcode is included, the different font sizes here and color. And now let me go further down. Approval test, of course, this is included because we always read the data live from the system. And this is always good because then you have the truth in your system. And here now, if I zoom a little bit in the conference chair, it's just only 15 in total. Good. So, what I would like to show you now is I would like to show you how you configure the apps. Just very quick. This is the interface. This is the administrator for our document app, a Docs42 365 performance document app. And you see, you just say which document do you want to generate. Do you have a job quote, a code here, and we call it job. And then there is the document configuration, where you actually tell the system which kind of template should be drawn. And here we say German, take always the German template. Otherwise, just in case if the customer is English, United States, for example, from the language code, then please draw the English one. So you have seen that before. This is what you configure here. Then you just tell here the app where your template is stored, and here in my case it's on my server. And then the next thing is the output configurations. We had it very easy just with show PDF, but let me add a new one, for example. Then here you add a code, say SharePoint, for example, and here you have different output actions such as print, save action, of course, SharePoint or email. You can group them. Yeah, you can do mail merge as well, of course. There bulk letters is not a problem to generate. At a given point, a given time, generate the documents, the reports, and send it automatically via email, for example. So this is the output configuration, and then of course you just not only have to configure the action button, and you have to tell where do you want to have an action button. Very flexible. We said in our job card number 89 and in the overview from the job card, so we have the 2 possibilities to generate the documents, and that's it actually. So pretty easy to configure everything without any coding. Good. So just let me have a look at the time. I would like to show you now the opposite. I would like to quickly jump into CE to generate a document there. It actually doesn't contain any data from Business Central, but it contains data from SharePoint, and that shows the flexibility just to show you how easily you can do it. I open another quote. That's the sales solar panels. That's here now in CE, and this solar panels, they just let me quickly do this. So now it's supposed to disappear. Okay. So we have some information here, some product information, but in this quote also the problem is that there are, for example, a SharePoint, a collaboration tool where you have calculations, there's an Excel file that should be included, then you have an advertisement, for example, you have a Word document, and you have a presentation. And now that's the point, could be data from Business Central, some invoice data, some other information. But you want to generate the documents from CE because you are working in CE the most of the time. You want to generate your quote or wherever you want to generate here. That is no problem because we are fully integrated in CE as well. There's an app where we just can click the button, and here you see different actions as well. I just generate this quote quickly. I have to log in again. So I just generate the quote quickly that you see how easily and how flexible you are with the integration from your system. So there's the quote right now, and it contains here this is coming from SharePoint, as we said, this is coming from CRM, the product information, and this is the Excel file which is stored in SharePoint. So you can combine your data source, you can collaborate very well and work on your quotes or whatever you need, what kind of documents you want to generate, pretty easy. And there's a PowerPoint presentation, of course. So platform independent, and all the data sources can be integrated without programming. Good. So let me just actually have a look. Just one more thing, the last thing, the SharePoint action I haven't shown you because a lot of customers are using the SharePoint action. So I can generate the quote and store it directly to SharePoint, but also Flow could do this. So I've clicked here on SharePoint, then the quote will be generated and directly stored in SharePoint, of course. And you can even do it that you send it via email directly and store it to SharePoint. So there are a lot of possibilities as well. Let me show you that, and I have to refresh it here. A few seconds ago, and then you see there is the quote, there's the quote ID, so you can write metadata as well. Good. That was very quick. A lot of functionality. Let me quickly jump back into the presentation because I have a summary slide for you. So to show you what can you do if you automate your documents. Of course, you save a lot of time, and you know time is money. Actually, the most important thing is that you can concentrate on your core competencies again if you don't have to copy paste or don't have to cumbersome create your documents anymore. Then, of course, individuality is very important, and if you have Microsoft Office as your designing option and designing tool for your documents, then you could be very individual and you can create very good looking documents. And of course, we said PowerPoint, Excel, and Word. So yeah, be creative, do your documents however they should look like. And flexibility, which is very important. Just for the summary, you can generate from Business Central, you can generate from CE, you can generate from Finance and Operations, or wherever you want to generate the documents, and you can integrate all these different data sources because they will be without programming, of course. So this is you're very flexible in the way to generate the documents. And yeah, many data sources, which is also a USP from us. And yeah, at the end, if you have all these properties, then you're very happy. You can do the little winning dance here. And that brings me to the Q&A. And let me just say two more words. The upcoming FinOps Saturday, Johannes will do the finance operations. He is the expert for finance operations in Docs42, and Lisa, my colleague, will do the collaboration Saturday. And yeah, we're looking forward about that. And there is just some information about the website. So if you just take the barcode, and now I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you so much, Fabian. There are questions coming through. Dan has asked, how can they schedule a report via email? How can they send and schedule a report via email?
Okay, so you do this in Business Central, and you just have a scheduler there, and you can say every Wednesday at 12 o'clock should be sent this kind of report, and then this schedule triggers Docs42 and then generates on all Wednesdays the emails with live data from that moment.
I hope that's answered your question, Dan. And Binesh is asking which software is used to connect the Word to Business Central. Is there an API? Binesh is asking.
Okay. Actually, it is the data source app. So we have seen the 365 performance data source app and the documents app. The documents app, that's the app which is in Business Central or in NAV integrated. And the data source app also is in NAV integrated. And this data source app, that's the connector to our add-in. And if I open here a Word document, for example, you will see there is the add-in, and just let me quickly open this one here and open the data map designer. And then it is the part of the product that you have the possibility here to add your NAV table, for example, or NAV report. You just click here and then you can integrate your data and select the data fields you need, and of course select which table you want to integrate, and then you have all the data fields listed. So there is not an external app or APV, it's actually the part of the product from Docs42, the NAV integration is already there.
Great stuff. There is a question by Oliver. He's asking, can you tell more about the cost and where to see the price list?
Yes, I can tell you something about the cost. The thing is, it very much depends on the scenario. It's Docs42 is so you can start modular. You can start with one Word add-in, for example, that costs 490 euros. It's a one-time fee, but if it comes to server-side automation, and if you want to have Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and if you want to have CE and Business Central, then there are different modules. So it's modular pricing. So I really recommend that you just send me an email and I will connect you and we can discuss the pricing depending on your scenario, and I will give you the price list then. Because yeah, I cannot tell it right now. It starts from 490 euros, can be 20,000 euros. It really depends on your scenario.
So you've got a free trial there, haven't you, Fabian?
Yes, that's completely true. As it's shown here, we have a free trial, 30 days for free. For Business Central, it is actually not that quick. With SharePoint and the other things, you can immediately start. With the Business Central, we need to know your system, and then we create your apps, and then you get the app, and then you can trial. But actually, it is not a problem. We will do this, and then you can do it by your own. But the add-in, you can download it, and you can start directly. And we have also sample templates included, so you can really start to integrate some data. Just play with Excel data instead of BC, for example, and then you see how easy it works.
All right. So for Oliver, I've shared your email address, Fabian, in the chat window. So people can contact you if they want more information. And yeah, that's great. So anyone else? There's another question. David is asking, can you bulk email documents, e.g. month-end statements from Business Central, where you might send 1,000 at a time?
Yeah. So actually, we have a customer, and there will be reference customers very soon, because of the reason they generated a report that was 12,000 pages, 12,400 pages, and with just one click, all the invoices in one report, and it is not a problem. So actually, if it's 1,000 emails per time, there will be from the server, there will be a waiting line, and then all the emails will be sent directly afterwards. So the server, the performance of the server from Docs42 is 120,000 documents per hour are possible without any problems. So the answer is yes, it is possible.
And another question is it possible to send a report encrypted with an open key certificate? So that's quite a complex question, I have to admit, Fabian.
Yeah, I understand. Actually, so our output actions are the Office formats, of course, and PDF. And that's it, actually. I don't know if there is a tool which can encrypt these features somehow, or we can put it to a web service which is possible to do this, then it is possible. But in standard, it is not possible. But as I said, we have a custom output action. That's one of our output actions. And maybe there could be something configured like this. But I have to admit, I'm not 100% the technical guy. I'm more or less the business guy. But still, I understand technical parts, and I'm not 100% sure if this is possible out of the box.
Yeah, it seems as though that's more of an email delivery question. So I know that there's email services that take care of the encryption.
That's the point. Yeah.
Yeah,
I see the same. I see the same point. Yeah.
So you probably need to do. Yeah, you probably need to combine that with the document automation. But it'll be interesting to I guess just get in touch with Fabian, and I guess he can help you set up a demo and test that feature really.
That's very true, and it's highly appreciated, and we really would like to. Yeah, also all the partners out there, if there's a partner interested in the feature, just let me know and we can discuss the partnership as well.
Yeah, we have another question. So is it possible to set a predefined name of export to Excel file as per a predefined formula? So is it possible to set a predefined name of an export to Excel file as a predefined formula? So I'm guessing what you're asking there is, can you pre-populate the Excels based on a formula? Could you share a bit more information about that?
Yeah. Thank you, Russ. Yeah, because I'm not 100% sure what this question is about.
Yeah, if you could provide some more information, that'd be really, really helpful. Like a scenario, and then maybe obviously Fabian can explain how it would work.
But just in general, of course, we can export data into an Excel file as well. That's not a problem, but I'm not 100% sure about the naming. But so you can export data with Docs4D as well from Business Central into Excel files. That's no problem.
Great stuff. So again, it seems though that there have been quite a lot of questions about the document automation aspect. So there must be a very big requirement for that. And to be honest, Fabian, here's another one. It says when you export a report in an Excel file, the Excel file name should be automated. Like we need to rename it. So they want to be able to rename the file of the Excel. Basically, that's what they're asking.
Yes. So yes, the answer is yes. You can define the naming based on data fields from your system as well, from the Excel file. That's not a problem. So I have it open here again. So you see here the set quote solar panels. Okay, that's very bad example, but it could be quote ID directly the quote ID. So you can use metadata or data fields for the naming from your exported files. Not a problem.
Great stuff. And yes, look, it does seem like a very, very powerful tool. Often when people trying to use out of the box kind of document generation, there's a lot of limitations, and so it was really interesting to see how powerful this tool really is. And often it's a case where a consultant might be able to use the out of the box and kind of string something together. But what about the customer? It's the customer at the end of the day that needs to use this application to be able to build their documents and their reports as how they need to, and it should be designed in such a way that's low code. That's interesting that you mentioned that. Is it no code or is it low code?
Actually, it's no code. It's no code, but you have the possibility, if you want, that you add dynamic fields and add a little bit code, but that's actually not very often the case. But it is, let's say it is no code, but you have the possibility to add some code if you want.
Right. Okay. Great. So again, like I said, sometimes you don't want your customers constantly asking you how to do this, how to do that, and just being able to do simple tasks of creating these documents. And so I can definitely see where there's value here in empowering the customer themselves to be able to create this degree of powerful document automation. So yeah, that's very, very interesting, and it's a very what I like about this is the fact that you can it's more focused. Oh, there's another question here. Dan has said, do you have a module for Dynamics CRM 365 on premise?
Yes, of course. It is. I had it here in the slide before. It doesn't matter for us if it's on premise or online. So let me just quickly open this one. So you see here Dynamics and then CE CRM, and it doesn't matter for us. It looks like this. You have your worded in, and then you just click on the CRM data source. You connect to your CRM, and then it works immediately. So let me open again the data map designer. I click here on CE, CRM, you see it is the same data source for online or on premise, and there's just a URL, username, password, could be encrypted, of course, could be Azure Active Directory. So a lot of possibilities to connect to your data, and then you can read data fields, just tick the checkbox and then integrate the data. And yeah, Lisa will do then I don't know when the date is exactly, but in the collaboration Saturday, she will have a deep dive into the CRM tool.
Great stuff. Chris is saying many thanks. Good tool.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And just to sum up about that, what you said before, Ras, in my experience, I see always the same, that it is more or less always the citizen developer, in a company, there are always some tech guys, and they also in the business departments, and they want to do it by their own. They don't want to call all the time a consultant or somebody else to do everything by their own. The implementation, of course, maybe that's a part of consultancy and service, but then just the template, to adapt the template or to change something in a template, that's very good if the companies can do that by their own. And yeah, therefore the tool is pretty cool.
So Chris is saying, is it possible to automate creating and mailing PDF files easily based on manufacturing data? So imagine you have the manufacturing data available. Can you then automate that? So obviously you've already taken care of automating the documents. How about automating the actual delivery of the PDF files? And I know what you're going to say, because I've seen a demo that you've done with Flow. I'm guessing is that what you're going to say? Get me a Fabian. But yes, what's your answer to that?
If it's a Flow connector, and if there is manufacturing data change something, for example, and then
he's not actually saying there's a Flow connector.
Okay.
Sorry, I was kind of being a bit preemptive there, but what he's saying is that he wants to automate based on the data. So right now, what you've shown is physically creating the data. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, you can integrate the data based on data and add conditions regarding the data. That's possible, but the generation, to trigger the generation process based on the data, I'm not sure if this is possible out of the box. But as we said, could be a workflow or something else which triggers then Docs42 and generates this specific data. So that wouldn't be a problem. But out of the box, based on changing data, something has to trigger the process, the generation process of Docs42. And if it's a flow, a CRM flow, if it's a Power Automate or whatever, but somebody has to trigger it. Or if it's a button. And then, of course, the data that will be integrated.
Yes, so the way Flow works, basically, it should work. So if you've got a trigger on your manufacturing data, that should be enough for Flow to actually trigger and send it. Chris, quick question. Chris is carrying on. He's saying customer does need it for drawings on the shop floor. So, for example, a PDF needs to be sent to different printing centers. So that's the scenario. So I think what Fabian is saying, Chris, is that as long as the data exists, you could. I don't know what version of Business Central or Dynamics you're using, Chris, but if you've got access to Flow, which is part of Dynamics, you could actually trigger. You can actually have triggers off the back of your data, and that should be enough to actually deliver it and to actually generate the documents.
Yes.
I know because I've seen a session you've done in the past, Fabian. That's why I know that was possible. I've seen someone from your, I think someone called Christian did a demonstration of flow with Docs 42. And I think that's what was the scenario, I think.
It's completely true. It's completely true. So here, there's the flow connector as well included. So if I change something here in my quote, this is done manually, of course, and click on the save button. And now in the background, this flow will be triggered, will be regenerate the document here with the 20% discount and store it to SharePoint. That's how we configure the flow. So this is not a problem, and it's pretty easy if there is a flow that exactly does that what you want with your Business Central manufacturing data.
Great stuff. So I've shared Docs42 their profile on LinkedIn. I've also shared Fabian's email address. Get in touch with him directly if you have any other questions related to this. I know there's many questions related to this, or feel free to chat to him on the chat window if you like. Yeah, so again, thank you so much. Fabian, do you have any last words in the last 2 minutes? Do you have any final words?
No, thank you so much. Thank you for all the interest and the questions in particular. And yeah, Res, I'm really looking forward to meeting you guys in person very soon.
Yes, so, that's right. So normally, I forgot to mention. So normally at our in-person events, Docs42 actually give away prizes. So what we've said is what we've agreed with is that for the next event, so the FinOps event, we're going to be giving away a prize.
Great. Yeah.
So that's a thing that everyone misses out on. We all miss your Star Wars prizes and things like that. So we're all big fans of that. So what we've agreed is that we're going to do that. So for the next one, so for the next event, next week's, we're definitely going to be having some prizes to give away. Yes. So thank you again, Docs42, for sponsoring and supporting us in that. And yeah, we look forward to that for the next event.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Fabian.
And yeah, all the best, guys. See you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are almost ready for our next session. And for those who are not aware of the schedule, the next session is with Jose. So Jose basically will be doing his session on how to set up Business Central to support warehousing and business requirements and processes. So it's a very interesting session. I know many of you are interested in that particular session. So yes, we're all excited. Let me just double check to make sure that that's correct, because I think it was Mary who was supposed to be on next. So I'm just going to double check. Just bear with me, guys. Just double checking, because we did make some changes to accommodate Mary. So I'm just going to double check to make sure that's correct. So yeah, so the updated agenda is Mary is next. So Mary will be doing a session on getting started with Business Central. So that's the update. Oh, and here we are. Mary is live. Fantastic. Wow.
Hi, I'm James Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-clips extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody
if you can see that. But yeah, so I'm really excited to get started here with everyone today. I absolutely love Business Central. I think, I think Janet Robb just mentioned a little bit ago, it's definitely an unknown and underdeserved product. And so I'm so excited that we're here today. Finally, we have a whole day. Like we mentioned, it was about a year ago that I started at D365 Saturday, and we were doing, all Power Platform stuff at that time. And I kept saying, man, I wish we had finance. I wish we had finance. And now we have 2 weekends back to back. So super exciting. With that, go ahead and get started. Great. So, here we are. This is me, Mary Thompson. I already got a lovely introduction and I appreciate that. But, a little bit more about me is what I wanted to emphasize is I have a lot of experience, about 15 years of experience working with small and medium-sized businesses. And obviously that's what Business Central is really geared for. So so I think that that's important to note because I feel like I have a really deep passion and understanding. Growing up, my mom started her own small business. And so I saw her really struggle and work hard to make that happen. And I always accredit so much of my grit and tenacity to watching her really work hard and go through that. And then as a result, I've had the opportunity to work for several small businesses and startups and have a really granular understanding of the heart and soul and blood, sweat, and tears that goes into that. I've actually had the opportunity to be working with Business Central for the last 2 years, since 2018, kind of whenever it got rolling and started. So that's been a fun adventure. I was really excited when I first saw it come out and thought, wow, this is really what small and medium-sized businesses need. So pretty excited about that. With a previous firm I worked for, we did a lot of Business Central implementations and getting things rolling and going, doing a lot of migrations from QuickBooks into the more sophisticated ERP systems. So I'm really excited to have that knowledge with me as well. I also love that Business Central is built on the CDS, so I've had the opportunity to build a lot of Power Apps. And then I do have a degree in business management and accounting and some ERP management as well. So a little bit behind there. So with Business Central, like I said, really we're talking about small business owners. And to really make things personal, I wanted to give a really good use case. So maybe you guys know Donna. She's a small business owner. She's also pretty busy doing some other things. She's a principal advocate for the Power Platform, for Microsoft. Maybe you've heard of her, maybe not. She's also a published author. She's a TEDx speaker, and she's a fashion designer. If you take a look at Donna's schedule here, she's pretty busy, right? So she's working really early in the morning to try to get as much as she can done on her small business. That's like a lot of small business owners. She's not unique in that sense. And a lot of small businesses are wearing multiple hats. They're juggling a lot of things. Maybe they're working all day, or maybe they're trying to make their business happen on the side while they have another day job. So they only have a short amount of time, which means that time is really, really precious. So it's really important to get the most that you can. And if you look at this here, I want to take a note of a couple different things. So 4:15 a.m., it's taking her about 30 minutes or 15 minutes to read emails, and then another 3.5 hours just to kind of go through those. So, I got a couple questions. Do we think that this is realistic? Is this a realistic time schedule? Unfortunately, it is, right? I mean, if you've ever gotten in email purgatory is where I'll call it. Like, you can't get out of there. One email goes on to another email, or there's no easy questions. You have to dig into your system, or maybe you have multiple systems. Maybe you need to look in an Excel spreadsheet, in QuickBooks, and a Power App to get the answer to one email. And in that meantime, you get 3 more emails coming in. So yeah, it's realistic, but is it efficient? Well, we know the answer to that. obviously this is not an efficient manner to be running your business. So, you know, like Donna is like many other small business owners. There's a lot of options. I think currently she has a really awesome Power App that she's made, and that's really great. But some other people are using that. Maybe they're using QuickBooks. There's a lot of different options. Is really the point. But maybe they're not always the best options. And the thing is that now we have Business Central, which is a much better system. And the reason I say that is because you have a one-stop solution. And so it's a complete end-to-end business management option where you have all your business processes that you need. So you have your sales orders and you have your purchase orders. And then it's also fully integrated with the rest of the Microsoft ecosystem. And it's also in the cloud. There's 3 different things actually that make Business Central very unique. It's in the cloud, it's built on CDS, and it's integrated with the rest of the Microsoft ecosystem. So you're going to get the best product available. So like we touched earlier, what's going on with Business Central? Why is it, everyone knows QuickBooks, right? If you're in the small business sector, you know QuickBooks and you probably hate it. I've worked with it plenty of times. I'm currently helping an organization clean up their QuickBooks, and I feel like that's traditionally what you have because it's messy, right? So why aren't people using Business Central? Well, fun facts. It's been out for 2 years, right? So it's only been out for 2 years, started in 2018. But in that short amount of time, it has had such an exponential amount of growth. So they've had, as you can see, 6,000 additional customers in just that short amount of time. And that's 250% year-over-year growth rate. That's tremendous. That's just in the short amount of time. Plus, Business Central is attached to what we call AppSource, which is what I'll call like an app store of over 650 different solutions and connectors that integrate with CDS and Business Central to really make it a really customized solution and allow you to have a plug-and-play system that fits your company. So if you don't need certain parts, you don't have to pay them. You don't have to bog your system down with it. You only have to get what you need. Plus, it's really growing with the partners. They're really starting to implement that. And I think that in the next couple years, even months, I'm not even going to say years, I would say that in the next 3 to 6 months, we'll see a huge growth as well, and partners taking an increase in this and doing implementations. Especially as we've seen with COVID-19, right? Going online is absolutely critical and paramount. And a lot of small businesses that maybe were struggling to make that decision previously are forced to, right? So I think that we're going to see those numbers really increase. And I'm really excited about it because it's such a superior quality product. So in April, Business Central had a bunch of improvements. They actually took over 100 different improvements. So it's kind of showing the trajectory, right? That's over 100 different improvements. It's only been out for a couple of years. So I think that we can see that this is really carrying a lot of momentum and a lot of different things that we'll see in the future. So 4 main areas that were worked on for improvements. One was the bank reconciliation process. And I can say that this holds a little special place in my heart from working with QuickBooks for so long and doing the bank reconciliation process, and that it's such an important part to a small business, and I think it's a really overlooked part, and it seems really intimidating. So many small business owners that I've worked with and talked with, it's bank reconciliation. It sounds so crazy, but it's really easy. And so I love that they've taken the time to really simplify this bank reconciliation process to make it seamless and effortless for the user, and so that the small business owner can really focus on their job of running their business, not taking care of the financials. well, it's not easy to do, but it makes it easier. Another aspect that they've improved has been the mobile accessibility. Your average, entrepreneur is on the go, and that mobile aspect is really important. You don't always have time to run back to the office, or maybe you don't have an office, and so being on the go is a way of life. So they updated the system so that whether you're on your phone or on your tablet, the user experience is much more streamlined. They've taken a lot of time and effort to make sure that even from a fingertip standpoint, like what is natural to the user is what they've really focused on making that design applicable for. Also, just the user interface experience is sometimes can be a little bit clunky when you move from a desktop application to that mobile phone application. It's like you have it, but it's maybe about this big and it's not that great. Well, they've really improved it so that it scales to no matter what size that you're using and gives you more of a feel like you're actually using that desktop experience. So again, given the world having to switch to mobile and online applications, this is very timely. Obviously, I think we all know the importance of the CDS environment, the common data services that all of the other Power Platform applications are tied to as well. So one of the main improvements that they made in this first release was to really improve that integration. Now, I will say, working with the different Power Apps and flows even a year ago compared to now is really night and day. I feel like it's really stepped up that next level, and it's really getting to that super easy, out of the box, anyone can do it type of aspect, which is what it is, because I can do it and I am not a technical person. I think maybe one of the most beloved improvements that they have brought to Business Central in this wave was the Smart List functionality. And if I had a little sound, I think everyone would cheer, because the number one thing that I get when I've worked with clients that have previous GP or AX experience is they're looking for that Smart List functionality. A lot of times your super users in GP, that's how they run their efficiency. They have those lists, they have their work, they've got it mapped out. They know how to function inside of that. You take that list away from them, they get very upset. They don't care all the improvements you have. They really want that list. So it's really, really, really wonderful that Microsoft really listened to what the customers and users needed and wanted, and went ahead and brought this Smart List functionality into Business Central as well. Also, I think from an implementation standpoint, for partners and contractors making these integrations and implementations for their clients, I think it's a great buy-in, right? Anytime that you can say, hey, not everything is starting over, because people hate change. So if you can take something that's really familiar to them and like this guiding post, such as the Smart List, your user adoption whenever you're going into your implementations is going to greatly increase. I mentioned App Source, which is super, super critical. And to me, one of my most favorite things about Business Central is because Business Central is going to give you what I'll call like the shell, like finance shell. Now, granted, it's more than just a shell. You have all of your AP and your GLs and your AR and your whole modules through there. But, you maybe... So commonly, maybe your current situation is you're working in QuickBooks, or Donna even has maybe her side stuff, but she still has to pay people, right? And so a lot of times you're going to have these plug and play apps that you're already using. So maybe you're using the QuickBooks version of payroll, or maybe you want to use something from your bank or something to that extent, right? Well, you can go into App Source, and if you already have a login there and it's already connected on App Source, then it's going to have a seamless integration with Business Central. So they have over 650 solutions, and they have to be vetted. When you get a source, when you get an app on App Source, you can trust that the product that you're getting is trusted and guaranteed and vetted out by Microsoft. If there's an update, you're going to update the app will update with that as well. So you don't have to worry about that. There's this trust and seamless integration with over 650 different solutions. Plus, this is a huge and growing market. So there's 650 now. Who knows how many there's going to be in the future? But this is really where you can customize the product for you. So the apps that maybe I decide to get for my small business is different than the ones that perhaps Donna gets for hers because she's a retail business, or even a different manufacturer or something to that extent. But there's something for everyone. And so it makes Business Central a solution for everyone, no matter what your size is or how unique your business is. There's something that's available for you. Like I mentioned, one of the other really important parts, I love this picture because it kind of shows the whole environment and ecosystem of Business Central, as you can see here, because it lies on the common data service and it's attached to the cloud. Then you have all of these different other options that you can tie into Business Central as well. One of the common ones that I always see is that you can tie it into, obviously you have your Microsoft, you have your Power Apps and your Power BI. There's even Power BI dashboards attached right into Business Central, just showing how easy and seamless that integration is. And then a lot of times you also have sales. So you can take your CRM. We have a lot of integrations that I've done that it'll start in sales or CRM, CE, whatever we're calling it these days. And you can track that whole experience and have that really integrated, granular quote to lead to quote to sales order, and have all of those steps and qualification steps that you have along the way that are really important in developing in your client base. But then you have this integration that automatically can push it right into Business Central as well, even if you're not some super big company with hundreds of employees that can afford a product like like FinOps, right? So you can have Business Central, which isn't a price point, but still have all of that integration and feasibility. So this is kind of a quick roadmap of where Business Central is going. And it was kind of funny as I was trying to get a good graphic for this, it just really resonated on how quickly this program is developing and growing, because it was like all of the roadmaps were outdated in some aspects. Like they can't even get them updated quick enough. As you can see here, we have, it goes into 2020 is where we're currently at, and we're already halfway through there. So we're excited to see future endeavors and what Business Central has to offer, and kind of a roadmap of where Business Central is going, and why I think that it's still important for all small business owners to trust and know that they can continue their product or their business inside Business Central. Is that one of their biggest future investments is around seamless service, right? So they want to make the customer service experience so phenomenal and user experience so phenomenal with Business Central that you don't even realize that you're working in a system, right? That all you're doing is working about sourcing the best fabrics from around the world and collaborating with your team and meeting your customer needs and being on the ground and looking at your insights and doing everything that you need there, not reconciling your bank account, entering invoices, figuring out what your financials are, you know, and making that work for you. You're in business, small business owners are in business because they have a passion and they have this drive and desire that they have to make happen. They're not in it to run QuickBooks. They're not in it to run any ERP system, right? But that's the beauty of Business Central is it's going to help you run Business Central itself so that you can go run the business that you need. So that's a lot of the effort that they've put into this experience. And I can tell you from somebody that's been in, you know, from a QuickBooks user to a small business, you know, operation runner, and working with Business Central for the last 2 years, that this is the future for all small business owners to really be successful and be able to drive their business just like any big corporation would be. Kind of takes that size and money factor out of it. Their next thing is they really want to delight customers, and that really goes in with that seamless service experience. But more importantly, they're really listening to what people and small business owners need in a really user-friendly ERP system. And they've actually, in those hundreds of updates that they made in Wave 1, I think like 78 of them or 68 of them came from suggestions that clients are asking for. Just like we always see with Microsoft, if there's one thing that we know is that if you have an opinion, if you have an idea, they're listening and they want to hear it. And not only that, but they're going to see how many other people want this idea and they'll change it, right? I mean, that's how they adapt and continue to give us the most up-to-date, absolutely best products, because they're giving us what we want, because they listen to what we want. So I really love that aspect, and it's one of their big drives going into the future as well, is tell us everything you hate and tell us what you want. Better together across Microsoft. I always like to say that I'm like a Microsoft junkie because I love all of the different Microsoft products that they have and the fact that they want to integrate everything inside of each other. It's why I always say, why not the Power Platform? Why not Business Central? Why not FinOps? I mean, any other system that you decide to use to run your business, you're only going to be trying to tie back to Excel, Word, Outlook. So why not just start with a system that's already inside of that? And Microsoft is working really hard to make sure that Business Central just continues that ease of integration throughout the entire platform. And I heard that there's big things coming to Teams, which I can't wait to see because I think Teams is a really great collaboration standpoint. And when you're working in a small business, just like any business, collaboration is key. So I'm excited to see what they do with Business Central and Teams together. And then lastly, like I said and touched a little bit on earlier, is they're really wanting to enable partners. And why I really think that you're going to see this absolutely blow the marketplace out of the water in a very, very near future. We've had a couple years. We've got some of the bumps out of the way. We've paved a way for Business Central to tear up the market, and now Microsoft is enabling their partners. So I'm really excited to see what everyone can do with these adventures. All right, so now we're going to get ready for the fun things. Let me stop sharing my screen for just a second and switch to my screen that I need. Let's see. Okay. Great. So now y'all can see my screen. Okay, right? We've got Business Central up. Sorry, just a second. Small technical difficulty on my side here. All right, well, almost there. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Okay. So here we have the infamous Business Central. I kind of just wanted to walk you through the overall user experience. I'm not sure, how familiar we may or may not be with this. So, sorry. Okay, so up at the top here, right? I love the way that it's very easy and user friendly. We have kind of like this action and directional bar up here. If you're used to maybe FinOps, you can consider these up here, like your different modules that you would go into. And then whenever you click down in there, you see, of course, that you have some more options as well to direct you to various places for you to work. You have some smart lists here as well that you can quickly dive into. And then we have some action items. You have some regular KPIs that come through here. I love that these are color coded too. So you see this one's kind of green. This is supposed to be yellow. It's an interesting yellow, but I love that the color coordinated, right? So if I look at my overdue sales invoice amount, so green, we have indicated that this is an okay amount, but if it gets into a yellow or red zone, it would go higher. You can always dive into all of these as well. So not only does it give you this nice, easy dashboard, but it's super easy to use and continue to drill down into the different levels that you need. I could even jump down into this customer level if I wanted to as well. You have different business insights and graphs down here as well. So here we see that we have business assistance, but you can also select different charts that you want to see. So you can easily change maybe from your cash cycle to your aged accounts receivable. So with a click of a button, right, you're a small business owner, you're often wearing multiple different hats. So what I love about Business Central is that a lot of the user interface is really made to bring information to you, to where you're at and what the user is in doing. And because you're often wearing so many different hats, I really like that concept, right? Like they're going to bring the workplace to whatever hat that I'm wearing. So if I'm wearing, this hat, then now I can look at, or if I'm wearing my accounts payable hat, now I can look at my receivables and go through there. Also, maybe there's some accounts that you always like to have available and open. So you have that, and then you can add to this list as well. It's very easy to drag and drop in here which different accounts you want. So the point of it is it's a very personalized, customizable experience. But as you can see here, you're like, well, that's a lot of information. What I also love is that it's role-based, right? So if I go into here into my settings, we see that right now I've got the role of business manager, and we see all these different tiles and KPIs and tasks and actions that are associated to those that would be familiar with one of a business manager. Out of the box, Business Central has over 50 different roles, and then you, of course, can create and customize your own roles as well. So, for example, if I wanted to switch to my human resource manager hat, for example, let's say today we're hiring some new people and we've got some interns, so I've got to get that information loaded up in here. Instead of having to switch back and forth constantly and log into what I need, I can see that I've got my list in here. Let's try that again. Here we go. So here we see that I've got all of my employees list and all my different setup information all in one spot. I'm not having to jump in and out of screens. And I don't know about you, maybe I'm just an OCD accounting type of person, but like the amount of clicks that I take matter. And they add up, especially when you have a bunch of them. So anytime that I can stay in one screen and not have to constantly move back and forth around places, I really appreciate those types of user experiences. And I often find that my clients appreciate the same experience as well. So for example, like I said, you can come right in here And in an instant, I've got all my employees. I can add, I can manage, I can pay, I can look at all of their different ledger entries, and I can look at that based on this quick snapshot right inside of here. Additionally, let's say maybe that's not enough information and I want to personalize this screen even more. No problem. Because it's a single sign-on, each individual user can personalize the screen to meet their needs. So what I want to see on my screen may not be what you want to see on your screen, and that's okay. But it's as easy as you saw. I put in here, personalize, and I'm say, okay, let's add a field. So I add a field. Then you see these are all the different fields that I can put in right into this column. So maybe I want to see what their resource number is or something to that. So I can click on this here and then drag it over in this column. And now we have a resource number, and if there's information there, it would fill out. And then, of course, you can move these columns around as well. You see that you can move, hide. So if I wanted to move it, then I can drag it and say I want to move it over here, and then it will move it over this way in a second. So again, it's a really great user-friendly experience to go in and out of, and it's best to none is my opinion. There's nothing else out there that is using this type of easy user friendliness. Oops, let me go back into settings. My personal favorite is I always like to stay in here in this business manager role because I feel like it gives me the most bang for my buck. I always want to look at all the things at one time. But what I do like about that, like I said, is again, I kind of like to think of it as changing my hat. Or if you have, maybe you've got a little bit larger organization and maybe you're not just trying to run everything between 3 or 4 people, you have a clear screen for people that don't need to see everything else. Like your warehouse workers can only see their pick list, and it kind of makes it a clean screen, doesn't make your users feel overwhelmed, and allows them to be more efficient when they're very clear on the work that needs to get done. So, one of the things that we talked about was Donna was having to spend a lot of time wrapped up in her emails and going back and forth. Again, very similar to a lot of business owners. But one thing that I really like about Business Central is it's integrated with Outlook. And so there's a lot of efficiencies that can be seen there. But getting started with a company is also really easy as well. It's literally as simple as this. If you're getting started and how to set up a new company, you go into settings. And then if I were to go into this company here, well, now we see we've got 3 different companies that are currently set up. We have Cronus, which is obviously your standard sandbox environment. And then I've got 2 that I've created here, World Max, which is my making the world a better place through the Power Platform. And then, of course, we have Prima Donna, who we decided was our business use case. But if you want to start another company, it's as simple as this. You go into New, Create New Company, and you have tons of wizards that just take you through everything. So let's say we're going to say D365 Saturday is going to be this one. Now, whenever you are setting up a new company, you're going to have 3 different options of data that you can use. You can use evaluation, which is sample data, which is basically what I have set up in Cronus. And that allows, it's a sandbox, right? That allows you to play. And so if you want to practice and play, it's a great area to go in and see. They've got purchase orders that are already ready to maybe confirm or play with, and your chart of accounts, all that stuff's already set up for you. Or you can choose the production, which is just going to have the setup data only, so it's not going to have your sample purchase orders and things like that. Or create new is probably what you're going to use if you're doing an actual implementation for a new new business, and they're going to have their own chart of accounts, etc. So those are the different options that you can select. For this purpose, we're just going to hit sample and next. And then you're able to add your users. So your users are going to come from your Office admin sign-in, so they are linked to here in this section, right? So your admin area where your users are there. So that's automatically going to pull in there. So if you don't see the right users, you need to make sure that you have them listed in there. And then let's say for now, we'll just start with this one, and then you can add more users as you go. And that's literally it. It's setting up a new company. Now, I'm not waiting around for it to do that. I just wanted to show you guys how easy it is, right? It takes about 15 to 20 minutes for that environment to spin up sometimes. So you can do that and go grab a cup of coffee and take a break and come back and get ready to roll. And when you come back then, what you'll do is you'll come into here and you'll do assisted setup. It's really, I mean, it's not rocket science, you know. I always love it. It's just great. And it walks you through. As you can see, you have all these different sections that it says, okay, let's set this up. And then it indicates if you've completed it or not. And it gives you the help right in here. Business Central has an amazing community website and resources, just like all of the other systems do. But also, what's really nice is you don't even have to go that far. That's how easy that they make it for the users, is that they put the help right here at your fingertips. So if that's you need some more information, no problem. You've got it right here, and it's got a description. So as you can see, I've gone through a couple of these already, and I mean, setting up your company, it says, did you want to go there? All it is it's setting up your address, and then you can set up your sales tax. One thing that I am going to, or that I put note of, is that I set up the email. Again, this is really easy. You just set up through here, Outlook. You put in your username and your password that you use for your single sign-on. And then that's it. And then you can send a test email. And then your email is set up. To get this outbox or this smart box that I'm about to show you as well, then you go down in here into your business inbox. That's what it's called. Again, you just simply click on here. And it tells me that I already did it. And I'll say that's fine. You just click through these screens. It's just saying, yeah, go to my mailbox. And then I can send a sample email. Great. You are now fancy and can set up your business email like I did. So that's a really great aspect. So the reason that that's nice is because then you can come in here and I'm going to do a quick demonstration. So let's see here. We've got this email. And I'm going to send an email to this site real quick here. So give me a second to pull up my personal mail. And I'm going to show you how, if we were Donna, how this may go. Donna, or any small business owner for that matter. At D365 Saturday. Okay. So what I did is I took another email account and I emailed this address here. As you can see, I spun up a tenant, obviously for this event. So I called it D365 Saturday, May. And what I just did was I sent an email to this email address from a different one, just to emulate what it would be like if you're sitting here as a regular user and need to go through your emails. Okay. So we see right here, I've got one that came in. I can use this one. So we see that we have this person come in. So we'll pretend that we're Donna, and she says, hey, I need a new desk. I did that because of the sample data, but as you can see, regardless, whether it says desk, dress, whoever your customer is, the point is you got a customer email and they need something, right? So you could flag this, right, and say, okay, I'm going to go through all my emails, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to get this order for Mary. Or, you know, I could stop and I could jump into Business Central right now, and then I could create the order, and then I could send it to her, and then I'll get on to my next one. But what Business Central, one of the nicest aspects of it is right down here, if I just simply from my email go down to more actions, and I've got Business Central tucked in here already. So if I go to Customer Insights, what it's going to do is it's going to use my single sign-on and verify that I can sign in here. It can tell that I am already a client, right? It already sees me in here, so it's connected. It didn't ask me if I needed to create a new contact. But what it is saying, so you see this right from here, I can create a sales order and send it right to them. Great, that's what I'm going to do. So, and then when you have your items, it has, because it has the artificial intelligence, it can automatically look at your email and kind of match up what it is that you may need. So I instigated that I needed a desk. So what did it do? It automatically brought up an item. And this is a little small. I wish that this was bigger. That's the only thing, is it's a little truncated, but as you can see, it's all, you can work with it all in the same thing here. What it did is it identified that I asked for a desk in the email, or that the client asked for a desk. And then it automatically said, hey, do you want to put an item for a desk? Yeah, I do. So I'm going to put in 1. Great, suggested line items. And then it says, hey, this is your date. Oh, yeah, I want to use today. Great. Thanks for reminding me. So now I see I've got my subtotal. And yeah, this order is good. So let's see here. I think that I can send it to, ooh, getting crazy. Great. Right down here, I can email. If I needed to send an approval request, I could do that, or I can also email my confirmation right from here. And as you can see, it's all going from there. So yeah, that looks good. So I can say edit it. They let you make sure that you didn't want to add anything else, but everything looks good to me. So yeah, great. So right inside there, without ever leaving my email, I answered my customer's question. So when we look at Donna's schedule, where it took all of those time, and as you can see here, I actually just got this order confirmation, because this is my other email address. This is my my own personal one. You see, I got my order confirmation in there. So the beauty of this is when we look at either whether it's Donna or any other small business owner, when you can pop through your work in the morning, or for me at least, that's what I always do. The first thing I'm doing in the morning is I'm checking all my emails, and I'm trying to get those knocked out of the way, because then I can actually get to real work the rest of the day, not just going through all of these emails. So by enabling a user to do all of that right inside of an email and never leave the system, you can see how quickly that really is going to improve your efficiency as well. And also, I will take a, let's see here. Let me grab my screen. We'll try this. If I got one volunteer, maybe Raz, if you're on the line, if you can send a email to Mary at D365 Saturday, May.onmicrosoft.com, I'll show you one other aspect. Or if somebody could do, well, I don't know, I maybe just ask myself for like some spam bot, I don't know.
Hi there, Mary. Just the email is Mary at D365 Saturday. May.onmicrosoft.com. Thanks. I should have probably warned you. Okay, that's great. Yeah, should be on its way to you.
Great.
Just entered it into the chat window if anyone else wants to try. Okay.
What I'll kind of preface what I'm hoping is going to kind of work through here is that I'm going to receive the email, and then in this case, I had already set up if you look in here for my customers, Mary Thompson's already set up as a customer. So whenever Business Central looked at that, whenever I was inside of my Outlook here, it automatically knew that Mary was already set up. Oh, great. So we see here, we have Raz. So let's see what we've got set up for him over here in Business Central. Contact insights. We don't have him set up, but do you want to add him? Yeah, absolutely. So you can just go right in through here, and then if he had a company that was already set up, or I can set one up right inside here, we'll say D365. Oops, that's a number. Let me go in here. Right, and then we hit OK. And then so just like that, we've added Raz as a contact. And from a business perspective, if we take a think of that, right, if you're a small business owner, right, and maybe you've got your email linked to a site, and so you're getting all of these emails in, maybe they're not a contact yet. Again, you don't have to go out, and you don't have to go outside the system. Oh, we can easily get them inside, you know, so we see here, we can probably do that. I might be getting myself in trouble here. But you know, it's really nice to be able to say that you can quickly see that and what this is. And so I'm thinking that Mohammed sent this because what it can do is this 3 Surface Pro laptop should automatically, oops, that's not what I wanted to do, should automatically pull up right in there in that smart language. And so when your customer, you may have multiple customers coming in at a time, these emails, you don't have to leave them, but you can very easily add them to a contact. So now let's say you have, you're the business person, and that front end email, maybe that email that's attached to your website is directed to your email account, right? That's a lot of emails that are coming in and out for one person to be able to try to manage. But what you can do is you can set up maybe a flow, and maybe somebody else's job is to follow up with those customers, right? So you can quickly see how Business Central allows a small person such as myself, right? If I wanted to go up and set something up, I can give a big company presence with just a few flows and integrations inside Business Central. I can be just as efficient as another big company. I also mentioned AppSource, which I just wanted to jump there real quick and show you that because it's great. And like I said, I really love AppSource because I think that's really, between AppSource and probably Power Automate and Power Apps, you can have, it's kind of redefining a homegrown system. Traditionally, I think a homegrown ERP systems are kind of a nightmare. It's a combination of usually QuickBooks or some other ERP system and Excel, and you know, a bunch of things like jumbled together. Well, I feel like Business Central allows you to kind of create more of your own grassroots business, you know, operating system that's all seamlessly integrated and updates together. So as you can see, so for example, maybe I needed a payroll solution, and I didn't want to use the one inside Business Central because it's there, but it's not, you know, maybe it's not the best. Or maybe I already have a payroll provider that I'm currently using. Well, I can automatically tie that into there. Sales tax is also the biggest one, right? Nobody really wants to handle sales tax right inside of Business Central, but Avalara is always a big one. You see that there's over 760 different solutions. Maybe they're not all for Business Central, but you can identify which different systems you want, and it's a simple plug and play. So you can try in here. So you sign up for like your free trial, you go through here, and then it automatically pops into your Business Central. So anything that's on AppSource here and is available for Business Central then becomes an extension of your company. So I've done a lot of integrations where we added like retail front end shops. We did Paylocity. We've done different barcode scanners, just a bunch of different applications that allow a small business owner to really have the tools and technology that big companies do. So I think it's really, really special. And then, so great. Hopefully at this point, I've sold you and Donna on why you need to be in Business Central and why it's the only option and QuickBooks is not. But, let's see here. The thing is, a lot of times you're like, okay, great. This all sounds really nice, but how much is it going to cost me, right? Let me switch screens again real quick. Oh no, it started all the way back at the beginning. Sorry. We're almost there. Okay, this is the screen that I really wanted to get at, right? Because this is I personally looked at this the other day, like I said. Since I haven't been working, I've been helping a nonprofit organization clean up their books, and they're currently in QuickBooks, and it's such a nightmare and it's such a mess, and I can't stand it, and I'm such a Microsoft true to the core. You can't tell me anything wrong. I've got my rose glasses. So I was like, we have to get you off this. We have to get you into Business Central. But I had to understand the cost aspect from it. And it blew my mind when I saw this. And when I say that things are going to blow up in Business Central, this is why I really think it's going to happen. So yeah, this looks really great. As you can see, QuickBooks right now, they're calling a simple start $12 a month, $20 a month, and $35 a month. Yeah, let's look at some fine print. This is for 3 months, and then it's half price. Then it's going to go back to your regular $70 a month. Let's jump over here to Business Central. $70 a month for your essentials. For $30 more, you get a premium. A lot of times people want to know what's the difference between essentials and premium. Basically, there's 2 modules. I think it's a service management and production. Like manufacturing is inside premium and it's not in essentials. There may be a few more. Don't go to the bank on that, but that's basically the general concept of it. So for the same amount of money, you get Business Central. You get Microsoft products, you get Office, you get access to, the Power Automate and all that different stuff. Now, granted, this is up for 5 users and this is a per user, but you don't have to have a full essential license for every person inside that. There's a lot of different licensing aspects that you can get away with in just having a member's license. So there's a great licensing. I know that probably everyone's going to blow up with licensing questions around that and the difference between what can I do under $8 versus $70. And I will provide a link. I'm sorry, I thought I had it. As soon as this is over, I'll get a link to you where it's just the PDF of the different licensing guide, which I think is really important to understand and know, and could probably be its own whole session. But I mean, even at that, so depending on how big your small business is, that's a lot of things too. Is a lot of times you're not having tons and tons of people that have access to a computer and a small business. A lot of times, I mean, it might be 10 or less, and so maybe only 2 of those need that full access. And time is money. And so in some aspects, you're spending either just the same or just a little bit more than you would with QuickBooks. But what you're getting is like night and day. It's basically you're getting a Mercedes for the same price as you would maybe a Corolla. And, you get a far better, product with all these bells and whistles and a bright future. So that is why I absolutely love Business Central and really can't wait to see where it's going to go in the future, and think that it's really going to make a huge difference. And I'm super excited for small businesses, especially with its ability to tie on with the Power Platform. I think we're going to see amazing things. And I know I personally love doing implementations for small businesses where you can just see it. You see their eyes and their heart just melt and come together when they see that the part that really frustrates them, the books, the accounting, that aspect of it, when you can make that easy for them and they can just focus on what they love, I don't know. I think that that's a pretty great day. So So if you need to get a hold of me, this is where you can find me. This is my LinkedIn. I got married last year, so I don't know, it acts really weird and puts my maiden name in the middle here, but I'm Mary Thompson. On Twitter, you can find me at mm090511. Here's my email if you need to get me. I've got some YouTube tutorials as well. And also, if you pay attention to this little QWERTY screen here, you should be able to maybe scoop that up, and I have a little form and I can get in touch with you as well. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions, I guess?
Thank you once again, Mary. That was a really, really great session, and obviously covered a lot of ground there. So obviously there are people who have asked about, you know, have got questions, but I think there's not really much time, because I know that you've got another session back to back. So obviously I want to give you a bit of time. I think some of these questions are not really relevant to this. But I think you did actually ask all their questions. There's just one question I think related to Azure DB size, which Mahmoud's actually answered, which was 80 gigabytes. So that's great. Thanks for that. But yes, so let's give Mary a breather, a couple of minutes before we begin the next session. How does that sound? Is that okay?
Yep, that sounds great. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be right back.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hi there. So thanks again, Mary. So we have Mary again. Without further ado, I will hand that back over to Mary. Thanks, Mary.
Yeah. So we're back. Thanks for sticking around with me. Part of this maybe I wasn't exactly sure how some of the flow of this would go, so excuse me for some of maybe the choppiness or repetitiveness, but we'll maybe get some time back to you that way. Once again, I'm sure most of us are probably still here from the last call, so I'll go through this quicker. I'm Mary. Mary Thompson. I've got about 15 years of experience working with small and medium-sized companies. I've also worked with larger-sized companies, but I think that my heart really lies with some of that smaller size companies as well. I've been working with Business Central for about 2 years now, and starting in 2018 when it actually came out. I'm actually also work with D365 Finance, and I'm a certified finance functional associate as well. I've done a bunch of different implementations and also created some fun power apps for Business Central as well. And then I also have my bachelor's degree in business management with some accounting. So I probably know a little bit more accounting than I do the actual tech stuff, but that may be questionable at times. So anyways, like I previously mentioned, D365 Business Central is a comprehensive end-to-end business management solution that empowers a small business owner to run their business in such an efficient manner that they don't even realize that they're handling the financial aspects and operational side of it, but really allows them to focus on the reason that they got into business in the first place, and that's meeting their customers. 3 key aspects of Business Central are that it's located on the cloud, which allows businesses to really be in tune with all of the most latest and greatest updates from Microsoft. And so for small businesses, a lot of times you have compliance issues, or not compliance issues, compliance concerns, right? And there's a lot of those things that maybe you don't understand what it fully means to be SOX compliant, or different aspects like that. But no worries, if you're on the cloud with Business Central, Microsoft takes a lot of the responsibility on making sure that its systems are compliant with those new updates and upgrades. So as long as you're on the cloud, you'll always be compliant with that as well. As well, it's also on the CDS, which makes things like Power Automate and Power Apps super efficient and easy way to customize Business Central to meet your small business needs. And then it's also highly integrated with the rest of the Microsoft ecosystem. As I previously mentioned earlier, there's been a significant amount of growth in Business Central in the last couple of years, and I kind of bring it back up in this section because I think that I really truly believe that one of the reasons that it's really going to grow is the things like Power Apps, App Source, and Power Automate. Because what you're doing is you're empowering your small business owners to go out to the rest of the world and bring that information back in. That's what Power Automate is allowing, and what I feel like it really does for the small business owner is it allows them to connect and bring the rest of the world in to meet them right where they're at as well. So that's really important. I think that that's why we're going to see a lot of growth in it, is because it's really what customers want. With QuickBooks and other systems, you always have to do what that system told you. Now you're going to tell the system what it's going to do for you. So Power Automate and Business Central, they both lie on the central data services, so they are easily integratable. Microsoft has done a really great, excellent job of creating about 14 out-of-the-box templates that are super easy to plug and play. There's a few drop-downs for each one of them, and it empowers the most basic end user to go out and make a difference in their company. And that's what I really love. We'll actually take a look at one of these templates in a little bit as well. But beyond just the 14 out-of-the-box 14 templates, we also have, I think there's a little over 20 different triggers and actions. So maybe you don't like the templates that have already been predetermined to you. Do not worry. The world is your oyster, and you can have whatever you want inside of Power Automate, basically, with these triggers. It's whether a record has been created or updated or changed, or you need an approval, or you have to get something, or you have to delete something. Just a bunch of different aspects. So if we think back, since most of us were in our case earlier where we talked about Donna, right? In our business case around having a small business, having a lot of data and a lot of transactions happening right inside your email, right? So those customers that were going off. So every time you can create a flow where every time a new customer is updated in your system, then maybe something else happens or another person takes an action on that. So that's an example of a trigger or an action that can be taken as well that's not inside of a template. As we've mentioned many times, it's inside the CDS. And also in Wave 1, Microsoft, they put out over 100 different updates on Business Central in just April of this year. And one of those that they made sure that they improved on was really making the CDS integration more of a seamless effort. Again, they're always listening to what we need. And so they asked a lot of partners and developers and citizen developers, hey, what could we do to make this integration process better and really amp it up? So they listened, and we have a better system. Again, circling back on app source, these are all the different, components that the triggers can go out. Maybe they have actions that they do right inside the Microsoft ecosystem, or they're going out and they're getting additional information and bringing it back inside Business Central here through app source. And there's over 650 different solutions that are all vetted out by Microsoft, so you can trust the products that you're putting inside your ERP system. This is really important. I've mentioned this a couple different times, and I kind of wanted to reiterate it again. And make note, if you go to https://aka.ms.bc ideas, they want to hear them. So if you're new to the product and you're testing it out and something doesn't quite make sense, go here, get an idea, and let them know. And also for all of the pro devs and citizen devs and everyone that's using the product, make sure that you put all of your ideas here, because that's how we get the product that we really want and how we continue to see growth and opportunity inside Business Central. These were the numbers that I was mentioning earlier. So over 78 ideas were delivered in the last 2 waves, I guess, between what the clients wanted. And you see 249 votes were represented. So I think that's pretty exciting. And I think that one thing that we see is very consistent in the Microsoft world is that if we want it, we get enough people to want it, they'll listen. So let's keep making it happen. All right. So we're finally going to get into some of the demo aspects here. And before we get started with that, there's a couple different things that have to be set up inside of Business Central for us to get that going. And so you have to have your user set up, you have to have an approval group set up, and your workflow user set up. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. This is the template that we're going to look at as well. Let me share my screen again. Great. Okay. Let's change our company because I think I have this set up under this one. Okay. It's another thing that I like. As you can see, it's very easy just to switch between your different companies. What we'll do first is, like I said, let's check out our prerequisites. So what you do is first you're going to go into users. So you go to user setup. As you can see, there's user and there's user setup. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that you have your user setup. I think I previously mentioned this as well. These will come in from your single sign-on user list. So if it's not there, you need to set up your user there first. These are ones I pre-added. So we have our admin, approvers, all of these. There's some different aspects that you can do here. If you wanted, you could put in your salesperson codes, but I don't have any of that set up right now. and then their email addresses. These are the two basic things that you need here, is kind of the name and the email address. And then once you have your user set up, then you go to the approval user setup. So this screen is pretty interesting. There's a lot going on in here. This will give you where you can identify all your different user approvals, whether it be for sales or for purchasing, and what you're allowed to essentially invoice or sell, and what you can, the limit that you can purchase and sell and approve as well. So that's everything in here. You'll cover those areas. Moving from left to right on the columns, we have our user IDs. Again, we have the purchase order code if we wanted to put that in. The approver ID. This column here, what it's doing is it is identifying who it can approve the approver. So we see here that we have Mary can approve the approver, or Mary can approve Donna, but the approver can approve Mary, right? You have to have them interlaced because you can't approve your own, is basically what they're trying to get at. So now if I wanted to identify a limit here, then I could say maybe the approver can't approve anything, or can't approve a sales order over maybe $500, right? Then you can identify the dollar amount there. Same thing with the purchase amount for approval here, is if they could only approve up to a certain amount. So we'll see that a lot of times in businesses, right? You're going to have a hierarchy. Maybe the front line, maybe the entry person can put in an approval for up to, let's say, $100. So they can request a purchase order for up to $100 before that has to kick off to the next level and get an approval. And then that person can maybe only approve up to $1,000, and then maybe the owner has to approve on that top level, right? So that's where you would identify these amounts here. You'll set it up in two different places, but this is going to be the first one that'll give the constraints with inside Business Central. And you'll see that there's a request amount and there's an approval amount. So the approval amount is obviously what you can approve, and the request amount is how much you can write a purchase order for and request an approval upon without it having to be approved. So what I always recommend is whenever you're trying to get these flows set up the first time, go ahead and just have everything on an unlimited status and make sure that your flow is running properly first before you're trying to troubleshoot these dollar amounts, because sometimes that can be a little bit tricky, especially if you're one person trying to go in and out of all of the different environments and get that set up correctly. Finally, you will have an approval administrator. Just kind of has one person be over everything. I always set that up as myself. And then what you have to do as well is for the notification setup here. So you have to identify for each person that they're going to have a notification that's going to occur, right? So if I get an approval, then I want it to email me this person instantly. And it should save. There we go. Okay. And then let me do that on this one real quick too. Okay. And finally, this last one, just to make everything consistent. Okay. Make sure that worked because it didn't act like it did. Okay. Great. All right. So now we have our approval users all set up. And then we have one last area to take a look at. So we'll go to the workflow user groups. So this is important because people always want to know, well, if somebody leaves an organization, sometimes setting or resetting up all your workflows can be really frustrating, or maybe break, or what happens if that's a small team, right? How do you manage that? Well, with the workflow user group, it kind of helps alleviate some of those issues because you have people associated with the group. So if one person leaves, it's okay because you still have this group, and the group is the one that has like the overall power in it. Excuse me. So we'll take a look in here. All you do to set up a group, I've got one set up here already. I abbreviated it POA for purchase order approval, which I have as the code down here. And then I've got my description. And then in here, you just add whoever you need to put in your user group, right? You can delete them, you can add them. Now, the sequence code over here, this is for the hierarchy that I was discussing earlier. So if it needed to maybe be approved by one person first, and then if that person wasn't there, then the next person, etc. If you needed to set up a hierarchy, then you would put that here in the sequence number. But if you don't care and just anyone can do it first, or whoever gets to it, then you can just leave them all as one, which is what I'm going to leave here for now, just to avoid any issues. Okay, so now that we've got our template, we've got our prerequisites done, we'll go ahead and jump over here into Business Central. We'll use the waffle to connect to Power Automate. So like I said before, there are a bunch of different templates that are already available. As you can see, these are the 14 different out-of-the-box options that are listed. And it's funny because I chose a session on the purchase order approval because, as you can see, everyone loves this topic for some reason. It's like 1,700, and I've got a YouTube video out there as well, a tutorial that I created last year when I came back from D365 Saturday and learned how to do all of it. And out of all the videos I've ever had, for some reason, that one has the most views. So there you go. So we'll go ahead and click on this one right now and get started. So as you can see, if you're familiar with Power Automate, then you're familiar with a lot of what's going on here. I just absolutely love that it makes everything so nice and easy. And now I've been working with this stuff for about a year now. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert, but I'm often amazed at the leaps and bounds I've made since last year when I first learned all of this material. And I know that I was so new and so clueless, and I just know that this screen was so helpful because I could say, okay, I know where I'm going right, or I know where I'm going wrong. If I need to switch an account, everything was set up right here. So this was kind of like my safety screen, like I'm going to be okay. We're going to make it. And of course, it gives all the different options of the programs that we're connecting to. So as we come into here, as you can see, it's got everything laid out for us, and it makes it really nice and easy. We're here in the production. You see that there's a couple different ones. Well, there would be, but we just have the production for right now. And then I previously set, when we were working in here, this is not the screen we were working in different. We were working in World Max is what I wanted to pay attention to. So we need to make sure that we line up the company name within that flow, because otherwise it won't be consistent. You'll wonder why it doesn't work. Now, because this template is super helpful, it has everything kind of pre-filled for you. You, of course, can override and change it, but what it's saying here is, what do you want me to pull from this, for this approval? What are we looking for? What documents are we filtering? So it's saying I need a purchase order because it's pulling from this template is already predetermined. So it knows I want to pull it from the purchase order as our document type, and I'm going to look at the order. And then I want the status to be open. you could change this. That status is going to be related to, you'll see here in a second. So here it's saying open. But if I had a different one, maybe I wanted to say everything that was approved, or I had some type of different status option, then I would, you know, that's where I could identify this one here. So now this header, this third header condition is asking you to say, okay, what is the dollar amount that we want to look at? This is saying, I want you to start this flow for all approvals that are greater than $0. So essentially, that's gonna trigger all of them. But it's also saying, not do I want you only to just look at the amount, but I also need you to look at the amount, including the VAT tax, so everything. But perhaps depending on your business requirements, perhaps the business or the end users don't want the VAT tax included, and maybe they're only particularly looking at the amount, the total amount of the purchase order prior to tax. So just an area that you can customize that depending on your different, you know, business needs. Additionally, this header condition where it's greater than greater than $0, maybe you don't need to approve everything for, you know, $0. Maybe you need to approve everything that's over $500. Now, if you'll recall, in Business Central, when we were setting up the approval user setup screen, and we were looking at the different dollar amounts and limitations that maybe each user could use, this has to be consistent with the minimum amount in there, or your information won't trigger correctly and your flow will fail. So it's one of those areas whenever you're setting this up, it's pretty easy, but the only difficult thing is I recommend being very organized and kind of maybe having an Excel spreadsheet or something that identifies your users and their limitation levels and identify that you've got that consistently mapped between both places. So now if you wanted to add an additional filter field, you could do that here in this fourth condition. So perhaps maybe you wanted to only approve certain purchase order people. So maybe it was a certain user whenever they, you know, have one come in, or maybe a certain currency code, then you could identify a different filter if you needed. But for now, we'll just keep that plain. So again, like you see, most of this is pretty filled in. So all we need to do is drop down into company. And then we have the row dynamics. So this is saying, what are we getting? We're going to go to the production environment, go to the World Max company. And anytime, and I need you to go to the workflow purchases document table and grab the row ID. Then I need you to use that row ID and get starting an approval, right? And that's where this is starting to come in and say. So it has first to respond. You can, when I identified earlier, again, mapping, like I just discussed, this is where that hierarchy could come into play. If everyone must approve, then you would have to go through a series of 1, 2, 3s, or wait for all the responses. You see that you have some different options in here. So depending on how strict your business is would depend on what you need here. For all intents and purposes, we don't have many rules, so we're going like this. So one of the only areas that you don't have filled in for you is you're going to have to put in an email address here. So as you can see, it's obviously going to pull in from your single sign-on. This has to be consistent with all those users that you set up. Again, mapping. Make sure what you put in Business Central is what we're tying out here. Probably already broken record on that, but that's that important. Then, of course, we have all of these dynamic information that we can use here, right? And this dynamic content amount. As you can see, this one says for VAT, but you could add different aspects here to this language. This is going to be the subject. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is going to be the body of the approval that's going to be generated through Outlook. So this is how you can modify. Needs to be approved. Please let me know what you think, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. This is where you can just you can edit your information here. You could also do additional linkage here if you wanted as well. Maybe if you wanted to bring in that line item, then you could do that. You have different options here as well. Enable the push notification, add the email of the person getting the request. It just has all these different information that you can add as well. So then after we have the approval part, then we're going to look at conditions, right? So if it's yes, then what are we going to do? Okay, well, we got to fill in the company here. So this is great. And then it will approve it. As you can see, it's taking this workflow step that it pulled up from up in here. It got this information. See, we got the workflow. It got the information. It's going to approve, and it's going to spit this information out down here. And if you approve it, then it's going to send this email back to the person that it was requested by, right? We've got some dynamic language in here. And then the subject is going to be purchase order is approved. Let's say, get it ordered. Get to work, whatever you want to tell them to do. And then again, we have the body where we can add some additional language or smart content as well if desired. Filling in the same information on the other side, again, just running through it, is this. And that's it. So, as you can tell, all I've done is a whole bunch of talking and very little clicking. That's what I love about it. It's you're just filling in the name. I mean, you have the template, you fill in your name. That's basically, you know what I mean, for the basic out of the box to see how this functionality will work. And then I'm going to go over here. Yep, I already saved it. I like to rename, see this requester approval? No. I like to have very distinct names to make it easier to identify what I'm looking at. Saturday. Okay. That way, when I want to look at something later, I know where it came from. Here we go. Great. So we can close this now. And it's on. Let's go ahead and test it. Oops, that's not what you did. All right, I'll go ahead and test it. So let's switch our companies real quick, right? Because we have everything set up in World. I don't think I have any purchase. Let's see if I have some vendors. May have to. No, let me, you know what? That's okay. This will show you. So some of the stuff when I talked about setting up companies, on this one, I only did the production, so I didn't have any sample data. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to come back in here. I'm going to edit this flow to show, instead of this, I'm just going to change it to Cronus because I know that Cronus has dummy data, so I'm not going to have to worry about creating production reports on the fly. I'm sorry, purchase order reports on the fly real quick here. Make sure I got everything. So as you can see, when we're changing this here, it actually shows you really how easy and all that's going into this. Right? Yep. So it's just a couple different places that we change the company name. Everything else stays the same. Shows you really how easy all of the plug and play approval aspects of it is, because this is single sign-on. My username is applicable in whichever company that I've got it located in right now. Great. Okay. So we're going to save this again, and now we're going to test it. It wouldn't be a true D365 Saturday without little demo hiccups. All right, so now we've got our purchase. Let's get to our purchase orders. All right, so we'll come in here and, oh, that one's already released. I'm going to get an open one. You see released means I've already approved it. So I was already in here playing. Already having fun before y'all got here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do request approval. I'm going to send approval request. And when we come back over here to our flow, you should see that this thing has kicked off. Great. I see my email came in here, so I know that it has. I've got a lot of quotes to get out. That's okay. I've got business inbox, so I can take care of these quotes for everyone very quickly. Sorry, humor. So here I've got my approval that it came in. We see that it was requested by me, for me, right? That's okay. I've got a different sign-in, so it'll be all right. And it has the date. This is all the information that we asked for it to do. We told it in that smart language. We said, give us the purchase order, right? So this is unique to what's actually coming out of the system, totaling for this amount. And this, you know, so all this came in right from there. So we can approve everything from here. If you wanted to jump into, you know, Business Central and take a look at it, as we looked at earlier, you could jump into all of that from there. But because we have all the information here, and what you can do, right? So let's talk about this for a second. The point would be to really identify and modify this approval screen that's circling right now, to modify that approval screen so that it is going to meet your business requirements, so that you don't actually have to jump into here into Business Insights. Even though it's right here, you should probably make it whatever your customer needed. Otherwise, you're making them click more than they need to click. So that would be my advice, is modify this to exactly what your customer needs. Whenever you're taking those requirements, figure out every aspect that they would want on that email to be able to hit this approval button and never think about it again. Because if you don't do that, then you're kind of missing out of the opportunity. So we'll say reason, looks good. You don't really need a reason, but we'll just have one for fun. Okay, so let's see if we can check on our flow over here. And because I'm the one person stop shop here, you see that it actually looks good, right? This is what I just sent. So not only you can see that when we have this set up, that it will send the approval out, right? Like we told it to. And then it also, that second condition was saying, hey, once you approve it, or if they approve it, come back and go ahead with an email and let that person know, right? Because if it was two different people, and we're looking at this from a business case concept, right? We'll go back to Donna, Prima Donna, and her clothing line, right? So this purchase order would be approved, and then maybe Jeremiah or somebody else that she has, right? Then they can say, okay, now I can go get this ordered, right? I've got the approval, and they never had to talk. And with a few click of a buttons, like maybe the person sent the purchase order, it was approved and sent back in a matter of clicks, opposed to maybe some traditional purpose would be walking this piece of paper all the way around the office. And you can't do that when everything's online like we have been. So it's a really nice aspect that you can do there. And then if we go back here for a second, tell us in a second, I think that it was successful. We know it was successful. We saw it be successful. But interesting. So yeah, I think that's, again, it's not a lot of rocket science. It's really just kind of getting used to it and putting some of the language in here and modifying that approval process. So I think I've got plenty of time for questions this time, if there's any. Let me take a look. let's see here. Can the order be attached to the approval? Yes. There's some markup language or some additional flow that you can do to add that into the thing. It looks like somebody answered that already as well. How to set a trigger when document is created, like purchase order. Oh, so yeah, so there's a trigger in there. I think that's the question is, I think the question is how to set a trigger if a document is created. And so what you can do is whenever you go, let me jump back in. So let's see if I was going to create a flow. Let's just start an automatic flow and we'll say, whatever, customer. Oops, actually, let me try to find that exact. Sales order. Okay, yeah, so let's do a sales order then. We'll do sales order. What is this one? When a sales document approval is requested. Or I'm going to skip this one for now. I'll show you what you can do here. These are all the different triggers. I was going to show you this. I'm glad that you brought this up. With Business Central. Oh, somebody want to, I don't know if that was, sorry. So these are all the different triggers, right? So if you don't want to use a template, these are all the different triggers that you can automatically start with. So when a record is changed, when a record is deleted, these types of different aspects, and then you can identify. So when a purchase document, when a sales order approval, or a general journal, you can plug and play these different aspects here. So let's say for Cronus, so then for this table name, this is where you're going to identify which one it is. So if it's maybe a customer that you want to look at or employees, you're going to identify which table that you want this action to look at first. So for this one, maybe for sales orders, right? And then when you come down to the next one, you would say, I want you to, when a record is changed from this, I want you to get this, right? So then you would put in the next part of your flow to do your next desired action. But basically there's like over 20 different like triggers and actions, as you can see, that are similar to this, like when a record is changed, that you can personalize to meet your needs. So hope that answers. How to add a custom value instead of selecting from the table list. You can create custom connectors and APIs. So you would be able to create a custom one to go out there and get it for a specific field or value. Oh, nope, I hear you can't yet. I see it now. So I'll stop with that one. Thank you, Steve, for answering that. Let's see. Before approving. So on this one, how to view the purchase order on the email before approving. So with that business insight, so there's two different things. Like I said, you can modify the body of the report so that you can look at that and have an additional flow in there to do that. Or you can also look it on Business Insight if you want. Use Power Automate instead of the inbox. That's a great question, Adrian. So the question is, if you use Power Automate instead of the inbuilt workflows, does it stop the user manually releasing the PO by adding some form of record or restriction? That's a really great question that I would have to test the restrictions on that, unless somebody else is smarter than myself right now and has the answer to that. But I can definitely look into that and get you an answer back on that. anything else? Any other or any? I mean, there seems to be a lot of input from y'all out there. Is there anyone else maybe that has? I don't know if I can throw it back out to y'all, but if anyone else has any maybe other awesome Power Automate approval tips and trade tricks that I didn't, that I missed out on, I'd love to hear them as well. Or if you want to throw them in the message, etc. What is, let's see here, with the trigger, when sales purchase document approval is requested, what is the different? Essential. So a lot of it is the setup. I like the flow and the setup for the Power Automate versus the inside the box options. So let me show you that real quick. Workflows. So these are like ones that are already there, but if I wanted to do a new workflow from template, these are all of the ones that they have already. And it just runs it through all of this screen. I just prefer, I mean, ultimately, if I were to go back to the one that I looked at in here, that I already created, you see this Microsoft Flow. These actually look just the same, right? So there's not a lot of difference in some of the setup and the creating of them like this way. I just personally prefer to do them inside of Flow because it's easier for me. And but they're essentially Business Central is utilizing the same Flow concept, which I think somebody else said. Yeah, so Flow can be easily customized. So that's part of the aspect, the fun part of it. And for me personally, it just makes more sense visually for me. That's where I tend to use it as well. Yeah. All right. Well, I think maybe I'll kick it back off to you, Raz.
Thanks for that, Mary. Yep, so that's a really, really great, obviously a lot of nav world, especially are not familiar with flows, and so that was a really, really great introduction to flows, and yeah, lots of excitement around that. So thanks to again, Renee says thank you, and yeah, there's lots of questions around getting used to flow, and we will have another session with Power Automate, should I say, later on. Again, but this was a really, really great way of getting started within Business Central with Power Automate. So thanks again, Mary, for that. So Mary, look, you've done 2 back-to-back sessions, so I know you must be exhausted. So guys, is there any final questions for Mary before Mary goes? Hey, everyone's just saying thank you, Mary.
Yeah.
Mahmoud saying thank you.
Yeah, you guys, maybe I don't have all the answers, but let me switch back just so that you have my last little screen. So I think I had a lot of people already reach out to me, but just in case you need it again, here's my little Curious screen. Go ahead and get a hold of me. If you have more questions, I'll do my best to answer all of them and help you, especially maybe as that may be related to Power Automate and an accounting concept. And if I don't have the answers, I'll help you get them.
Great stuff. So yeah, so Stephen Renders saying very good session. Thomas Hutter, thanks Mary. Mahmoud, thanks so much Mary. Renee again says thank you. Yeah, so as well, I would also like to say thank you for obviously 2 back-to-back really great sessions. Just what the community needed, especially a lot of the the NAV consultants and developers who are looking to upskill and get familiar with the new age, really. So thanks again, Mary, for all for your time today. And yes, everyone, make sure you connect with Mary. She's doing lots of fantastic work in this space of finance, and not just with Business Central. Is that correct? You also work with the other FinOps tools as well.
Yeah, by trade, they actually, well, I'm currently seeking new opportunities, but by trade, technically, I guess I'm a finance consultant prior to Business Central. But I have to say that my heart really is in Business Central. I guess one last fun takeaway, a lot of questions that people often ask is, well, what's the difference between Business Central and FinOps, right? That was one thing that a company that I worked with a few years ago, we really looked at as Business Central came out. And before I said, you know, QuickBooks tells you what to do and you tell Business Central what to do. And it's funny because I kind of switch that up when I go into the difference between Business Central and FinOps. Is that FinOps is super customized, and you're really starting from scratch. Whenever we were setting up those companies for Business Central, we had that one that it was like set up data only. And honestly, it like basically fills in your posting profiles, your vendor posting profiles, your customer posting profiles. I mean, it'll set up your chart of accounts, you know, and so there's a lot of aspects that you can really do inside of Business Central that with FinOps, you have to go and you have to set all of that up. But it's great because you can make that system do whatever you want. And so what I'm getting at is when you're looking in terms of Business Central versus FinOps, you tell FinOps what to do. And Business Central, prior to my understanding of Power Automate, Business Central used to tell you what to do, but now you can do Business Central. I mean, you can basically tell it what to do. But that's one of the biggest things is that there's a lot more customized options inside FinOps, where Business Central is a lot easier. It's a lot more plug and play. And, you know, it can hold up to, I think maybe it's like 100,000 different transactions. So we always say small to medium-sized companies, but depending on the transactional level that you have, I would even venture to say that some big companies can go inside of that and skip outside of FinOps as well. So there's my Business Central plugs.
Awesome. And so look, you know, a lot of people have been in a situation related to COVID where, yes, so look, it's great to see that. Look, for if you're a customer or a partner, look, Mary, highly recommend Mary. So please reach out to Mary. Carry on, please. The community, if you can carry on asking your questions in the chat window. Feel free to carry on, or if you've got anything else, please feel free. Mary, I won't obviously take up too much of your time. I want to thank you again, and what we'll do, we've got another 10 minutes until Jose Azevedo joins us, so we will have a short 10-minute Q&A and break on the private channel until the next session begins. Thanks again, Mary.
Thanks, Sean. Have a great one.
So if you have
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliff extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
James Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
It's been a great event. There's been some really interesting speakers, and it's been a fantastic opportunity to network with lots of people.
I think there's been a lot of expertise from the community on show here. I think we're in the region of about 180 people, so really worthwhile and a big investment from the community. So a lot of expertise and really worthwhile.
Community events like Dynamics 365 Saturday really help our community of consultants, employees, partners, and customers grow. And so events like this are great because everyone comes here to learn, to teach, and to really help the community itself become more vibrant and self-sufficient.
It's great to work with a bunch of people that are so excited to really grow the community and get more involved with Dynamics 365.
It's just been brilliant. I've had people come up and say, it's really different here, isn't it?
It's incredible to see how the community gets together, and the fact that this happens on 12 different locations around the world just makes it unique for the Dynamics 365 community.
I encourage you to look into Dynamics 365 Saturday, 365saturday.com, and I hope to see you at the next show.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and Jose is doing 2 sessions as well. So Jose, now's a great time to obviously feel free to take over, share your screen, and really what we want to do is, first of all, we want to know who Jose Azevedo is, and please feel free to share your contact information. I will obviously share I couldn't find your Twitter. Jose, do you have a Twitter account by any chance?
I have, but do not use.
Oh, fair enough. So it's just I'll share your LinkedIn account then.
Yeah. I have. In fact, the first slide. We have my contacts.
Great stuff. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Jose. Thank you.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
I can. Yes.
Yes. So thank you all. Thank you, Raz, for inviting me and all the community. It's a great pleasure to be here and to share my knowledge, in this case, on this session, about using Business Central to support the warehouse requirements and processes. And as I said to Raz, here it is my introduction and my contacts. So as I said, my name is Jose. I am solution architect. I work in KPMG UK. So before COVID, I was based in London. Now I am based in Teams. So online available, I believe that then as lot of us. So you have here my personal contact, my personal LinkedIn, and also my personal blog. That the main idea is always to share knowledge about everything related with the Microsoft Business Application apps without code. So no code or even low code, it's the main goal of this blog. So I work with the Microsoft Dynamics Business Central on the last 16 years. But since I left university, I also work all the time with ERP. So here it is some of them: Oracle applications, Business Central, Sage X3. Before I moved to London 2 years ago, I was also invited teacher in university. And during my career, I work always in consulting, starting as business consultant, and after having the normal path in this area, becoming project manager, engagement leader, team leader, site manager. I worked 2 years on a different city, so I started in Porto, but during 2 years I was the site manager of the Lisbon office of my previous company. And after I moved more for the sales side and pre-sale side, and now I am solution architect. Looking for my past, the most complex implementation were on fashion, food, and pharmaceuticals. But of course that I also implement and help to implement NAV and Business Central in other industries. So some personal insights. I am really a food, wine, and gin lover. And I think that I am a sports addicted also, so runner, tracker, and before moving to London bodyboarder. Moving for the agenda. So I will start my presentation really to give a personal perspective about Business Central, and I believe that during the day other sessions also present the same perspective. After I will jump for the main topic, the inventory and warehouse models, and I intend to show different scenarios on a live demo, how we can use Business Central in different types of company. At the end, I will share my lessons learned. So these 20 years implementing ERPs, I know some do's and some don'ts. And of course that I will be free now or after for some questions. And I will try my best to answer all of them. So, all about Business Central. I know that we have a lot of history, different logos, Navision, Dynamics NAV, different logos, and this is the last one. And a lot of the community still looks for Business Central as this product that has these nice new logos, and it is for ERP, and is trying to solve the business requirements related to this area. But personally, on the last 2-3 years, I think that is not anymore like this. So in my perspective, Business Central now is a piece of the ecosystem from Microsoft that we also have the Office 365, Azure, the Power Platform, the Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, virtual agents, and the connection with the CDS and AI. Everything is part of this. So that's why my other session is really connecting the Business Central with the Power Automate, because I believe that a lot of times the community still focus on the little product that is Business Central and does not look for the overall solution. And when we are fighting with our competitors, we should fight, in my view, with all of these, because if you look for our competitors, they do not have these different options connected, and this is really powerful. So, jumping for the main topic of the session, stock control or inventory control. So here I really use the help of Google, and we can see that is everything that we want to control in terms of quantities, for what we call items or service. including raw materials and finished goods. So, the first thing that I want to explain is the mapping with this concept with Business Central. So, to cover this area, we have two models, the inventory and the warehouse. And if we look for the pricing and the license guide from Microsoft, we do not see clearly two models. So Microsoft is trying to put together the two, but there are some difference in implementing the first one and the second, and I will cover that later on. The other topic is about warehouses. So we can have physical, virtual, and here I put two examples, a quality one, in transit, or even outsource. If we need this, the mapping to Business Central are really what is called location. Finally, the next topic is a small detail inside the location that sometimes we have and sometimes we don't have. That can be the positions or shelves that in Business Central are bins. And finally, looking for the items, even if it is a raw material, a finished good, or a retail item, we are talking about items. So this is the main entities that we should use to implement this area on Business Central. So for the people that is starting with Business Central on this area, I will jump now from the PowerPoint to the live environment, and I want really to suggest that if you are starting, sometimes you do not know where to start or what it is the best way to start. And as you know, in Business Central, we have different profiles. So if you want to start on this area, inventory and warehouse, I really suggest to use this one, shipping and receiving, warehouse management system. And now I jump to the sandbox. And if we look here for my settings, we can see that we have different roles or different profiles. And in my opinion, a good start should be, please use this one. And if you select this one, the role center and the starting page is this one. And you have a good starting point to explore all the functionalities that we are looking for on the next areas. I said before that in my perspective, there is a difference between the stock and warehouse models. And I will try to explain now, in my perspective, what is the real difference. But later on with the demo, I think that will be more clear for all the persons that are attending this session. So in my perspective, the stock model is really when you post directly on the documents. So if we are on the purchase order and you just post, this post means that you are updating the stock on the inventory model, on the stock model, and you do not need really to jump to another profile, another area of the system to start to use it using the stock control. The second option, that is what is common to say, that is the warehouse model, is when you have two steps. So one step is the documents from the business, the purchase order, the sales order, the transfer order, as one step. And at the same time, on the warehouse, usually a different user has a different document to post. I think that there is one person that is not muted and there is a background noise. So if you are not muted, please mute yourself. Thank you. So I was saying in my perspective, the big difference between the stock and the warehouse models. And now I will start to show on the system the mapping that I showed before. The good thing about this profile is that we do not need to look on different areas, different options, what we are looking for. So if we click here, we have the access to the things that we need. So the first one is the locations. And as I said, we can have different locations with different setups that can be physical warehouse, can be virtual, or even outsource. So we can set up the ones that we need. Clicking on the last one, this one, I talk about bins. And here it is the example. So I start on this warehouse, and after I have a breakdown with some bins. And the bins can be the corridor, can be the shelf, can be the position, can be the box. It depends really on the physical warehouse that you need. And finally, we also have the item. And you know, when you click on the item, you have a list of all the items. And one functionality that the end users just love Business Central is when they jump to this list and they have all the items, they have immediately here the quantity on hand. And as you can see, looking for this view, we also are seeing some information about the stock. So for example, the first line we can have 110 pieces because the unit of measure is pieces. And this is the overall inventory that we have for this item. At the same time, if we prefer to have a view that is by location, or I mean by warehouse, using this option, items by location, we can see that we can check, looking for the rows, all the items, and looking for the columns, the quantity per warehouse. So if we remember, we have on the first item 110 and 100 are on this warehouse and the rest are on this warehouse. So this is the really more simple way to use Business Central to support the inventory control. So I will show you a very simple transaction. And you can see that in this case, we just need to refer the item, the location, and the quantity. And when we post, it's everything done. So the stock is updated, and we do not need to jump to another screen in the warehouse. And during the day, we saw some presentation. For example, I remember the one from Paul that explains that in Philippines, they have a lot of small companies, a lot of family companies. And in that case, you do not need a complex setup to run Business Central on the warehouse area. So if I look again for the items, the quantity on hand is automatically updated. The second nice functionality that we have on Business Central is really the drill down. So if we want to see the item ledger entry for this item, we just click on the quantity and we can see all the transactions, including the one that I just made now. So this is one possible scenario to implement stock control in Business Central. Very simple, very easy, without a lot of setup, and I would say almost ready to go for a new implementation. Now, I will start to increase some complexity on this very simple scenario. So I will click now on a different item. And on this item, besides the item code and the description, on the item tracking tab, sorry, we have the ability to select what is the item tracking code. And as you can see here, I select on this item that we have lot tracking. That means that when I look for this item and I click on the inventory, I do not see only the drill down of the 53, but I can see the quantity per lot. So this way of working is the same in terms of the warehouse, but looking for the item, if we want to control the lots, for example, food industry, pharmaceuticals, we need the control of the lot because of the expire date for the FIFO and these type of requirements. And this way, we just need to set up the item with the item tracking with lot. And again, the third option is similar one, but not with the lot, but the serial number. So here on the same option, we can select that this item is serial control. And this is good, for example, for electrical products, mobile phones, TVs, things that we want to control one by one. So I will jump now again to my PowerPoint. So and this is the summary. So looking for the stock control, that is the more simple way to implement Business Central on this area. We can have these different options. So we can say Business Central even does not have any location. So it's like a blank location, everything is together. And if we select this option without any location, we can also work with items and items with lot control, with serial, and another option that is also possible is both lot and serial at the same time. The second option is when we have one location without bins. Again, we can mix this combination with all the combination of the items. We can have several locations without bins. And again, the same story with the items. We can also have one location but with bins, and the same. Several locations with bins, And finally, we can mix together some location without bins and some of them with bins, and mixing these together with items, lots, serials, and lots and serials. So on this summary, this seems to be complex, but it is not. So it's all about to looking for your customer and just decide on the location or warehouse side what are the real needs, and looking for the items the same way. And what I want to share with all of you is that this combination is possible on a very easy way. The second big advantage is that you can change it during time. So you can start with one location, but after you can create more. You can have some items without lot control, but you can create new items with lot control. And this is really flexible. So adding some complexity to this. So I explained that at the beginning that in my perspective, there is two options to implement this area. What I call stock control that I just finished, and what I call warehouse control. That is when we have an independent user that interacts with the system without being directly with the source documents. So I will start now with this second step, and on the warehouse control, I will show what is the setup that is needed. So when we look for a warehouse, we have this tab here where we can say that for this warehouse, we need to have this step to receive, and that this means really when it is an inbound flow, or when we are shipping, and this is the outbound flow. And as you can see on my sandbox here on West Warehouse, I just populate that it requires receive and requires shipment. So it means that every time that we are transaction with this warehouse, the sales and the purchase or even the transfer will just release the documents, and after we will have an independent but linked process that will connect to that documents. So this is the first mandatory step, to look for the locations and create this setup. The second very important small setup is that we should create our user as a warehouse employee. This is very important. Without this step, we are not able to receive and to ship. And you just need to search warehouse employee on Business Central and just create the combination between the user and between the locations. And finally, if you search to the warehouse, global warehouse setup, you can find this option that you can say globally that you want to require receipt, put away, shipment, and pick. And I am taking this note with all of you because this setup is not really used. So what we should care about is location by location, these options, and the warehouse. So the solution itself does not look for these, because when you set up the location or the warehouse, this is the most important part. So I just refer here, and as you can see, it is off on all of them. But because it's on the West, on these two options, when we are transaction with the West location, it will work this way with the on the receive and on the shipment. And what I explain in two steps, or having the business step, that in this case on an inbound flow is the PO release, and after we have the second step that is really to create the warehouse receipt. So it is two steps. So this one is made by the purchase team that just released the PO when agrees the price, the quantities, the dates with the supplier or the vendor. This is one step. And after, when this PO arrives to your warehouse, this is the second step, that is the warehouse receipt. So I will jump again to the system, again on the initial page. And as you can see, this profile has a shortcut here, the warehouse receipt. This means that on my user, we do not have any warehouse receipt. I will create a new one. So I will accept a new number. I will say this is for the warehouse West. And now, if I want to connect to the source document, I have this option here that when I click, it will show all the POs, all the inbounds that I have pending for this warehouse. So now I am with the head of the person that works in the warehouse that does not have a clear idea what was the POs that were released, but now it just have a paper, just have some box to receive, and I am sure that has a connection with the PO. So when I click here, just brings the quantity for the pending quantities for this PO. And as you can see, the original quantity was 10 and 15, but it is pending only 9. Sorry, I just click on the wrong cell because one was already received. And now I will receive, for example, 5 and 5. But if I try to post now, it will not work. It will not work because the second item is lot tracking, and I do not upload the information about the lot. So the action that I need is to go to the tracking lines. And if there is some information about the lot, I can accept it or just delete and create a new one. So I will say 5. And now just post. And as you can see, oh, I have something wrong with this post. But what will happen is that it will create a posted warehouse receipt. That again, on our initial database, we can see here. So posted purchase receipt. And if we click, every time that we transact this way, it will create a posted transaction receipt. And at the same time, no, I said a posted warehouse receipt. So it creates automatically 2 documents, one for the warehouse and one other for the purchase, because this receipt will be used for the next step that will be to link to the purchase invoice using the 3-way match. So at the end, this warehouse control step is really very simple, because it just have two different users making one part of the process and the other part. But at the end, in terms of the update of the stock, it is really the same. But we can go further down in terms of this detail. So we can have the release, we can have the receipt, and we can have what is called the put away. So the receipt is the moment where you just count the quantities and you have on the receipt area, and the put away is where when you decide to bring these items to a different bin, to a different area. So for this case, I will create a new warehouse receipt, but now I will select the other warehouse that is the West 2, because it's West with 2 steps. And again, the same way of working. So I will select the PO. I just want to receive $10, and this line I do not receive anything, just the first line. And now I will post. So what happened was a new warehouse receipt was created and a new document that is the put away. So coming back to our initial page, we have here the put away, and as we can see, the West 2, we have the 10 that we receive. And this is a second step that we can use to put away these 10 items of this PO. The main question that I often listen is when you decide the setup from 1 step or 2 steps. And my golden rule here is if you have different moments where you receive and a different moment to put away, and it is made by a different user, so the user that made the receipt is a different one than the put away, I think that these 2 steps make sense. When you have a warehouse that the person that just received pick the goods and just put away on the final shelf, and if it is only 1 step, in my view, the right setup should be only warehouse with 1 step. So, and again, a summary. So, as you can see before, we can mix everything from the locations, and I mean locations, bins, 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step in the inflow and 2 steps on the outflow, because you can decide that when the goods are receiving, you want just 1 step, but when you are shipping, you have 2 steps, for example, the picking and the shipment, and you can combine all of these with all the options that we already saw about the item, the lot, the serial, and the lot and serial at the same time. So again, this is not complex, this is flexible, and the golden rule here is really try to have the right setup looking for the way that the warehouse works. And finally, the most advanced option that we have still on Business Central, that is called WMS, Warehouse Management System, and looking for the setup again on the location, we have this option that is direct put away and pick. And when we activate this option, it will automatically disable all these options and will make them enable without the option to disable. So when you decide that this warehouse, this location is automated location, you just need to click on this option and everything is disabled. After this, the next step is you need to create what is called the zones. And the zones are different areas of this warehouse where you can set up that these areas only allows one type of transaction. And as you can see on my example on the screen, I have a zone for picking, a zone for shipping, a zone for put away, and a zone for receive. Of course, that you can have a different zone for goods that are frozen, for goods that are with a short life, and you can have different zones to classify your warehouse in terms of the actions and in terms of the transactions that you can run. Finally, the third setup, and this is everything on the location card, is really to have a dedicated bin for the receipt, for the shipment, and for the adjustment. So these three are completely mandatory, and the next ones are needed if you run the manufacturing model. So if you do not use the manufacturing, you do not need to populate these fields. And this part is needed if you are using the assembly or kitting model. But again, if you are not using, you do not need to populate. And finally, looking for the automation. So this way of working, Business Central takes the ownership to automate some transaction. So for example, the put away template is a rule where the system will try to find alone what is the best bin where some item or some quantity of item should be stored. And there is a rule for that, to find an empty bin, to find a similar item, to find a bin ranking. There is a rule for that. And we can set up this rule. And after, we can also set up the system warehouse by warehouse or location by location to pick following the FIFO or not. So we have some rules that we can set up, and this area is the most advanced one. And we really need to look for the way of working of the warehouse physically to have the right setup here. Finally, and again, the warehouse employees, very important also. And again, the same that I mentioned before. Even if you look for the warehouse setup and you have this field, please do not take time to populate these. Just look for the location card that are really the important ones. So, in this case, in terms of the inbound, in terms of the steps, are really the similar as the two steps that I showed you before. So the PO release, that is one step. After we just create the warehouse and we post, and the system automatically create the put away. So in terms of this description, everything is the same. But under the hood, what happens is when we just post the first step, the items are stored on this dedicated zone and bin that we populate before. And the put away that is created follow the template and the rules that I explained, that if it is an empty bin or a similar item, or if this item does not have the volume that does not fit to one bin or the other. So this creation of the put away looks for these rules. And after, when we register the put away, so the items are stored on the final zone bin. So coming again for the system and just give you one example with this setup, even if in terms of the steps is really very similar to the latest one. A new warehouse. Now I will select the WMS location. I just get the PO. And again, I will receive just 2 units of this one. And when I post, as you can see in the screen, it creates a warehouse posted receipt and at the same time a new put away. And now it's really nice to look for the put away. That is the latest one. And as you can see, my 2 units of this item, this step of the put away is really to move from this dedicated bin, that is the receipt bin, and now the system, looking for the rules that I have set up on this warehouse, does not find any location that suggests to be the put away bin for this. So in this case, we can select the one manually, and after we can register. And the document is down and the quantities are moved from the receipt to the bin that I select on the put away. So a summary of this last option. When we select for a location that the direct and put away is mandatory, it means that we need to use zone and bins. We also need to set up a put away template to suggest the rules for the put away itself. I do not show, but there is a capacity policy internally that is possible to set up. That means that if our item has the weight and the volume inside the system, and we set up the bins with the maximum capacity, the system is able to decide what is the right bin to store this receipt or this put away automatically. And we can set up if we want to control the capacity or not, and we have these different options. We can select, as I said, the FIFO picking, but it is optional because you can use lots or not. And finally, when we have a lot of complexity on the warehouse during the peak waves, there is one option that is the bin ranking, that when you are creating the bins, the system just suggests to follow the right corridor, to follow the right way to be more productive, and we can use the bin ranking. I do not show this last option, is just to give some insights about it because I was afraid of the available time in 1 hour. So I show different options that we can set up, and I think that it is clear to see that we can have very small companies using the basic stock control, or even some retailers that have advanced warehouse using BC to support their activities. This is inside the scope that Microsoft selects for Business Central, that is small, medium companies, but this scale of small, mediums is US. So in some European countries, a medium is very big. And that means that the range of the warehouse activities can be from 1 or 2 users for the whole company, or even 200 users in some PC implementation. So what are really my lessons learned how to implement Business Central on different companies with different needs on these areas? So in my view, BC is very flexible on this area. So if you combine the different setups that I show, we have a big number of options that you can mix together to allow to have the right setup for the business requirements of a customer. Before COVID, I said that this is mandatory to visit a warehouse in person, but now it is not allowed in some countries, but I still have the opinion that this is the best way to feel what is the complexity of the warehouse transactions. But of course, that we can use to film a warehouse, to share some sessions, but it's always good to see how they interact physically. In my opinion, we should keep it simple and smart. So if we ask with the empty paper a customer, what do you want for a warehouse? Usually he says that wants everything. Is like saying, I need the picks, I need the putaways, I need everything. And sometimes when we visit warehouse, it's just one person that makes everything. And in my opinion, if it is the same person, does not make sense to have a lot of steps, because you are asking the same person to make a lot of steps that means the same. So I would suggest really to start simple and smart. And again, small, and you can grow. So if you create one location with one setup, if the company grows, you can set up another location and grow with the complexity. The good thing about Business Central is really that you can update the setup without customizations, and I think that this is the right way to move forward. I already talked about this. This is one of my gold rules. If several steps are made by the same user, does not split the steps. Just keep it simple. Of course, that if you receive during the morning by one person and after you have another one that is putting away, that can make sense to have two-step flow. Do not implement a solution to solve when a warehouse is chaotic. So organize first and automate after. A lot of times there are a lot of problems because they do not know what items should be stored, what items should be received or shipped. And in that case, a solution does not solve that type of problems. So a lot of times on this area, the best approach is to look, to suggest something on the way of working, but before starting implementing a solution. And I know that sometimes we mix together both. I have the same opinion about using handhelds, barcodes, and QR codes. So a lot of times we receive a prospect that say, I want barcodes, and after does not have any idea how to organize the warehouse. So in my view, organize first and automate after. And lastly, from my lessons learned, keep safe and warehouse yourself, because it's really important that you try the right setup with the different options, because these combinations is really the important part. And now I finish my slides and my slot of presenting, and I have no idea if we have a lot of questions. Can you help me, Raz, please?
Thank you once again, Jose, for that very elaborate session. A lot of interest. We've noticed a big spike in interest. So thank you once again for a very comprehensive coverage of this topic. So yeah, so the first question was related to warehouse and employee, basically users having multiple warehouse locations. And I believe Renato basically contributed to that, as answering in yes. So warehouse employees can have an employee setup table. Yeah. The next one is sorry.
On the print screen, I just show one combination, but we can have several lines. So of course, that one warehouse person can work in several locations. Yes.
Great. And Musab has asked, what are the accounting entries when the post warehouse receipt and where to set up with the posting group?
Okay. So in fact, the warehouse transaction does not post in JL directly. So if you have a receipt, the receipt itself does not post in the JL automatically. What posts on the JL transaction is the purchase post receipt. So if you have the first setup of the stock control or the second one, that I call it warehouse control, in terms of posting, it is the same, because when you receive the items, the post is the same because you are receiving from a PO. So in fact, the warehouse itself does not interact directly with the posting. Of course, that at the end of the month, the inventory costing routines looks for all the transactions of the inventory, but this is another part of the conversation. We can have 1 hour talking about that.
Yeah. So Isaac is asking the question, if the customer is not using bin contents, but in a short period is a possibility, do you recommend to use a warehouse or one bin, or use another warehouse in the future?
So after starting a use of location, a warehouse, it is not possible to change to start to have bins after. So you need to create a second warehouse, move everything from the first to the second. And if this step is a nightmare in some cases, my suggestion is that you start to creating one location and one bin that is always the same bin. And in that case, it is bin mandatory, but it's always the same. So after, if you decide to create the second, the third bin, the setup is the same.
Fantastic. So the next question is, before Business Central, we had ADCS. How can we use ADS functionality in Business Central?
Not anymore. Not anymore. So I know that if you try to use it, you can use, but it's not supported anymore officially by Microsoft. So if you want to have a requirement to use handhelds, and usually ADCS is connected with handhelds, I would suggest to look for some ISVs that has these functionalities. I don't know, Raz, if being a community session, I can give some names about some ISVs or not.
Sure you can. Yes.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah.
So as a starting point, I would suggest Tasklet. Tasklet is one ISV dedicated on the warehouse in handhelds, and it connects with Business Central and then also with F&O. And it is a very good solution to have the Business Central in handhelds. So my suggestion is, please do not use ADCS because it's not supported by Microsoft anymore, and move to an ISV, and Tasklet is one of them.
Great stuff. And so the next question is how to do an item adjust in a warehouse.
Okay, so the item adjustment in the warehouse depends on the configuration that you select. So during my presentation, I show several options. And if you select the first one, you have a way of looking for an item adjustment with a journal. But if you are using the most advanced one, the WMS, you have another way of making the adjustment. What I need to be clear is, independent of the setup that you select, you always have an option in Business Central Standard to make an adjustment, even if it is positive or negative. At the same time, you have a second option that is the physical counting. So that is the moment when you decide to physically count one by one, all the pieces and all the boxes and all the things, and you just want to enter the physical quantity. And of course that in some cases you have adjustments because the quantity that you have on the system can be different.
Well, I have to say, Jose, thank you so much for your very concise answers and session. I think it was very well appreciated by everyone. And that brings us to the end of this session. Do you have any final things to say before we finish, Jose?
Just to say thank you to all my friends that are messaging me at this point, and I really appreciate. And I want to thank you, Raz, for inviting me for this session, and I am happy to attend the next one.
Yes, and we do look forward to your session that's later on related to Power Automate. Yeah. So everyone, Jose will be back. Next up is Hanato, and it's Stephen Renders. Hanato and Stephen, are you available?
Hi, Raz. Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, we can. Yes.
Here is Renato.
Hi, hello, it's Stephen here. Can you hear me?
Ah, Stephen. Welcome, guys. Both Renato and Stephen are both Microsoft MVPs. It's a very great privilege to have them both here today. And they're covering a very popular topic related to Power BI. So without further ado, it looks as though Renato and Stephen have shared their screen. So I will hand it over to them.
Okay, Raz, can you see my screen?
We can, yes.
Great, then we'll start with the presentation. Just a second. Okay, so we can start. Stephen, you are ready?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
Okay, so hello everyone, and welcome to today's session, Power BI from Zero to BI Hero. Stephen and I are really very pleased that we can share our knowledge with you how easily you can start developing Power BI reports on top of Dynamics 365 Business Central data, even if you are not a hardcore developer, let's say. So my name is Renato Fajdiga, and I'm coming from Croatia. I have more than 5 years of experience in implementing Dynamics NAV and Dynamics 365 Business Central. As Raz told, I'm also a Microsoft MVP, Microsoft Certified Trainer, and currently I work as a product manager for Dynamics 365 Finance. Also, I work as a trainer in Platan together with Steven.
Hello, my name is Steven Renders. I'm also a consultant and a trainer. I've been delivering consultancy and training for more than 15 years. I'm also an MVP. I'm more of a technical person. I started out as a developer. That's why to combine my technical knowledge and expertise with the fun of creating Power BI reports. And today we're going to try to explain what are the typical steps involved in achieving that goal.
Okay, thank you, Steven. So, could you please continue?
All right, so I'm working for Platan in Belgium, and although I'm mainly a technical trainer, we also have a program which is Business Central Booster, which is a completely online program where you can find lots of functional trainings at the moment. And there's an Essentials, a Premium pack. It's completely online. And I wanted also to announce that this summer, usually I have a little bit of time off. I will also be preparing a booster version for Power BI. So have a look at it. Website businesscentralbooster.com. Because you will find also some Power BI materials on there very soon.
Okay, thank you, Steven, for this introduction. And regarding our agenda for today, we will start by describing what the Power BI is, what are the key concepts, and what tool you can use in which scenario. After that, we will start looking at how you can connect Dynamics 365 Business Central and Power BI. What are the prerequisites and options to do and to do as a user. After that, when you are happy with creating the Power BI reports, we will see how you can publish these reports to the Power BI service and use it later in Dynamics 365 Business Central. Last but not least, we will show how you can compelling scenarios you can use to integrate your Dynamics 365 Business Central with the Power BI, Power Automate, and Power Apps. So one complete scenario from Dynamics to Power Platform. When speaking about Power BI, I would like to point on two different scenarios. The first one is the Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free tool which you can use to get the data from Dynamics 365 Business Central. Either this data is in the cloud or on-premise. After that, you can modify or transform data inside the Power BI Desktop, create powerful measures and calculations on top of that data, so you don't need to develop everything inside the Business Central. And then what also you can do is integrate these reports, which you create in Power BI, with Power Apps. And in that way, bring entirely new dimension to the Power BI. When my data and reports are okay, the next logical step will be to share my reports with colleagues inside my organization. And I can do that by publishing my Power BI report to the Power BI service. In that Power BI service, I can create various dashboards, which can be created from the multiple reports. Then I can create a multiple workspace and combine all these various dashboards, reports, data sources in one application, which I can easily share with my colleagues from the organization. And all those reports and data are extremely secure because we are using, of course, Office 365 authentication. And this is what the complete Power BI solution is. It will offer you powerful reports, charts, security, filters, bookmarks, and Q&A. So for example, when you will be able to ask some questions about the data from the Business Central. Power BI and Business Central. So as I said, no matter where your data is stored, either in Dynamics 365 Business Central, in cloud, or in Dynamics 365 Business Central on-prem, you can create and build reports in the same way. After you create your report based on Dynamics 365 Business Central, you can upload this report to the cloud, so Power BI service, and there you can use common language queries where you can ask Power BI questions about your data. Also, you can integrate reports with the Office 365 from the Power BI service, or you can use one of the predefined report templates for Dynamics 365 Business Central SaaS. After you are good with your reports in Power BI service, you can embed those reports on various external services, such as the web, or use these reports on your mobile. Later, we will show you how you can integrate these reports inside the Dynamics 365 Business Central. And this brings us to the first demo, where Stephen will show you how you can create queries, use it in the Power BI, and so on. So Stephen, feel free to share your screen.
All right, I will do that. Just selecting my desktop. Can you confirm if you can see Business Central?
Yes, I can.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to demo what we need to do to be able to create a report in Power BI based on Business Central data. I will do that in 4 different steps. The first step will be creating queries, then exposing the query as a web service. Next, creating the reports in Power BI desktop, meaning importing and transforming the data, and then publishing the report so that in the end we can go to powerbi.com, for example, and then we can see kind of the results. Now, the report I have here is a very simple report based on the Business Central demo data, and it's called the order intake. So imagine you have a customer or someone would like to see the order intake that might be aware on how to present it. Of course, the first question I would then ask is what you mean with order intake. And in this very simple example, customer told me, well, actually the order intake is whatever we have currently in the sales lines. So here I'm in Business Central in the sales lines screen, and would like to be able to see in a report whatever is on the sales, but not yet posted or shipped. So all of the open amounts. I'm working here with 4 sales orders with the demo data, and the goal is to be able to present them by quantity, by amount in different ways. Now, to be able to get started, we actually need to first go into the development environment and create a number of different objects. The first thing that you need to do is you need to create some query objects. And let me show you a very simple one. You need to think about the different data elements that you require in your reports. For the order intake, that will be the order intake itself, and maybe some customer information, and maybe some vendor information. And my recommendation would then be to create these elements or data sets as different queries. So what we're looking at right here is a very simple query where I'm actually fetching information from the customer table. Every table you would like to use, you can add it as a data item in the query objects, and then within the data item you can add all of the different columns that you require. I've kept it very simple. I'm fetching the customer number, the customer name, and the city. And as you can also see here at the right side, you can see the field names as they come out of Business Central or as they are in the table. But in the left side, I'm using my own name. So the names you see here on the left side will be the names the query will return, and will also be the names that you will see in Power BI when you import the data. I have done that for customers. I have also done that for items. So here I have a small item query, item number, description, unit cost, unit price. And then we have the order intake query itself. Going to try to keep it very, very simple. And in this case, I will be able to fetch all the information I require from the sales line table. I'm also going to filter this table using a data item table filter property to only fetch items. So I'm not interested in resources or GL accounts or anything else. And I'm also making sure that not only I have the quantities and the amounts, but I'm also able to link this to the items by fetching the item number from the sales lines and the customer number, so I can also fetch it to the customers. And the goal is to create these queries to only put in the columns you really require, nothing more, nothing less. We can always add more columns later. Something very interesting to also mention is that there is a new property available on query objects, which is the data access intent, which I usually set to read-only, especially for reports and for Power BI. This will increase performance because when Power BI will be refreshing data, it means that Business Central knows the query is only meant to read information, and you might be redirected to one of the mirror databases that every Business Central SaaS tenant has. So the load will not be on the production system, but on a copy, which is maybe a couple of seconds behind the live database. So really, really interesting to do that. Now, once we have created the queries, the goal is to be able to import them in Power BI Desktop. And I've tried to summarize that here in this slide. So we need different tables, and we have an effect table, which in my case will, for example, be the order intake. So typically in the middle, I put the table with the facts. Facts are the numerical data I would like to visualize and analyze. And surrounding the facts, I will import dimensional tables or lookup tables. It all depends on how you would like to name these. So the facts will be order intake. A dimension can, for example, be customer. Another dimension might be item. So in the end, my data model will look a little bit like this one. And I need to switch over to a different report. Voilà. Here I am. This will be the data sets I would like to create for the order intake report, where I have the fact table in the middle, which is named order intake, surrounded by other interesting tables like customers, items, a date table, and maybe also other tables if I would require them. And we are following here a star schema, where you have one table in the middle surrounded by other tables, which makes the report easier to read, easier to understand. It also makes it faster. And you can also look at these tables or queries like little blocks of Lego that you create. And the next time I need to create another report, I might be able to reuse a lot of these blocks of Lego. Another approach would be to create queries based on a certain report. But if you do that, you might not be able to reuse them. Now, once I have the queries created in my development environment, of course, I still need to publish them and make them available for Power BI. And the way to do that is to publish them as web services. So as a developer, all you need to do is use a little snippet, create kind of an XML file in which you say which queries you would like to have published as a tenant web service in Business Central. So here I say this query needs to become a web service. The item query needs to become a web service. The order intake query needs to become a web service. And by generating this kind of an XML file, I can then very simply publish my extension. And the web services will become available within Business Central. So if I would now go to Business Central because I already published it, I can very simply go to the web services page. And in the web services page, I should see all of my queries that I published. I'm going to sort them on object ID. And then it will normally be here at the top. And here I have my queries, which I created for the order intake report. What I typically also do sometimes is use a small prefix in the query name that makes it easier to find them in the list of all of these queries. These queries are now available in my Business Central instance. You can see they have these OData URLs. You are able to access them via these URLs, but you don't have to. The next step would now very simply be to go into Power BI Desktop and then import my data. And you can very simply do that using the Get Data button, then select More. And next, when the pop-up window opens, go to the Online Services and select Business Central. So this will be a way to connect directly to your Business Central instance running in the cloud. When you do so, you will probably be prompted for a login. You can use the same login that you use for Business Central itself, your Office credentials. After you do that, that login is cached, so that's why it's not asking for these credentials again. I can see all of my environments. You can see I have a live environment and 2 sandboxes. You can open the environment you would like to use, and then you will see the companies, and within the companies, you can then find all of the queries. So here you can see them. You can very simply select the query or queries that you would like to import, and then click on load or transform. Don't want to go too deep. Transforming data is a possibility. And then you can, while Business Central is loading the data, do lots of transformations, or you can simply load and do some transformations later if you would like to do that. In the end, what you will get are some queries which are imported in Power BI Desktop itself, which you then need to relate. So you need to create some table relations linking the order intake to customers and linking the order intake to items. That's why it's important to, for example, have the item number in the items table, but also in the order intake table, and the same for the customer number. Once you do that, you can create these relationships. There will mostly be one-to-many relationships because you have one customer with multiple facts and one item with multiple facts. When the data is then connected, the next thing to do is visualize the data, which is actually a matter of practicing. I typically call that clicky, clicky, draggy, droppy. So you can select some fields, put them in the report canvas, and drag in all of the other fields you would like to have. And you can very easily switch the visuals here. I have already done that. I have used a number of visuals to be able to visualize my data here by customer name, by amount, by city, using all different types of filters and slicers. And as you can see, I also have the aquarium right here, which is a custom visual that you can use by selecting these buttons. So I can import or get more visuals, for example, from App Stores, and there you will find hundreds of more extra visuals that you have available, and you can choose from. The aquarium is always nice to demo. I never use it in real life, but it's nice to have. I can get an overview of the report. I can click to interactively and dynamically filter and slice and dice the data. I can look at it by quantity, by amount. You can create as many pages as you would like to create. There are many possibilities to filter, but once you have created this report and you are ready with it, the next step would then be to click on the Publish button. And once you publish the report, it will be completely uploaded to a Power BI Online. And if I switch over, for example, here to Power BI Online, I can see exactly the same report. So right now it is published. It's available on powerbi.com or on the Power BI service, ready for me to consume within Power BI. Of course, there are many other possibilities too. The next step would now also be to integrate the report and embed it within Business Central. And there are also some other capabilities of which I will come back and talk about a little bit later. Right now, I'm going to give the word back to Renato. He can show you the next steps within Business Central. Later, I will come back and talk about other integration possibilities. And I know I might have been a little bit fast on developing this report, but there is some time and some Q&A left. So if you have any questions about that too, I can come back and talk about it also. But now I give the word back to Renato.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Steven, on these really powerful examples on how you can bring Dynamics 365 Business Central data to the Power BI. And now I will continue where you stopped and go with Power BI applications. So just to go to presentation. Okay, the Power BI application. In general, Power BI applications out of the box brings the predefined reports and analysis to the Power BI. All that you need as a user is just provide the URL, and then you can use the URL of your tenant, and you will get the data inside the Power BI. Out of the box, we have the three Microsoft applications for Dynamics 365 Business Central SaaS. And once you have the data, you can modify these reports to your needs, or you can create your own Power BI applications. And in that way, you will be able to share reports and dashboards with your colleagues very easily. All these Power BI applications, to be able to share it and use it, you need to create a workspace and then bring the reports and other elements to your workspace and then publish it as an application. So let's continue to the demo and to see how we can work with Power BI application. Now I will switch to my screen. And here in Power BI, when I'm logged in inside my Power BI, what I can do, I can see your reports which you made, Stephen. And I see that these reports are in my workspace, and these reports are now available for me. But I want to use these reports as a part of my application and as a part of Power BI applications and workspace. So to be able to do this, I will go to workspace and I will create a new workspace. Here I will get create workspace screen where I can upload the image for this workspace, give it a name and the description. So let's say I will call it sales workspace. Sales workspace, I see that this workspace is available for use. So I see that it's available. I type what is the name of the workspace, and now I'll click on the save. Okay. In a few moments, when Power BI do its job, I'll get the empty workspace here inside my sales workspace, and I can click on the new and add some reports, paginated reports, dashboards, dataset, data flows, upload a Power BI X file, and so on. So, and then in this case, I will create reports from the scratch. But what is my idea is to use one of the Stephen's reports inside my sales workspace. So I will go back to workspaces, and on the top, I have my workspace. And here I can see, for example, when it loads, there's a little bit issues. Okay, now when it loads the data, I can easily save as and move this and copy this customer orders intake inside my workspace. So let's wait for a second. It's really slow today.
It's usually Murphy's Law. Huh? When you present, yes. It's always slow.
Okay. I'll try to refresh it. I'll try to reload the complete page. Okay, if there is some question in the meantime, we can see it at the chat and maybe answer it while we are waiting this to load. Okay, and then
I see a question coming in. I'll try to answer that in the meantime.
Okay.
The question is, how do we connect Power BI Desktop with Business Central on-premise? Well, we have different options. As you might have noticed, when you do a get data in Power BI Desktop, you can see the Business Central connector. There's also one for SaaS. However, that one you can only use if on-premises, that one you can only use if on-premises you're only also working with Office 365 authentication, which many on-premises customers don't. And instead, you can also use the OData connector. So if you can connect to your service tier, which is hosting the OData web services, you can connect to that, and that way you can also fetch on-premises data.
Okay, thank you, Steven, for this explanation. Now I get my list of all available reports, data sets inside my and dashboards inside my workspace. And what I can do is use this customer orders intake and save a copy. When I click Save a Copy, it will ask me, and it will show me all my available workspaces, and I will click my sales workspace, and then I will click on Save. Okay, my report is now in my dashboard, and let's, for example, also do with this customer sales, and also copy this report to my sales workspace. Okay, and now let's check my workspace. So I will click on the workspaces and sales workspace. Okay, and here I see my two reports. I will just close this. And what now I can do is I click Create App, yellow button. I'll click on it. It's a sales workspace, so I will leave this as it is, and then I will say I can upload again the image, change the color of the application. So, for example, this one, and publish the app. Okay, it will ask me that it will say that it will take a few minutes, so I will publish the app. And in a few seconds, I will get my application. And now I can go to this application. And in a few seconds, I should see all my reports inside my application. So this is my application. I see customers orders intake with 2 pages inside this report. So this is what Steven developed for us. And also here I can see customer sales report. And if I click down, it will show me the same, but only with, because it is the same report, but only with different names. Okay, now when this is when this application is created, I can go back to my hide my navigation pane, or I can go to the applications. And here now I will see my application, which now I can share with my colleagues. But what I also want to show you is that you can use standard Microsoft out-of-the-box applications. So if I click Get these applications, inside my organization, I see my application, so Sales Workspace. But if I can navigate to the apps and type Dynamics 365, I can use one of these 3 from the Microsoft. And for example, let's go with the sales, and I will click Get it now. Okay, in a few moments, it will ask me to install this application. Yes, I want to install this. And in a few moments, I will receive the message that application is ready, and I will click Go to Application. Okay, I don't want to show this again. Okay. So this is my application with reports, which comes in this Microsoft application. Now I need to connect this application to my data. So I click on Connect Your Data. I need to enter the company name. So I'll log in again to my Business Central. Okay, I see that my company name is Kronos NL. So I will just type Kronos NL. And my environment is the sandbox environment. And I will click Next. Okay, I will sign in. It will ask me for my credentials. Okay, and after the refresh is done, and it's over, it will update these reports with real data from my Business Central. So here now I see something different on my charts. If I go here, I can see all these reports inside my application, Microsoft Dynamics 365 Business Central Sales. Okay, so maybe your question will be, how can I customize this? If this is possibility to customize this, yes. If I go to Microsoft Dynamics 365 back to the applications, I have this pencil and I can click Edit Application. And in a few seconds, I will get all these reports shown as a workspace. And then I can easily just modify each of these reports. For example, change the color to be in the same color of my logo or anything else. So when it loads the data, I can see all these reports. And this, now I can click on the edit. Okay, and here I will get the editor in Power BI service, where I will get all the visualization. I can change, for example, from the bar chart to the pie chart and so on. So this is all regarding the applications. So let's return to presentation. Okay. Embedded Power BI. Let's now deep dive into the embedding Power BI inside the Dynamics 365 Business Central. And the power of embedding Power BI inside this Dynamics 365 Business Central is in integrating Power BI reports inside Dynamics 365 Business Central Role Center or in the list pages as a part of the fact box page on the list. So here on the left side, we see the embedding Power BI report inside the list. And on the right side, we see the Power BI embedded on the Role Center. When you embed Power BI on either way from Dynamics 365 Business Central, you can modify the reports, enable or disable reports, which will be shown on the screen. So these are two ways of the embedding Power BI. And this is also embedded Power BI with the editor inside the Business Central. So you can easily edit existing Power BI reports inside the Dynamics 365 Business Central. So let's go to the demo. Okay, so we can close this. And I will navigate to my workspace. So my workspace. And for these examples, for the embedding Power BI, I created some small queries. Where I create query for my inventory by location. I use the data item ledger entry, where I get the data from this table. I also use the join to join the item table to the item ledger entry table, because I need the description field, because I like to work with the item description. Also, I use the locations because later query for the locations, because later I would like to have a map and see what is the inventory per my locations, but I need to know city and country region, and these fields I don't have on my item ledger entries. And on the same way as Steven showed you, I publish my queries as web services. Okay. Now when I go to my Business Central, if I go to the web services, here the list of the web services which I created for my reports will be listed. So this is locations, and here is inventory by location. Okay, and I created the Power BI report. So this is my Power BI report where I show the items by location on some map. And here I see, for example, item by location on a tree map, where then I can drill down to each location and see what items I have on each of these locations. For example, on the Rotterdam, okay, drill down. I see all my items which I have on this Rotterdam location, and then I can publish this report to the Power BI service. And I already did this. So here on my dashboard, on my workspace, I have report called items by location demo. And this is my Power BI report, which I created inside my Power BI desktop and published to the Power BI service. And these two are my pages inside my report. Now I want to see this inside my Business Central. And what I can do, I can go to Dynamics 365 Business Central and go to the items. Okay, we'll just wait to open the item list.
Ci sei? Mangi un'albicocchina.
On the right side, I have Power BI reports red box. If you don't see it, you can always turn on it on actions, display, show hide Power BI reports. Okay. And to display the report here on my list page, I will click on Power BI reports, select the report, and I see my report from the Power BI here inside Power BI report selection. Here, Business Central automatically filter all reports which starts with the items, which contains items inside their name. So I see that this is filtered. If I remove this filter, I will see all my reports inside the Business Central, and I will enable this here and click on OK. Okay, and if in a few moments, I will get my Power BI report on the map, my report here inside the map. I will zoom this. So I see that my ATON table I have in Rotterdam, I have in Amsterdam, and so on. And now how I navigate on the item list, it will change the information for me where I have this item stored. So for example, if I select this one, I see that this Mexico I have on these 3 locations. Okay, and how can I enable this? On the items on my report, I need to put item number filters on all pages. And this is how Business Central will recognize what is the item number and automatically filter this report based on your selection. So for example, some of these items are stored on the empty location, so they are not showed, but we see that this Amsterdam lamp, we have this on the Amsterdam location. On Rotterdam location. Okay, what you can do from here, navigate back. If you have enabled multiple reports, then you can navigate through the reports. You can expand the report. And here I see all my Power BI reports. And here I can use Power BI on the same way I'm using it here inside the Power BI. Okay, so this is how you can view the report. Let's now go to home screen. And if I scroll down a little bit to my Power BI report spec box, I will see the report, the Stevens report, inside my Power BI report part on the row center. Here what I can do, I can, for example, manage this report. And if I expand this screen, what you will see that I have possibility to edit this report on the same way I can do it inside my Power BI service. So here, for example, I can use this amount of standing total and change, for example, to this pie chart. From there, I can save this. And when I close, confirm this, it will automatically apply this here inside my Power BI page part. Now I can go to the next report. Oh, I don't have any more. I will select one more. And for example, items by location, I will enable this report. Click on OK. And now I can go to the previous, for example, where I will get these reports. From here, you cannot navigate inside the pages inside the one report. So for example, here I have a report for the customer sales order intake. To navigate between the pages inside the report, I need to go to expand report. And then once it's open, then you can see different pages inside this report. So here I see different pages. Okay, so this is how you can embed the reports. Steven, do you have time for the Power Platform?
Yes, I will demo it from a high level point of view. So there's also some time left for Q&A, because there is also a session after us about Power Apps. So let's have a small look. All right. So the idea is that I also try to give you a small overview on what you can do to go a little bit further, because I know you can have an overview on how to create a Power BI report, how to embed it within Business Central, but there's actually much more that you can do. You can automate some decision processes, and you can actually link your Power BI reports, which are embedded in Business Central, with the functionality you have available in Power Automate and in Flow or Power Apps. So Power Automate is Flow and Power Apps. So how to do that? Let me demo that. And let me start with the end result. So here I have created another report, which is actually quite a simple report, fetching information from the item table. And on the item table, I have many fields. And if I have a look here, I'm fetching item number, description. I also have the inventory of the item, and I have the quantity on sales order, the quantity on purchase order. And these three fields give me the possibility to see per item what is the current inventory and what is the availability, because the inventory is what is actually financially in the company, but some of these items might already be promised on sales orders or might already be on purchase orders coming in. So the difference between inventory and availability, sorry, I can't write very well with the mouse. Availability I consider as being inventory plus whatever is on purchase minus whatever is on sales. And these fields can also be calculated within Power BI. So I have them here in the query. And when I import my data, I have the possibility to also create these measures. And what I'm actually doing right here is I have a measure that's going to count the number of items which currently have a negative availability. So if I go and have a look in the item availability query, I can see very easily I have the inventory, I have the availability. The difference between the two is that the availability is inventory plus purchase minus sales. And using a small measure within Business Central, I can calculate how many of the records here have a negative availability, how many records are there where the availability is smaller than 0, which is all very nice. I can put that also on the dashboard. I can publish the report, build the dashboard, and so on. But once you have these tiles on your report, and a tile is a number that you visualize using the card visual, you can then publish the reports. Let me go there. Voila. If I'm here in Power BI, once you publish that on a tile on a dashboard, you also have the possibility to create an alert. So you can manage alerts. For example, I would like to see whenever this number changes, so whenever the number of items with a negative availability is modified. And I can do that by selecting Manage Alerts and creating an alert for me. And there I can say, okay, whenever this value is above or below a certain threshold value, which in my case is 0, I would like to be notified, and I will receive an email, and that's it. Once every 24 hours or once an hour. And that's how far Power BI here can go. But of course, you can also use Power Automate or the good old the application formerly known as Flow. And here I can create a new flow by using the Power BI connector And you can, for example, create a flow that connects to these alerts you have created on dashboards, and then you can catch them within Flow yourself. And by doing that, you can completely customize this flow. So instead of sending you a simple email whenever this data-driven alert is triggered, I can now also imagine using all different other kinds of steps. I could, for example, send a message to Teams, and if the availability of a certain item is below 0, I can ask someone to start to create a manufacturing process or a purchase order. So that's very nice. We can link it using Power Automate. And what is also interesting is that we can also use Power Apps. And for this, I have my other browser window if it wants to open. Here it is. Because Power Apps, once you are actually logged into Power Apps with the same account, which is also accessible, which also has access to Business Central, you can see your data sources. You can connect to, for example, Business Central, which is one of the connectors here in the list. It will also be able to show all of the APIs available. You can build the Power App. I've done that, so I've connected to here, and then I selected the items API, click on connect, and my app was created, which in the end was actually an app that was built with a search screen, filter screen, a detail screen, edit screen. That's all very nice. And the next thing that you can then do once you've saved and published your Power App is you can go back to Power BI. And within Power BI, there is actually also a Power Automate or a Power Apps visual that you can use, which is right here. And using this Power BI visual, I can have Power BI connect to that Power App. And now I have embedded the Power App in the Power BI report. So giving the person who is looking at the data also the possibility to modify the data that they are looking at via Power Apps, which in then that case, I can then publish, and then I can also embed that Power BI report within Business Central. So there are many capabilities. You can work with Power BI, Power Automate, Power Apps. You can combine all three. I can also create a Power App and embed a Power BI tile in there. So there are actually a lot of possibilities on doing that. I just wanted to scratch the surface, but if you are eager to learn more about Power Automate and Power Apps and Power BI, you should just remember that you're able to connect all three and combine the advantages of all three applications. There's also a new kit on the block in the Power Suite, which is also going to be very interesting because there we will also be able to create chatbots or chatbots quite easily without coding. So that was a very short demo about the capabilities and how to link all three technologies, which I think leaves us now for about 5 minutes to do some Q&A or try to see if we can answer some questions we might have missed.
Okay. Thank you, Steven, for this nice and brief overview of how we can use our platform with Business Central. So let's take a look at the questions.
But I see one question coming in that I didn't answer yet, which is, for example, what are your experiences with OData and performance? So performance is actually very important. And what I can actually say is I will demo that because I had prepared that already, because there's a question in another session, which also related to that. So let me very quickly go and demo something. Performance is very important, but you should manage that in your query objects. So imagine, for example, that you are not only fetching information from the sales lines, but you would like to combine customers and ledgers, or you have tables that you would like to combine. What is actually very important is that you do it in the right way in the query itself. First, the data access intent, putting it to read-only will make sure that your data requests will be sent to the mirror, which is not the live database, but also contains the live data. If you need information from multiple tables, you can do that by nesting these data items. Make sure that when you do that, You set the correct link, you set the correct join, you only input the columns that you need. And what you can also do, for example, as you can see here, I am linking the sales headers with the sales lines, so the sales invoice headers and the sales invoice lines. And on certain columns, you can also use methods. So I'm not fetching the posting date, but I'm actually doing a group by year and a group by month, which I will be calculating subtotals of the amount and quantity, which avoids me having to load each and every sales line. It's very similar when you load ledger entries. So you can aggregate the data, and you need to load less information from the system. So yes, Power BI reports can get quite slow, but it all depends on how you create the queries and join the data. I hope that answers your question a little bit. Another question I see coming in is, can we create Power BI reports using a security role model? Yes, you can. So the first thing that you need to know is that Power BI desktop, using the Power BI connector or using the OData connector, will connect to the service tier. So whatever user authentication or is transferred, it will be the service tier that will decide if the user is able to refresh that data, yes or no. So NAV or Business Central security is implemented. However, what you can also do within Power BI desktop itself on the Power BI service is work with RLS, and RLS is row level security. So with small DAX scripts, you can create filters on your data. You can create roles in Power BI, and then you can decide who is able to see what information or what not. Is there a possibility to do an incremental refresh? Yes, there is. If you are using a Power BI Pro license, incremental refresh has recently been made available as a capability in Power BI Pro, so you can do that, although on OData it's quite limited, but there are some workarounds. And if you go to my blog, which is thinkaboutit.be, I have worked out a couple of examples of how you might be able to implement some kind of an incremental refresh, because by default the refresh is always a full refresh, and that of course might also save time and data going over the line. The blog URL, I will type it in, www.thinkaboutit.be. I think that's it. And if you go to my GitHub, github.com/srenders, you will also find some examples there. I hope that answers the question. Don't know if there are any questions I might have missed.
Thank you once again, Hanato and Stephen. Again, that was a very intensive session. You raced against the clock, and I think we've just meted towards the end of your time now. Are there any final things you'd like to mention, Hanato and Stephen?
Well, I would like to say that just try it out. Don't be afraid to try it out. It's quite easy to use Power BI desktop and to import data. You can work with already defined queries. You can create your own, but don't be too afraid to do it. But keep in mind performance and the way that you create your queries.
Yes, and what I don't know, Stephen, if we mentioned that it is the good practice to use the queries instead of the pages.
Yes, my personal opinion too, because in queries you can do joins, you can do group bys, you can aggregate data, which you can't really do with pages. So pages typically are a little bit slower when it comes down to refreshing data from Business Central. Yes, queries should be faster. And on queries, you can also set the read intent, which will redirect all of the requests to not the live system, but one of the mirrors, which are always kept for the SaaS application. So that also removes some load from the production environment.
Thanks again, Stephen and Hanato. So now we are going to begin the next session now. So once again, thank you, Stephen and Hanato. You know how to connect with them, and please do follow their blogs. And yes, we're back onto Jose. So Jose, I hope you've got some rest from your past session and you're ready to begin with Power Automate and Business Central. So without further ado, I will hand it over back to Jose to proceed. Thank you, Jose.
Okay, are you all again? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Jose. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I am sorry for the people that attend the previous session and this one, because the first slides are really the same. So my presentation and my perspective about Business Central, but I can imagine that the persons that join this session can be different. So feel free to grab a cup of tea or coffee during the first slides, because it will be really the same. So this session is all about sync master data for companies that are using Business Central as the ERP system, and also using the Power Automate that formerly was named as Microsoft Flow. And this, as I will show during the presentation, this way of the step-by-step does not need any code. So my background, as I will explain after, is technical, but to create these steps step by step, we do not need to create code. So my introduction. So as Raz already present myself, my name is José. I am solution architect in KPMG UK. So before COVID, I was based in London. Now my place of work, my workplace is really Microsoft Teams. This is my contacts, my personal email, my LinkedIn, and my personal blog. For the ones that do not visit my blog before, the main idea is to have some posts and some ideas, always without code, or low code, very low code. And of course that in terms of topics, I have some posts about Business Central, about Power Platform, and also Azure. So looking for my career since I left the university, I always, there is some background noise. So can I ask if you can mute? Thank you. So since I was saying that since I left university, I started to work with in the consulting area all the time. I have different experience with different ERPs, as you can see on the slide. I work with Oracle applications, Business Central, Sage, X3, but most of my time was with Dynamics NAV and now Business Central. Before I moved from Portugal to London 2 years ago, I also give some lessons in university, precisely with Business Central. And during my career, I moved from different roles, starting as a functional consultant, business consultant, and after coming a PM or program manager, and after I just have an experience in a different city where I live. So I am from Porto. I lived 2 years in Lisbon as team leader and site manager, and also I moved to the sales or pre-sales side of our business. So I start to be a product manager and now solution architect. So most of my time on the last 5 years, I am always looking for business requirements for the customers and designing overall solutions, most of them based on the Microsoft stack and most of them based with Business Central. Looking for my past, I work in several and very complex implementation with Business Central. the most complex were on the fashion, food, and pharmaceutical, both on retail and manufacturing. So a lot of experience in retail fashion, manufacturing fashion, and also manufacturing with food and pharmaceuticals. Of course, that when we work on this area, we need to work on different industries, and I also work in service and other sectors. In terms of personnel, because I still think that the consulting area is all about connections and trust and relations. So if you want to have a chat with me about food, wine, or gin, I am happy to do that. And I also like very much sports, so to run, to walk, and before moving to London to go to take some waves. The agenda. So, as I said before, I will start to explain my personal perspective about Business Central, and this is completely personal. And after, I will explain what is the challenge that we have to sync the master data. And to be open and honest with all of you, this starts to be a request from a possible prospect that has a real requirement to sync master data. And after we create an internal group to analyze different options, and this is the result of that analysis. So I will explain that story, the possible approach, the different options that are available, and the last one that I will give you, the step-by-step, was the different one, and I would say the most unexpected one. Even if I will explain the step-by-step, I think that at the end of the day, it's all about to share lessons learned, and there is some do's and don'ts, and I will share also with that, and of course that I will be happy to try my best to answer to your questions. So, my personal perspective about Business Central and working with this product on the last 16 years, I think that a lot of the partners, a lot of the community still look for Business Central as a new name of what was before Navision, Dynamics NAV, with a different logo, and new logos for Microsoft, different stories, and the last one. So I can see a lot of persons, a lot of partners that still looks for the Business Central as one product that is from Microsoft, that is the new version of NAV or Navision. But my personal perspective is different one. So I think Business Central is on that left upper corner, Dynamics 365, and it is really a piece inside a complete stack from Microsoft, what is called Business Application Stack, and it is inside and very integrated with Office, with Azure, and with what is called now Power Platform. So Power BI, and the previous session was all about Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and I will focus my presentation on that, and even Virtual Agent. And of course that under the hood, the CDS, the AI, and the connectors. So I think that the partners and the person with my role as solution architect needs to look for this as the actual picture of the Business Central, Because if we look for our competitors, and when I say competitors is outside Microsoft, they do not have this offer. So I really think that we should look for this as a unique thing and something that is really, really powerful. So, the challenge. Master data, and here I give some examples of the entities that all the people that work with Business Central knows what it is. So GL accounts, dimensions, items, posting groups. And the reality is that as all of us know, Business Central. Can I ask you if you can mute, please? Thank you. So, as all of us know very well, Business Central is multi-company. We can use on the same database the system for different fiscal companies. And in some cases, we can have different databases because we can need a different localization, a different requirement, even in some cases because of the storage. But it is multi-company. And when we are talking about a customer or a group of companies that wants to use Business Central as the main back office solution or ERP solution, there are a lot of information that should be common between them. And of course that nowadays no one wants to look for this type of common data and to populate again on one company, populate again on the next company. So this is the challenge. So Business Central is multi-company. There are out there a lot of groups of companies, and what we can do to have a sync of this master data to have a good way of working and a spend of the time of the people with something that can be automated. So I already explained this, and as I said on the agenda, we have this real challenge by a prospect. So I face it. It was 1 year ago, and it was a very big group of companies that select Business Central, and wants to have a common chart of accounts, a common posting groups area, even some data like the customers and vendors should be common. And this was the challenge. So when we start to look for the market, looking for our internal skills, the first option that came to our mind is to create a customization. So we know that is very easy to customize Business Central, even if it is using the previous development language, or even if it is the new one based on extensions. It is very easy. We have all the time as partners a lot of technical skills. We want some revenue, and this is I would say, as I wrote here on the slide, very attractive and comfortable, because if the customer is able to pay that amount of money, we have a solution, and it's that. The second option is that when we start to say we do not want to create something that is unique for this customer, we start to think in the option 2, that why not look for the market? We have AppSource, we have a lot of ISVs that maybe has the same challenge, maybe they have the same requirement, And we just know that there are in the market some solutions under usually the umbrella name of intercompany. So a lot of times the intercompany that exists as a model in Business Central is not enough for some more complex scenarios of multi-companies. And we just look and we found 2-3 options, but again, these possible prospects select the on-prem scenario, so it was not the SaaS version, and we know that in the future everything will be migrated to the SaaS environment and the change from the previous language to the new one, and we saw some risks on this. And after it is the option 3, that as I said, this prospect wants to use on-prem, and there is an option that a lot of people know, but I am sure that a lot of people does not know. That is, we have a property that the name is data per company that is available on all the tables of Business Central, that by default, when we install the Business Central, is with the option yes, data per company, yes. But if a developer enter on each table or on the desired tables, for example, the customer table, and change this property to yes, this means that if a user enter on the company A or on the company B, the data is on the same table. So the table starts to be unique for all the database. And this option can be nice if you really want to think everything. So you are not allowed to have an exception, because the table will be completely unique for all the companies of that database. And as I said before, this option is only available if you are using on-prem. So we know that in short term, in medium term, it will be not future-proof. But in some cases that you are running an on-prem implementation and the customer really wants to have a unique table for all the companies, maybe you can use this information, because a lot of colleagues and a lot of persons on this community does not know. So this was the 3 options that we have when we start to think about this. And after, we call it the different approach. So now, as I said on the beginning, we does not have only Business Central. We also have the Power BI, the Power Automate, and all the things that are connected. And we start to think, so if Flow is to automate something, the sync of master data is an automation. So why we do not try to use that? So we start our internal approach to see if this idea can have a happy end. So we start to look for a sandbox to try ourselves, and after this I will explain that story, that is really to select the Power Automate or the Flow connected with the Business Central to have this sync of the master data. So in terms of the step-by-step, I wrote the slides this way, and I will demo on my environment. But this is my really my important advice for someone that will try to make that. So first, if we are talking about to start an automation of master data, the best approach is to have at the same time the business central of the source company, the business central of the destiny company as a new tab, and after a third one that is the Power Automate. And as you can see later on the step-by-step, this is really important to have this, because we really needs to jump from one window to another. And if we do not follow this way, it seems to be complex, and it is not. So, sharing my environment, and as I said, I have here my first Business Central database, and as you can see, my company is Kronos USA. A second company that is the same Business Central, but a different company, Microsoft Business Solution, that in this case is on the same tenant, and it is on the same database, but can be different. And third, my user connected with Power Automate. So for the ones that are really new on these new environments and just want to have a first try with the Power Automate, the most common question is, how do I access to the Power Automate? And is really to look for this address, or if you are on Business Central tenant, if you click here on this option, you have the Power Automate here. And if you click here on this option, it will open the Power Automate window. And in this case, the Power Automate will be sharing the same user and will be sharing the same tenant. And if you are trying to use for the first time, I would say that this is the best approach. So, looking for the Power Automate, the second step that is really important is on the right side, we have what is called environments. And environments is a level that is inside or on the next level of the tenant that you can group the things together. So it can be a sandbox environment, it can be a live environment, it can be the Business Central environment. You can have a grouping of this environment. And when you click the first time, as I explained here on the Power Automate, it will use what is called the empty environment. That is the one that is there by default. But even Microsoft suggests us to create a new one, because this empty one sometimes does not have all the functionality that we can have on a real one. So if your question is, do you face any real problems using the empty one? My real experience is I do not have any problems using the empty, but every time that we attend some sessions from Microsoft, they suggest to create a new one. And as you can see on this one, I am using one that I create as default. The next step is we have Business Central, we have Power Automate, but we need to connect. And for that, we have the connections. And now when I click here on the connection, it will open a new Windows that will present all the connections that this user has on this environment. And of course that we have here the option to create a new connection for something that we do not connect to the Power Automate before. And if we click here on the new, the number of systems that we can connect is huge. So if we look for the page of the Power Automate about the possible connections, we have a lot of them. And of course that here, in this case, we can select the Business Central, and we have a version for Business Central SaaS and another connector for Business Central on-prem. But it is very easy. You just need to select, and be aware, please, that during this step-by-step, I will show the SaaS version, but later on I will share a blog post on my blog that I have described the step-by-step for the on-prem Business Central or NAV. It is really the same. So you can see that here my user has a connection with the CDS, with Dynamics 365, with NAV, with Business Central, even with Excel, with some notifications. We have a lot of options. And please also remember that under the hood, besides a database or an application of Business Central, we also have the SQL database. And the Power Automate allows to connect to a direct SQL database. So even that case, in some automations, we can use that. Of course, that we know, looking for the good practice when we are talking about sync master data, we should not connect directly to the source database in this case. But if we need, for some case, to read some data, we can look for that and maybe just trigger one email or something. It is possible. So I will click on this one. And as you can see, the most important column here is if it is already connected or not. So every time that you log off Power Automate and log on again, sometimes these connections are not connected, but when you log on, it will pop up a message to say there is some connections that are not working. Do you want to fix? And if we just click on that button to fix, it will try to connect to all of them. And after having the right credentials, user and password, the connection is very stable by my experience. So, of course, that I will not create during this step-by-step a new connection because I already created. I will jump now for the next step, that is what is called a flow. So a flow is with nice visual design that we have on Power Automate, a way that we can create some rules that can be automated and can be triggered with some criterias. And as you can see, I have a lot of them, but they are disabled. And I really suggest that when you create your tries, if you are not using, click here and turn on and turn off, because internally this is a SaaS service, so it's on Microsoft Cloud, and if you do not turn off, it will be triggering again and again, and does not make sense. And that's why in my case, on this environment with my user, I just have one that is on, that it will be the one that we will use on this sync master data. So I will click on this one and edit to see all the image. And first, good practice. Please name the flow with a meaningful name. Otherwise, you will have here on my flows the test 1, test 2, test 3, and after the governance of this solution will be a nightmare. So I am presenting these to suggest that all the persons can try these if do not try before. But if we are talking about a live environment for a customer, this is very important. Please name in a way that after all the people knows what it is. And in this case, my naming is Business Central Kronos. When a customer record is created, it just triggers something on the Business Central Microsoft Business Solution and create that customer. So this is the name. And now I will explain the 3 steps that are very easy to explain that will run the sync of the customers between the 2 databases. So the first step, the trigger is Business Central when a new record is created. We have here this word preview, and I will talk about that on my lessons learned. So the connector with Business Central and Power Automate is still under preview. In my perspective, is very stable, but is under preview. So, and we just need really to select after these 3 fields. So after selecting Business Central on this tenant, we can have more than 1 environment. In this case, I just have 1 production. Second step is really to select what is the source company, and in this case is Kronos USA. And third, what is the table that I want to trigger when a record is created. And as you can see, we have bank accounts, company information, currencies, GL accounts. We have a lot of them. So I select customers. Second step, get a record. Get a record because if we do not have this middle step here, we are not able to say this field should sync with the same field on the destiny. So this step is like virtual, but we need. And again, the same 3 fields, the environment, the company, and the table. And when we click here, the only option that we have is really selecting this one, the row ID. So this one is always like this. And finally, the third step. So I will close this one to have the screen. So after it is triggered, what I want when the customer is created on the Kronos USA on that environment, this is the trigger. What I want as an action is the create record, a new record. And here, as you can see, I select the same environment. And it is here, if I have a different connector, I can select a different tenant, a different environment, the company, and I select the Destiny company, and again, the customer. And for this example, every time that you look for all the fields, when you click here, it will show after having this option of the get record, all the fields. And after it is really to map 1 by 1. So number, go to number, display name. And as you can see, it is the same. On this version of the Power Automate, you need to create this step by step, 1 by 1. It's not perfect, but it is what it is. So just make this. Of course, that for our demo, I do not create for all of them. And finally, very important to save. When you save, usually you do not receive any blocker, and sometimes you are not really sure if it was saved or not, because it does not pop up a message say saved or something. This option here to test is an option that you can run, and every time that you create a new flow like this one from zero, when you click on test and the connection is with Business Central, you can wait a lot of time, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It will not get any error, but nothing happens. So I already raised a ticket on Microsoft support, and it seems that will be sorted in short term. But when you connect with Business Central and click here on test, it will be do not make nothing, and you do not receive an error. So of course that the button is there to, when you click, to check if it is possible to run or not, if the rules that you apply are okay or not. But in this case with Business Central is not working very well. And the flow checker, when you click here, if you have something without a trigger, without an action, or something that you are really missing, it will appear as an error or warning. So I really suggest that you run this flow checker and the test not on this version. So coming back to the previous screen of this flow, we have the detail here, we have the connection, we can see the green flag that is connected now. I am the owner, and here we can have a history of all the runs. So it seems looking good now, so it's time to try it. So I believe that all of you has now fingers crossed to help me. So I am on the USA company. I will create a new customer. It will bring a new name. This is the setup of Business Central. New customer for DC Saturday. And on the address, please work this time. And I cannot see your face, but I trust that you are smiling now. So please work now. So here it is, the new customer. And now, if we look for the flow, the Power Automate, and this is the reason why I suggest on the beginning that we have the 3 tabs together, because when we are starting to create something, we need to really jump from one to the other. And if we refresh here, oh, we have a succeed. So let's look for the second company, the customers. Yeah. And so even if I wrote, please, I do not have the mapping on the address. It was the reason, but as you can see, it is a new customer that it was created. So it is working. So common questions that I receive about these. How often these trigger is run internally on the Power Automate? I do not know really. So let me share with you that sometimes it is almost online like today. And in some cases, because maybe this is on a tenant that is on some data center, it can take some minutes. So I am not completely sure, but at the same time, I believe that as it is happening with Business Central, and Stefano explained that there is a big difference between the sandbox and the production environment. I think that this Power Automate can be the same. So we are using sandbox environment and maybe do not have the same priority. So in some cases, you just click here to refresh and does not have anything. And you just need to wait. And in some cases, even with the log off, log on does not work very well. But in some cases, and most of the time it works, I am not saying online, but in 1-2 minutes, it is flowing the data between, in this case, the different companies. So coming back to my presentation, so I will jump these slides because it's really what I show on the real environment, and it is to share this step by step with you, and I will share my lessons learned about this topic. So as I said on the beginning, Business Central, in my view, is not anymore only an ERP. Is a part of the Microsoft Business Application Stack. So I really like that picture where Dynamics 365 is on the left upper corner and it is connected with everything. And I know that in some cases the connectors are before ready for F&O and not for BC, but it is what it is. So in some cases, we should use as one of the biggest advantages of Microsoft. The Power Automate is completely SaaS. So we do not need to install anything. And if a customer says, I do not want to have something on the cloud, there is no option to have the Power Automate on-prem. So it's completely in SaaS. And to be honest with all the people that are listening this session, it is not completely stable. So I explained that button of the test. Sometimes you just click, does not happen. So, and at the same time, the connection with Business Central is under preview, but it's not completely stable. So I have a good opinion. Until now, we do not have any live customer using it, but I think that you should be aware of it. There is a lot of information about the differences between Power Automate and Logic Apps, and Microsoft just shared with us that the main reason to change the name from Flow to Automate was the difficult to explain the difference between Flow and Logic App. And the information that we receive from Microsoft is that the Power Automate is to automate something that has a trigger and it is not massive. So the Logic App is for big integration between different environments with high scale and things like that. But internally and under the hood, the Power Automate, it is really a Logic app with a nice, good looking that you do not need to use code. So under the hood, Microsoft explained to us that is really a Logic app. So I already talked about this, but this is the reality. It's still in preview. Is still in preview on the last 2 years. If we look for the roadmap of Business Central, we do not know if it will be available, general available in short term or not. So the latest updates that we received from Wave 1 2020 was some more connection with the CDS. And in my view, this is good information for us. And I expect that this can have be out of preview in short term, but we do not know. As I said before during the presentation, if you need to look for the step-by-step, I post on my blog the step-by-step for on-prem BC environment. So I just show you on this demo the SaaS version, but on-prem it is possible, but you need to connect something using OData, and the step-by-step is shared on this post. This solution, looking back for the different options, is very cost effective. So in some cases, the customer has some packs of the and some plans of the Office 365 that already includes the Power Automate. And in that case, it is really cost effective because the customer are already paying for it. And in this case, as you can see, the footprint in Business Central is, on the example that I show you, is 0. You do not touch Business Central database. You do not change anything. You do not need an extension. In some cases, if you need a custom connection or something, or really with the database, you can need to create something. Or in some cases, I can imagine that you can need to create a new field to be the point that you look for to trigger or something. But the footprint is minor. I do not recommend this approach for highly scalable master data sinks. So if we are talking about at the end of the day to create a couple of new customers, a couple of GL entries, dimension, things like that, we are talking about, I would say, less than 100 records. And for that, this approach is okay. If we are talking about transactions, intercompany transactions, or even consolidation, this is not the right tool to use for that type of synchronization. So in that case, we should look for logic apps, which should look for a custom interface or something like that, but not using the Power Automate. And finally, I hope that all of you are safe, and my final word is really automate yourself. So I think that the only way to have a real opinion is to start, and I believe that all the persons that are attending this session has access to a free trial of the Power Automate, so it's very easy. I will give this step by step, and I think that will be a nice try yourself to use it. And now I think that I will be open to some questions. So I will jump to the last, where you can find my contacts, and I will ask the help of Raz to check if there is some questions.
Thank you once again, Jose, for that great session. Lots of people thanking you. I think the last question is from Manuel. Is it possible to trigger the flow to run only when a specific field has changed, i.e. when the address is not empty?
Excellent question, Manuel. So on the actual version of the Power Automate with Business Central, it is not possible. I already spent some hours with Microsoft support, and we tried to find some workarounds. And I also create this idea on on the ideas portal on Microsoft. So I will share on this link that idea, and I can request that all of you vote to guarantee that this can be included on the roadmap. But for now is no. It is no way to use the standard solution for that.
Interesting. Because it must be a limitation for that particular Business Central connector, isn't it?
Yeah.
So obviously the other approach would be not to use that connector and create a custom connector. And I don't know if anyone's tried, but yeah, that's something that you may want to look into, Manuel.
Yes. And even in some cases, if we connect directly to the SQL database, it can be a workaround, but it's not so recommended to follow that approach.
True, yeah. And question is from Rami. Question is, how practical is it, considering the limitations of the number of flows the user can trigger per day?
So I think that the main challenge using the Power Automate is really to have the right naming and the right environment and the right setup to manage everything together. But as this is a SaaS version, we cannot see, looking for Microsoft official information, that there is some limitation. So to be honest, I do not try to push the limits in terms of number of flows at the same time or even number of records. I do not know that numbers, but I think that it's not really the number of flows that runs at the same time. It can be more the number of records of each flow.
Thanks for that. Yep. So Rami, I hope you understand that it's a bit more complex than just the number of flows. Andre has a question. What happens if value does not exist on the related customer table? For example, if a customer price group which does not exist on the destination company should replicate all related tables? That's by Andrew.
Yeah. So on this example that I show, I do not consider the connected tables, and the Power Automate is able to create at the same time the record, even if the connect tables does not have that value. So in this case, the business case that we should create to automate should look for the connected tables. So when we are creating, for example, a customer with a new price list, it makes sense that the price list should be another flow that is running at the same time to guarantee that we are also creating on the Destiny. And I just explained this way the price group, but it is really about all the tables that are connected.
Great. And the next one is by Manuel. Are the fields from the entity available for the selection on the flow? How would we add custom fields? Are they available?
Yes. So when we select Business Central connectors and one of the tables that are on the list, for example, customers, if we have on the table customers custom fields, that ones will also appear as available to be used.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is a repetition of the other question, but it's what will happen if the related submasters are missing in the destination company, e.g. The customer posting group missing in the destination company. Will the record still sync?
So in terms of the sync of the Power Automate, it will run okay because just upload the information. But in terms of the process on the Destiny company, of course that it will miss that information. And when you run the process itself to post something, you will get the error but in terms of the flow, it will run okay.
Okay.
So that's why I explained that when you have a real business case, you should look for the connected tables to guarantee that.
Great stuff. So I guess lots of people will be playing with the Power Automate now, trying to build their queries, which I guess is the main learning curve as you recommended, Jose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of your recommendations, is to definitely start getting familiar with the platform, so you can get familiar with how to build your queries and trigger points. Yeah. Good stuff. And so Rajadorai is saying thanks again, Jose. It was a great session. And Chris Whitler, as well as Andrew, are thanking you, as well as Rami and Manuel and Thomas as well. So yeah, Lewis as well. Lewis White would also like to say thank you. You deserve a glass of wine now. Yeah.
Yeah. A gin tonic in my case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, Jose, you know that you've delivered two fantastic sessions today, highly relevant to the community and to Business Central consultants. So yeah, thanks again for your session. Do you have any final messages for everyone?
No, I really just want to thank you again, all the persons that joined this session. I was trying to attend all of them, and I really like it, and let's keep together, because I believe that consulting and working on this space of Microsoft, it's all about sharing the information and community. So I am happy to share my knowledge, and I am happy to learn more and more. So thank you all for joining, and thank you again, Raz, for this nice organization.
Thank you so much again. So yeah, so thanks, Jose. So you all know how to contact Jose via LinkedIn. So if you haven't already, I've shared it, but I'll share it again. His contact details. And the next session is by Andrew Baludin. He's a Microsoft MVP. And so his session will begin in the next 2 minutes. So Andrew, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Andre, there you are, Andre. So Andre is now online. So in 1 minute's time. So feel free to share your screen whenever you're ready, Andre. Your time will begin in about 1 minute. So feel free to get your sharing set up, and feel free to share your screen whenever you're ready.
Just a second, I'm testing the last demo.
That's fine. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We've got time, so it's fine.
Yeah, I have 30 seconds about.
And Andre, where are you dialing in from today?
I'm at home. It's late evening in Russia, already 9 p.m.
Awesome.
Yeah. So my last session. I hope
it is.
People staying here to listen one more material. Okay, I see that I could begin. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, on last session of the day. Today we will talk about integration capabilities for Business Central. My name is Andrei Baludin. I am Microsoft MVP and I am solution architect at Avara IT. It's Microsoft partner in Russia. First of my two topics, it's Intelligent Edge. It's a special tool to replicate data from your on-premise Business Central tenants to cloud tenant. So let's begin my explanation of my scenario. Just a second. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do now.
Yeah, you see Business Central. So I have Cloud Business Central SaaS. It's Business Central with United States localization, fully in cloud. And my second one, Business Central, let's create more difficult scenario. It will be on-premise Business Central with Russian localization. And now we create an integration which replicate all our data from Russian Business Central on-premise to cloud, to United States Business Central. So it's different localizations with different schema, but finally we will get full data replication from on-premise tenant to SaaS. So first of all, we need to prepare our on-premise tenant. So we have installation, you can see. Also, it's SQL Server Management Studio. We need to prepare our SQL Server for replication. First of all, open properties of SQL Server, and we need to change server authentication if it haven't been done before. We need to change server authentication from Windows to SQL Server and Windows authentication mode. And that's all. After that, open your database, which you want to replicate. In my case, it will be a demo database PC16. And here we need to change, just a second. Yeah, we need to change compatibility level of database to 130, last one. It's mandatory. And third step, we need to create user for SQL Server user with SQL Server authentication. So I've already done it. It will be a user intelligent edge test. And I grant him some permissions, DB owner for my database. That's all setup that we need on SQL Server. So the next step, open your cloud environment and choose setup and extension and assisted setup. Yep. And here you could find Get Ready for Business tab, and inside it set up cloud migration. So click it. I already done it, but I can do it one more time. Okay. Okay. Read, accept warning and privacy. Click next. And after that, you could choose product which you want to replicate. Now it's the latest version of Cloud Business Central. It's version 16.1 cumulative update. And now, unfortunately, Microsoft allows you to only replicate two products, Dynamics GP and Dynamics 365 Business Central. It looks okay, but in fact, you can now, in that moment, you can only replicate version 16 on-premise tenants to version 16 cloud tenants, the only way. 1 week ago, it was allowed to replicate older version 14, version 15 of on-premise environment, even version 13 of on-premise Business Central. But now, after update to version 16, cloud migration app are still not updated. So now you can replicate on the latest versions. I communicated with Microsoft support, and they promise to fix cloud migration app in a couple of weeks. So after 2 weeks, you will be able to replicate any of Business Central versions to Cloud Business Central. Also, on at AppSource, you can find extra apps for replication of NAV 2018 to Cloud Business Central for different localization. You can, if you have on-premise NAV 2018, you just open AppSource, install the app, for your localization, and you can replicate NAV 2018. Other older versions, 2017, 2016, unfortunately are not supported for Intelligent Edge. Only 2018 and upper. So now I'm choosing Dynamics 365 Business Central and click on Next. Here is our data migration setup, the most complicated part of all setup of cloud migration. Here, you should select your SQL configuration, SQL Server on-premise or Azure SQL. This scenario, when I replicate different localizations from on-premise to cloud, Azure SQL for me will not work, because if I it's a strange issue, but if you move your database to Azure SQL with collation, with database collation different from Latin, it will not work. This replication works with Azure SQL only with Latin collation of database. So I use on-premise SQL Server, and here is the most complex part, SQL connection string. How to build SQL connection string for migration setup. I already done it. So let me choose. Okay, let me show you. So this is my connection string. First of all, server parameter. Server equal, you should take your SQL Server name and instance. EA test, BC demo. Yeah, that's my SQL Server. After that, initial catalog, database name. Just input your database name in quotes if you need it. After that, third parameter, user ID, my user with SQL Server authentication type, and password of this user. That's 4 parameters: server, initial catalog, user ID, and password. That's all connection string. So I check it, copy, and input it in connection string. Integration runtime name, third parameter. If you do it first time, this setup, you just leave it empty. And after that, click Next. So after that, you need to wait a little bit time while setup will be completed. And you will get some additional steps which you need to do. Okay. Okay. Data migration setup. So now we have 4 instructions. First instruction is that we need to download the self-hosted integration runtime. Sure. We need to download this small application, okay, on our server where we have on-premise installation. So I just copy the link, open my virtual machine. Here is, I create new tab, paste, open. And after that, I need to download this small application. After installation of application, you will see it like Microsoft Integration Runtime. It's the software which will replicate your data from on-premise to cloud. So I open it. Okay, how it looks. Microsoft Integration Runtime Configuration Manager. It works. So I have a green mark. And here we have a diagnostics tab where we can check our connection to SQL Server, that everything works. So we have test connection tab. Here I choose SQL Server. Okay. Server name. Pay attention that you need to add extra slash here. It's because / not works. Here is intelligent at test / and server instance name bcdemo. My database name without quotes here. Basic authentication, my user and my user password. When I click test, I get green mark. That means that connection works. Everything okay. So when I open again, when you after you install the integration runtime, on first step, it will ask you for authentication key. Just copy authentication key from this tab, input it on first step of installation of integration runtime, and that will be a connection between your on-premise and SaaS Business Central. So, okay. I have my own runtime, so I can open that's my runtime name. Connection string already inputted. So, okay. Click here, click next. And we will need to wait a little bit time while the connection will be established. Okay. Something went wrong. Let me again. And check the integration runtime name. 555670. Maybe it's case sensitive. Copy. Okay. So if everything will be okay, data migration setup will offer you to choose the company which you want to replicate from on-premise database to cloud. So you just need to select it, and after that set up some replication schedule. I think, oh, don't throw the extension, so I think everything will be okay. The next step will be choosing the company, and last step will be setup of replication schedule and running the replication. Yeah. The first time when you run the replication, it will take enough time. I think for Kronos database, for demo database, it replicates in about 15 minutes. So if you have the bigger database, it will take a bit more time. The current limit for database, as I know, it's about normal replication will work with about 30 gigabytes database. It's not so much, but Microsoft promised to increase these limits. Just a second. Okay. This tool appears from 2019 Business Central. Yeah, that worked. So here I could select my company from on-premise and click next. Activate schedule, daily, at midnight. Okay, that's it. Finish. Okay. Now, after setup ended, I'm open Tell Me and just type cloud. Select Cloud Migration Management. And here is our replication log. So we have, setup completed. Somebody. Okay. And after that, you need to click Run Migration Now, and all the replication will be complete. Here you can see migration information, migration statistics, successful tables, not migrated tables. Yeah, tables failed. You can click on it, check what's going wrong. Okay, so you see a little difference existed. And what we have as a result, I click on my settings, choose a company, and we have a Russian company in United States tenant. I click it. Okay. This one. Yeah, everything works. I have the full copy of my on-premise company inside the cloud tenant. That's it. Even with the captions. So all my customers, vendors, items from on-premise tenant migrated to cloud. Okay. So this tool is very cool, but with limits, as you can see. The limit for database about 30 gigabytes, and we have some limits with current development of this tool, because for example, now you can replicate only fresh database, 16 database to 16 on-premise to 16 cloud. And if you have old tenant, you need to wait while Microsoft Development Center will fix the application, and so on. I hope that it was some kind of last big change of this tool, and in next upgrades in autumn or April 2021, we will not need to wait time. Because we have a real customer with such replication, and now we have time without replication because we are waiting while Microsoft upgrade cloud migration up. But before it was quite fine. Customer have a set of on-premise installations of Business Central all over the world, and one consolidating company in the cloud. So data from all on-premise tenants are consolidating in cloud tenant with intelligent edge. So it's very cool scenario. And as you can see, it's all without code, just set up, just click, and that's all. If you want to check this setup by yourself, I already have an article how to do this. Just a second. I have a blog, which name is Andrei Baludin's blog on Dynamics community. And here is my blog posts. Just a second. Yeah. Replicating different Business Central localizations with Intelligent Cloud. It was written for version 15, but now for version 16, it has small changes, but the whole process is totally the same. It contains a description how to get connection string, and so far, so on. So it will be quite easy. So, okay. Yeah, Intelligent Cloud setup. Okay, and now let's talk about second integration capability. It's the integration of Business Central with Azure Service Bus. For that, I need my Azure portal. Okay, why we need to use Azure Service Bus, and what's this? It's a resource on Azure portal. Okay, resource groups, directions. Okay, Service Bus namespace. Okay, click it. You can, okay. So Service Bus, it's a message queue which stores some text messages. For example, you have some third-party integration and you don't want to let them access to your Business Central. It's normal situation. You just want to share them some messages, and that's all. You can set up SFTP server for that, but if you just need to keep text messages, the good way of implementing that, it's using Azure Service Bus. To create Service Bus, click Create a Resource on Azure portal and just Service of Y Turkish. Yeah, Service Bus. Okay, click Create. It has a very light setup, that's all. After that, you will get Azure Service Bus namespace inside your resource group. So that's our Service Bus. After that, we need to create some setup of it. I need to set up shared access policy for whole Service Bus. Just click to add and create a root manage shared access key. So click on manage here to let the full access. And there are some important fields for shared access policies. It's primary key and primary connection string. If you tested integration of Business Central with storage accounts and something like that, you know that for storage account you have SaaS token here. So all Azure resources have built-in APIs. So if you want to send the file from Business Central to storage account, you just call the API with post method, and you need to send the file inside the storage account, you need to use SaaS token. Storage account have here in policies this token, but for Service Bus, but by some reasons it don't present it. So you need to create SaaS token by yourself. It's quite complex process. There is an article in Microsoft Docs about how to create SaaS token for Azure Service Bus. If you want, Microsoft already created a code unit for Business Central which generate SaaS token for you. So it's a Microsoft repository on GitHub, bctech. Click here, samples, and Azure Service Bus, Azure Service Bus library, and shared access token generator code unit. You can see how to generate this token. I want to show you how to use less code, how to communicate with Azure Service Bus, not directly. For that, we can use Azure Function. Azure Function have built-in libraries which you can use to communicate with Azure Service Bus. So triggering the Azure function, you can send message to Azure function, and Azure function will send the message to the Azure Service Bus. For that, sorry, not this. I have a repository, open folder, okay. Just upper, Azure. Okay, I installed the Azure function extension for my Visual Studio Code. Here I can sign up to Azure. Okay, let's check it. My account. Okay. Yep. And inside my Azure subscription, I have apps and created function. Also, I can navigate this menu directly from Azure portal, for example. Okay, let's go back. Dashboard, app services. Okay. Functions. Yeah, that's my Azure functions, which I already deployed to Azure portal. When you create a new function from Visual Studio Code, you get this project as Hello World project. We need to make very small changes. So first of all, in the file Azure CS-proj, we need to add package reference to Microsoft Azure Web Jobs Extension Service Bus. It's a library to communicate with Service Bus. In local settings JSON, we need to add parameter Service Bus connection, and as a value, we need Azure Service Bus primary connection string. As you remember, maybe when I created Azure Service Bus, I created shared access policy. Okay, and in this policy, I have primary connection string. So just copy it and put it here. Okay. And the code of function, very simple. So we have a HTTP trigger function with anonymous authentication. Here, last one parameter, it's a service bus queue name and connection service bus connection. Okay, inside the Azure Service Bus, click on queues, and we need to create message queue. I have 3 of them. Okay. Also, you can create separate shared access policy for your queue. I used shared access policy for the whole service bus namespace. So here I don't have shared access policies. Okay. This is the name of my queue, NAV to ASB. I input it here, and that's all. So when I send the message to the Azure function, it will pass this message to Azure Service Bus and tell me that everything okay. So my function already deployed on Azure portal, and I just can test it. So here is Postman, which I use usually for testing the APIs. Here is my Azure function name. You can get it from portal. So one more time, not app services. Okay, functions, my function. And here inside the Azure function, you have a field with get function URL. Click it, entity 19, Azure Service, Azure Websites.NET API ASB. Okay, I input it here, and now I can send them any messages to my Azure Service Bus with it. So, congratulations, Dynamics community, send. Yeah, it shows me okay, and my message, this message, is inside the Azure Service Bus. You cannot check the messages from Azure portal. To check messages inside your Azure Service Bus, you need to use some third-party software. So I'm using Service Bus Explorer. In the end, I will give you all the links where to get this software, links to repository, to my GitHub repository, where you can check all the code and play with it. Maybe you want. So you need to open Service Bus Explorer, connect to your Azure Service Bus using your connection settings from primary connection string. So you can just select enter connection string, input it here, it will parse it, and you will connect to your Azure Service Bus. Now I click on my message queue, NAV to ASB, click on messages, receive mode pick, not delete. Okay. Now I have one message, congratulations, Dynamics community. So when I send here a lot of messages, I can see here all of them. So, okay, let's click me. 2, 3, okay. And send, okay, let's check messages, pick. Okay, 2, 3. So messages are collecting inside the message queue of the Azure Service Bus. And now any third party could connect to the Azure Service Bus and take messages from it. So you can keep some JSON file about shipment, send new items to some web portal or something like that. So you can collect here any data in any formats. Oh, in text format, but it could be encoded or decoded, something like that. So how we can integrate this Business Central? I created a small extension for that to demonstrate. So it is L. Happy birthday named. Don't save. Okay. So okay, it's small extension, page extension for the employee list, and it just add in one action: send congratulation on employee list. So I have employees in my company, and I want to send congratulations with happy birthday when clicking on them. Action contains the only call of my Azure function. You can see it's the same one, post method and body. So URL, write content from employee first name, last name. Today is happy birthday of some person. Do not forget to congratulate. That's all. And I'm just sending the message and read the response status code. Is everything okay? I deployed this extension on my Business Central. So let's open the employees list. Sorry, I'm not in proper company. So I'm inside the replicating company, so I need to select my normal company. Okay, let's open employees. And here is my extra action. Employee, send congratulations. What I added in this scenario, it's I created Power Automate connector. So, okay, yeah. Microsoft Flow, my flows. Okay. Microsoft Flow has a built-in connector for Azure Service Bus. And you can connect Azure Service Bus with anything. So here is a small example when I sent the message received in queue after complete inside the service bus. I just sent to me notification on my phone that today is happy birthday of some person in my company. So, okay, successful calls. Let's refresh it. 2 minutes ago. Let's check. Select an employee, Mary Dempsey. Click on navigate, employee, send congratulations. Click OK. Let's check it in message queue. You see, 3 messages disappeared. So Microsoft Flow took it from queue. When message taken from queue, it disappeared. Now I have 1 message in queue. Today is happy birthday of Mary Dempsey. Do not forget to congratulate. When Flow trigger it, I will get the message on my phone that today is happy birthday of Mary Dempsey. So, okay, refresh. The average time is about 3 or 4 minutes about when Flow will trigger the message queue. Okay, let's wait a bit. Now message is still in queue. You can see that I have 1 message in queue after 3. No, still in queue. So in fact, in 2-3 minutes, I will get the congratulation on my phone. Okay, I think that's all that I wanted to show you for today. Where you can find all the information. So full description you can find in my blog. It's latest one articles. Let's check. Just a second. Where I lost it. Okay. Let's copy. Just open the URL. Okay. Business Central NAV integration with Azure Service Bus using Azure function. Okay. In the end, you can find repository with codes. It's happy birthday. It's extension. Just upgrade it. And post it again. Okay. Here is the link on the Service Bus Explorer. on this tool. So just click and download it. Yeah, from here it works. And also you can check my GitHub repository. Repositories. Happy birthday. Azure Service Bus function on C# for Azure portal. These two. Okay. And in the blog, you can find also the description how to set up Intelligent Edge with all steps one by one. So, okay, if you also join me on Twitter, you can find me on LinkedIn and ask any questions. And also, I'm ready for your questions if you have them.
Thanks again, Andre, for that. Great session, and Manuel, thanks you very much for that. There are a few questions. Doris, should I say, asked the question, does this work with custom fields and data tables, or assume that both environments have the same database schema?
If you have these custom tables on both databases and their schema is equal, it will work. So you can replicate your own tables from on-premise tenant to cloud. It will work.
Great stuff. And Apande asks, you will have to deploy extensions, which basically with the same scheme on the cloud, which is just what you said, I guess, for the custom fields.
Custom fields. Intelligent Edge, if schema is different between tables, it replicates only the same fields. So it will, if you have some extra fields on your on-premise database and don't have them on cloud, it will just skip them. If the size of field is different, for example, for Russian localization and for United States localization, we have the same fields in tables, but with a different size. For example, code 10 and code 20. And Intelligent Edge is cut the size of value if you have them. For example, if you have 20 characters field on the on-premise database and 10 characters fields on cloud, you will get the data which will be cut to 10 symbols. So that's also the limitation. If you have the totally equal fields, they will be replicated properly.
And he also asks, what happens if you get an error? Does the whole synchronization of the data transaction roll back?
It will just skip the table on the Intelligent Edge. In the just a second, I will show you. Cloud migration management. Yeah, I'll check. Failed message. No, maybe okay. You can see failed tables and the error why it happened. You see that exchange columns. You can see that so I was incorrect. In new version, it don't replicate the table if they have incompatible length. I think maybe it will be fixed, but see that I remember that customer bank account, it's field like I told you before. It have this table, one of fields inside this table has a different length between the different localization. Officially, Microsoft told me that replicating of different localization is not supported, but they have on AppSource for NAV 2018, I can show you that they have a separate cloud migration app for each localization, but they don't do this for normal Business Central. I don't know why, but I think in future we will get the separate cloud migration app for each localization. So extension marketplace. Just a second. Cloud. Yeah. Here is Intelligent Cloud Dynamics 365 for Business Central, for NAV 2018 Austrian localization, Belgium localization, Spanish localization, so on. You can see common extension for NAV 2018, Business Central, and here is Intelligent Cloud Base extension. It's to migrate data from Microsoft GP.
Great.
Yeah.
So Dan was asking, is it possible to make bidirectional incremental data sync using the migration tool?
Bidirectional, not. Only one-way direction from on-premise to cloud, old.
Yeah. And so if that can't, then is there a tool that you recommend that can?
Excuse me, could you repeat?
So Dan, who asked that question, was saying, if the migration tool is not possible for bidirectional incremental data, what is? Is there a tool that you can use?
What tool you can use for bidirectional? Okay. Just let me check. Let me remember. From this release from 2020, you can use. Okay. I forgot. Unfortunately, I forgot how it named, but it's a common interface for Power Platform. I really forgot how it named.
Oh, are you talking about Kingsway Soft?
No.
Scribe.
No. Just let me remember. Oh, just a second. I will check in my bookmarks. I already bookmarked that, and shame on me. Sorry. CDS. Yeah, CDS, of course. So now Business Central supports CDS and Common Data Service, and you can use it to synchronize data bidirectional way, and not only between business centrals. For example, you could use this data for your Power Apps to pass your data to Microsoft CRM, and so on. And there you can choose in setup for CDS how to replicate, how to move, how to transfer data, one way or bidirectional. So it's quite new instrument for me, but I make small experiments with it, and I think it's our future for replication, for data replication. So nice. Not very much information about it. Microsoft create one blog, I know, and also Renato Fajdiga created a nice article how to replicate customer data inside the CDS.
Nice.
So yeah, so I think it's our future of replicating, and also I think will be some improvements for Intelligent Edge, but it always will be a one-way direction, not back and forth, I think.
So Isaac asks, does the Service Bus have an error integration tool to manage problems over connections between Azure Service Bus and destination?
Okay. So Azure Service Bus has a built-in it's Azure Service Bus function. It has internal monitor when you can check that all your messages were delivered Just let me check. Yeah, incoming requests, successful requests, and server errors. So I have 144 incoming requests, and they all were successful. No, 0 errors.
And
For incoming messages, yeah. So all the monitors are inside the Azure portal.
And he follows up with if there's an error, how would it be resolved?
How handle? I don't know, honestly. So, yeah. I never. Just a second. Maybe we can check it here. Okay, server errors. I think something may be. Here is we have dead letter. I think inside the Service Bus Explorer there is some monitor. You can disable the message removing from queue, and as I remember, you can put it in separate queue or something that when they have an errors.
There you go, Isaac and Dara. So so Service Bus obviously is a platform that allows you to manage your queues of messages. So so in short, you can do it with Service Bus. So any other questions? Lots of thank yous from Isaac, from Dara, from Dan, many other people, Andrea, Manuel, Maya, many thanks from the community.
I see. Thank you, community. Thanks. It's very appreciated to you.
So do you have any announcements before we finish, Andre? Did you have any announcements or anything you'd like to last message for the community?
1 year ago, I visited the first time Dynamics 365 Saturday. It was in Amsterdam. And now I miss about personal communication. So we have to run these events virtually. So hope that you all will be safe, and we will meet on next Dynamics 365 Saturday communities. So thank you for having me. Say hi. Okay, I pass your hi to Alexander Yermakov, I think. Okay, Mikhail. So thank you, community. Think you got some new information. You will use new tools. Business Central is a very easily integrated platform with any other instruments. So just go deeper in it and have fun. Yep.
Great stuff. So so that's the final session, everybody. Now remember, we do have sessions every single Saturday. We will be doing deep dives. So actually next Saturday we actually have a whole weekend of sessions. So we have a whole weekend on FinOps. So it's FinOps and supply chain management. So it's Saturday and Sunday. We have that online conference. So make sure you tune into that if you want to learn about FinOps and supply chain management. I'm sure it's still your world. Yes, Business Central is a different product, but I'm sure many of you are also working with FinOps as well. So that will be a big one. So make sure you tune into that. We have many events. The week after, we have an event on Power Platform development. The week after that, we have a session, a whole event on DevOps. So we've got many events happening. Somebody has asked the question: is Ambesh Singh session on Logic Apps not happening? Hasit's, just to let you know, Ambesh has already done a session. He did it in the morning. So we decided to do a session in the morning. Again, remember to follow us on our Twitter, LinkedIn. If you want to follow up on these sessions, make sure you do that. You can find the links on the community pages, so make sure you do that. And yes, we'll finish off with that. Really, I'll share some of the other events that we have coming up. So I'll share that with you now. And please leave your questions and messages in the chat. If there's any further sessions you would like, please leave the messages so we could make sure we cover more for an advanced session next time. So today was a bit more basic. I know Andre's was a bit more advanced, but the next one we do for Business Central, we want it to be more of an advanced level one. So without further ado, let's end with a message from the Microsoft community.
Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.